Chapter 183. Cough cough, I can't take it anymore. I'll eat and rest for a while. Originally, they thought that the Red Cloud sect was destined to become famous under the heavens after finding the hidden island. However, they didn't expect that the big ship would be destroyed. Even if the people who were still alive obtained some treasures from the hidden island, how could they return to the Red Cloud sect? Without a strong ship, even if they were immortal Ascension boundary masters, they would not be able to cross the distance of nearly 10,000 miles. Sadness and a faint uneasiness surged in the hearts of the 3 Red Clouds sect disciples. The 3 of them were young and had never encountered any great hardships. On this day, they were attacked by the monster beast and witnessed the deaths of countless elders. Human lives were as fragile as ants. If not for their good luck, they would have been like those people, their corpses turned into food for the fish and beasts. Fortunately, they were able to escape, but now they were trapped on this isolated island with no hope of returning home. Naturally, they felt sad. Senior Sister Qing, don't worry, junior brother will definitely find a chance to take you back. Miao Lin was well versed in picking up girls. Although his heart was panicking, he knew that this was the best time to show off, so he quickly opened his mouth and said with sincerity. Yuao Qing was already in a bad mood, so when she heard him boast so shamelessly, she could not help but sneer. What ability do you have to take me away? Can you build a ship that can withstand the monster beast's attack? No. Miao Lin was questioned, and his expression became awkward. Then can you cross this distance of 10,000 miles? Yuao Qing asked again. I can't. If you can't, then shut your mouth. Yuao Qing vented all her pent-up anger on the ship, and if it weren't for the fact that they were currently in dire straits, she would have already attacked Miao Lin. Zhang Yu quickly tried to persuade her, Senior Sister Qing, don't be angry, Miao Lin was just casually speaking. Humph. Yuao Qing swung her hair, turned around and walked along the sea, while coldly saying, you don't have any ability, yet you still want to be a hero, overestimating yourself. Zhang Yu quickly followed. Miao Lin tried to comfort her, but after being ridiculed by Yuao Qing, his face turned ugly. He muttered under his breath, a trace of resentment flashing across his eyes. He then turned to look at Yang Kai, his murderous intent surging, seemingly wanting to vent his anger on Yang Kai. Take him with you. Yuao Qing's cold voice came from the front. Miao Lin hurriedly responded, shooting a hateful glare towards Yang Kai before shoving him away. The 4 of them walked along the beach in a certain direction. Although Yuao Qing did not say what she wanted to do, Yang Kai knew that she wanted to find the Red Cloud sect disciples who had scattered because of their escape. This was undoubtedly the correct approach. Now that they were all alone and had no elders to hold down the fort, they naturally had to find someone to meet up with. But after walking for a whole day on the beach, they only found 4 people in distress. Moreover, only 2 of them were Red Cloud sect disciples and the other 2 were ordinary people. The others were all scattered to unknown places. The team had expanded to 8 people, but their overall strength had not increased by much. These 5 Red Cloud sect disciples were all from the younger generation. The last 2 Red Cloud sect disciples they found were a man and a woman. The man was called Qi Yuan and the woman was called Luo Qian Qian. Their strength was not very good, probably between the peak of the Qi transformation stage and the separation and reunion boundary. Not being able to find the elders, Yuao Qing looked a little flustered. Among the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples here, she was the strongest. She was already at the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage, the others were not as strong as her. Moreover, her status in the Red Cloud sect was quite high, so everyone naturally looked to her as their leader. They all expected her to lead them to the right path. This burden on her shoulders made her feel somewhat at a loss. At night, 3 ordinary people were instructed by the Red Cloud sect disciples to gather some firewood and set up a bonfire on the beach. Everyone gathered together to discuss what to do next. Some people proposed to look for the elders again, while others said to stay here and wait for others to find them. Their opinions were not unanimous. In the end, Yuao Qing said, "Since we have entered Hidden Island, we can't waste this opportunity. Tomorrow, we will explore the island. Maybe we will meet our martial uncles. Even if we don't meet them, if we get an opportunity, maybe we can leave here and return to the Red Cloud sect." Everyone felt that Yuao Qing's words were reasonable. Moreover, the wealth and opportunities hidden in Hidden Island were the biggest reason why they were so excited. Yang Kai waited for them to finish their discussion before he said, "Masters, if you enter the island, can you not bring the three of us with you? We are just seaside fishermen. In case we encounter any danger, we can't fight like you, we can only be a burden." The other two ordinary people also thought so, but they were not as bold as Yang Kai. At this moment, they all looked at Yuao Qing expectantly. They knew that the decision was in Yuao Qing's hands. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and nodded. "Yes, it is indeed a burden to bring you along." Originally, she thought that Yuao Qing would agree to leave these three ordinary people here, but she did not expect that Yuao Qing would only think for a moment before shaking her head and saying with a smile, "You were brought in by my Red Cloud sect. If we leave you here, you may encounter some danger. It is better to follow us and hope to get out of here alive." "Bitch!" Yang Kai cursed. How could he not know what Yuao Qing was thinking? This beautiful woman with a heart as venomous as a snake and scorpion would never be so kind. Although he thought so, he had no choice but to express his gratitude, sighing that he would have to follow the Red Cloud sect for a few more days. Anyway, he did not know much about Hidden Island, so he could follow them to explore the situation. When there was really danger, he would not be afraid of not finding a chance to escape. At night, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples took turns to keep watch. The next day, a group of 8 people stepped into Hidden Island to explore. As soon as they entered the island, Yuao Qing revealed her true purpose, letting one of the ordinary people lead the way while the others followed behind. Although this person was extremely frightened, under Yuao Qing's threat, he had no choice but to obey. It was not until now that everyone knew why Yuao Qing insisted on bringing ordinary people. It was to be used as a pathfinder. After walking for a long time, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. They were surrounded by towering ancient trees that swayed endlessly. The rustling sounds made people feel uneasy. The ordinary person who was leading the way was like a frightened bird. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The Red Cloud sect disciples ignored him and continued to threaten him. After a long time, the ordinary person once again summoned the courage to walk forward. At noon, a row of fruit trees suddenly appeared in front of them, bearing some bright red fruits. No one knew what these fruits were, but they smelled very fragrant. The group was tired and hungry. At this moment, seeing so many fruits, their appetite was naturally aroused, and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Luo Qian reached out and picked one, wanting to taste it, but Yuao Qing coldly shouted, "Wait." Luo Qian's action paused, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yuao Qing's face was cold. She took the fruit, her beautiful eyes looking at the 3 ordinary people. Seeing her expression, everyone knew what she wanted to do. In the case of not knowing whether this fruit was poisonous or not, the best way was to find someone to try it. The 2 ordinary people both looked flustered, not daring to look at her. Yang Kai also pretended to do the same. Yuao Qing looked at Yang Kai. She walked in front of him and stuffed the fruit into his hand, saying, "Eat it." Yang Kai held back his anger. Looking down at the fruit in his hand, he put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Intuitively, he felt that it was not poisonous, but in this world, what was good and what was bad, who could say clearly? "Eat it, it's not poisonous." Old Demon's voice came, "This little girl is really not a good thing. Do you recognize this?" Yang Kai asked with concern. If not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai would have made a scene even if it exposed his identity, but since the old demon said it was not poisonous, naturally he could eat it. In any case, he was hungry. Although his heart was clear, his face was still filled with embarrassment. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he felt like it was the most powerful poison in the world. Under Yuao Qing's repeated urging, Yang Kai reluctantly took a bite. It was very fragrant and sweet, somewhat like a ripe persimmon, but much more chewy. Eat more. Yuao Qing ordered with a cold face. Old demon, if I can kill this woman, I want you to torture her immortal soul. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. Old servant obeys. Old demon smiled. Waiting for Yang Kai to finish eating the whole fruit, the other 7 people did not move, all eagerly waiting for his reaction. After waiting for half an hour, seeing that Yang Kai was still fine, Yuao Qing involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, waving her hand and saying, "You can eat, we'll rest here for a while, then we'll be on our way." Hearing her say so, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan quickly went forward to pick the fruit. The 3 Red Cloud female disciples did not move. After a moment, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan came back with a lot of fruit, eagerly handing it to the 3 women. Miao Lin was not stingy with his praise. "Senior Sister Qing is so clever, this time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lived for more than a few days before being poisoned to death." Zhang Yu also said, "Yes, I've long heard that Senior Sister Qing is intelligent. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Hearing such praise, a faint smile appeared on Yuao Qing's cold face. While the 5 Red Cloud disciples were eating, Yang Kai and the other 2 ordinary people were not idle, constantly stuffing fruit into their mouths. There was a row of fruit trees here that bore quite a lot of fruits. The 8 of them ate and took, sweeping all the fruits clean. After eating and drinking, they once again set out. Perhaps because Yang Kai had taken a lot of risks, this time, the person leading the way was not him, but another ordinary person. After walking for a while, Qi Yuan suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Look over there, there's something flashing." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed found that there was a little shining light in the grass. "Let's go and see," Yuao Qing ordered. Soon, everyone came 30 feet away from the flashing light. Yuao Qing's cautiousness was once again reflected. As usual, she let an ordinary person test it out, while she stayed in place. Chapter 184. With his life in the hands of others, this ordinary person had no choice but to submit to Yuao Qing's tyrannical authority. Trembling, he stepped forward to take a look and said, "Masters, this is just a small blade of grass." Hearing him say this, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, "What kind of grass?" "It's snow white, very beautiful." The man replied, then asked again, "Do you want me to pick it up?" "Don't touch it." Yuao Qing coldly shouted, then led the Red Cloud sect disciples forward. Yang Kai also followed. When they approached, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a snow-white grass, as eye-catching as jade. It looked crystal clear, and some fluorescent liquid could be vaguely seen flowing through the grass's meridians. "Heavens!" Zhang Yu exclaimed, "It's ice-skin jade bone grass." Yuao Qing's face also showed a smile. "Sure enough, it's an earth-grade high-rank spirit grass." Luo Qian was also quite excited, while Qi Yuan and Miao Lin were still calm. The reason for this was because the ice-flesh jade bone grass was a spirit grass that was specially made for females. It was similar to the beauty's core that Yang Kai obtained in the Red Cloud sect's right peninsula. If a woman took the beauty's core, it would make her appearance slightly more beautiful, and if a woman took the ice-skin jade bone grass, it would make her skin crystal clear, delicate like a newborn baby. If the two were used together, it was enough to turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, having the effect of being reborn. Women loved beauty, and there were 3 women here. Which one of them didn't want to become more beautiful? Seeing this ice-skin jade bone grass, they would naturally be happy. Just entering Hidden Island and we've already obtained such a treasure, it looks like our trip will be a big harvest. Miao Lin looked quite excited. Yuao Qing didn't hesitate, directly bending down to pick the ice-skin jade bone grass, then took out a jade box from her arms and carefully put it inside. Zhang Yu and Luo Qian both looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitated. Yuao Qing smiled, when we return to the sect, I'll let the people of the Pill Hall refine it, 2 junior sisters will definitely have a share. She also knew that now was not the right time to have a dispute with the Shi men, so she tried to appease them. Sure enough, Zhang Yu and Luo Qian's faces lit up with smiles. Thank you, senior sister Qing. When the time comes to ask the Pill Hall to refine pills, we'll need senior sister Qing's help. After obtaining an Earth-grade high-rank spirit grass, the worry and anxiety of the Red Cloud sex group was swept away, and the uneasiness that lingered in their hearts gradually dissipated, instead becoming relaxed and cheerful. It was as if they had not fallen into this place, but had come here in search of treasures. But it has to be said that the Hidden Island was a place that no one had set foot on for many years, so it did have a lot of natural treasures. After walking in the Hidden Island for 2 days, the harvest was already full. They collected more than a dozen kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were above the Earth-grade mid-grade. They even found 1 or 2 heaven-grade herbs here. With this harvest, the 5 Red Cloud sect members were even more motivated. On this day, as they were walking, an expanse of hazy fog suddenly appeared before them, and it obstructed their line of sight. This fog looked strange, and the ordinary person leading the group stopped, his face showing some hesitation and fear as he turned to look at Yuao Qing. Keep going. Yuao Qing remained unmoved, her beautiful face full of ruthlessness. The man had no choice but to walk forward. But just as his body merged into the fog, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds, and a tragic cry came out of his mouth. It was short and hurried, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground, twitching non-stop. Everyone's face changed color, and they all stepped back, looking at the man's changes in horror. They saw that the man seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, as if he was being melted by a raging fire. His body constantly emitted bursts of white gas, and his flesh and blood separated from his bones, falling to the ground and turning into a pool of dark red blood. In less than 5 breaths of time, a living person's flesh and blood was completely gone, turning into a pile of bones spread out on the ground. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Ugh! Zhang Yu and Luo Qian were so scared that their pretty faces turned pale, bending over and vomiting. Although Miao Lin and Qi Yuan were better off, they were not much better. Yuao Qing's long eyelashes trembled uneasily, her face and lips suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. Although she was also pale, she was not as bad as Zhang Yu and Luo Qian. The commoner who was standing beside Kai Yang felt his legs go soft as he fell to the ground. In the field, the only one who was still calm was Yang Kai. Even so, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. If he had gone in, he was afraid he would have ended up like this. But then again, if Yuao Qing had really forced him to go in, Yang Kai would not have taken the risk. This fog is highly toxic. Yuao Qing stiffly turned around, glancing at the crowd, pretending to be calm, and said in a trembling voice, "Let's go around." Everyone had just seen such a terrible scene, so naturally they could not wait to leave, and at this moment they quickly followed Yuao Qing's footsteps. After walking for a few miles, the crowd finally calmed down. After surviving this calamity, the Red Cloud sect disciples all looked at Yuao Qing gratefully. If it weren't for her cautiousness, this time, one of the Red Cloud sect disciples would have perished in the fog, and that person might have been them. After this incident, they were even more impressed with Yuao Qing's decision to bring ordinary people to explore. Yang Kai also knew that he should look for an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, if they encountered a dangerous place like the one just now, he would definitely be pushed out by Yuao Qing. If he stayed with this group of people, sooner or later he would be killed by that scorpion woman. Now he only lacked an opportunity to make them panic and have no time to think about other things. The group was resting when a rustling sound suddenly entered their ears. Yang Kai frowned, feeling something was wrong. "What's that sound?" Miao Lin was a little nervous, suddenly standing up. "Is there a sound?" Qi Yuan listened carefully. "Shoo, don't make a sound, listen carefully." Yuao Qing apparently also heard something. The crowd held their breath, and heard a buzzing sound coming from all directions. It sounded like the flight of bees, but it was evidently much louder than that. The buzzing sound was quickly approaching. Not only that, there was even a rustling sound coming from under their feet. Looking closely, they saw countless thin lines on the ground, gathering in the direction of their breathing, as if there was something underground that was quickly digging a hole to attack. "Not good, run." Yuao Qing's face suddenly changed, exclaiming, hurriedly running in a direction. The several Red Cloud disciples quickly followed. Although Yang Kai was looking for a chance to escape, he did not want to be exposed too early, not to mention, he did not even know what the enemy was, so naturally he wanted to use the hands of the Red Cloud disciples to find out first. The speed of several people was very fast. After Yuao Qing gave the order, they all flew out. After a few steps, suddenly there was a scream behind them. Everyone looked back, and in an instant they were scared out of their wits. They saw that the last ordinary person was now surrounded by a group of about the size of a bowl, strange-looking black insects. In his screams, his clothes were torn, his flesh and blood splattered, and in just a moment he fell to the ground dead. The eyes of several people trembled violently. Although they were cultivated, they did not recognize these ferocious insects. The unknown panic made them feel at a loss. Seeing the power of these insects, the 5 Red Cloud disciples ran even faster. At this moment, no one paid attention to Yang Kai. It was too late to escape. Who would care about him? After running for a while, Yuao Qing suddenly stopped. The several people behind her quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There are more in front. We are surrounded." Yuao Qing's face was pale. Everyone looked, and sure enough, they saw a buzzing sound in front of them, an overwhelming number of black insects flying towards them. "Kill our way out." Yuao Qing made a prompt decision. The Red Cloud disciples quickly took out their weapons and followed her into the swarm. There were a lot of insects, but their levels should be very low. The 5 Red Cloud disciples formed a triangle, and after a while, they actually killed these insects in droves. This gave them some hope, and they began to work even harder. Yang Kai followed behind them, perhaps because the attacks of the 5 Red Cloud disciples attracted the attention of these insects. He was safe and sound, not being targeted by the insects. "Old demon, what the hell is this?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. "This old servant has never seen it before." "You haven't seen it before?" Yang Kai was speechless. The old demon helplessly said, "Please forgive me, young master, I have lived for so long yet I am still ignorant." This old demon, in a life or death situation, he still has the mood to talk nonsense. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly saw Qi Yuan reach out towards him, grabbing his collar and throwing him out. There were too many insects nearby, and for a moment he was unable to deal with them, so he wanted to use Yang Kai as a shield. Yang Kai's face went cold, knowing that he could no longer hide. His hands shot out, grabbing Qi Yuan's arm, and as he was about to be thrown out, he flipped over, neutralizing his strength. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai twisted his waist and threw him towards the swarm of insects. Ah! Qi Yuan was stunned, not understanding how he was thrown out, and in the next moment his body was surrounded by insects, screaming miserably. "Qi Yuan!" Zhang Yu shouted in horror, immediately staring coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, his true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly erupting, his body glowing red like a burning fireball. The 4 Red Cloud disciples were stunned by this sudden change. They never thought that the ordinary person they had been working with for several days would have such a change. Not paying attention to the 4 Red Cloud disciples, Yang Kai directly rushed in the direction Qi Yuan had been thrown out. The swarm of insects quickly surrounded him, but in front of the blazing true Yang Yuan Qi, these small winged things were simply unable to withstand a single blow, falling down like dumplings, unable to fly even close to Yang Kai's body. The 4 Red Cloud disciples watched as Yang Kai, wrapped in the blazing Yuan Qi, broke through a gap, and elegantly left. Ah! Miao Lin was shocked, unable to close his mouth. Don't be distracted, follow me out. Yuao Qing bitterly glared at Yang Kai's back, gritting her teeth so hard they almost broke. It turned out that this person was not an ordinary person, but a cultivator who had hidden his strength. Chapter 185. Before, when he saw Yuao Qing and the others being so flustered, Yang Kai thought that these insects would be very difficult to deal with, but now that he had personally dealt with them, he discovered that this was not the case. Perhaps Yuao Qing and the others were difficult to deal with, but for him, it was a piece of cake. The wings of these little things were fragile, and their level was low. He didn't even need to make a move, just his hot yang qi was enough to burn their wings. Without the ability to fly, they could not pose much of a threat to Yang Kai. Their only advantage was their large numbers, and they could dig holes, shuttling through the ground. Their movements were extremely convenient, and they often jumped out from under Yang Kai's feet to attack him. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai quickly escaped the encirclement of the insects. After rushing forward a few miles, he suddenly stopped. He found that there was a hazy fog in front of him. It was the same fog that had just melted the ordinary person. What happened? Did he run back? Yang Kai was a little uncertain, and quickly ran along the edge of the fog, hoping to find a way out. But half an hour later, when a skeleton appeared in front of Yang Kai, his expression could not help but change. This skeleton belonged to the ordinary person who had just been melted. Not giving up, he continued to run. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Not far in front of him, there was another corpse, but it was gnawed beyond recognition. The clothes on the corpse were familiar to Yang Kai, it was the uniform of the Red Cloud sect's disciples. And judging from the weapon beside him, this person was the one he had thrown out before, Qi Yuan. After running for so long, he was actually running in circles. The surrounding area of more than a dozen miles had been completely surrounded by the highly toxic fog. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized that these insects weren't as easy to deal with as they appeared to be. They were indeed unable to withstand a single blow from his yang qi, but he didn't know what kind of ability they had to actually use this highly toxic gas to seal off this large area. Unless he broke through the fog, there was no way to leave. Could he withstand the erosion of the fog? Yang Kai was not sure. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to test the waters. Arriving at the edge of the fog, Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand with a cold expression. His true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit, and he even used the unyielding will. As soon as his fingers touched the fog, Yang Kai retracted his hand as fast as lightning. A series of crackling sounds came from his fingertips. Looking down, Yang Kai's face sank. The piece of flesh at the tip of his finger was almost melted. A piercing pain came, and Yang Kai decisively cut off the piece of flesh. He tore off his clothes and wrapped them around his wound. After which, he took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. He had just separated from Yuao Qing and the others nearby, but where were they now? With the fog surrounding them, no one could escape. There were no other corpses here, so where did they go? Sha sha sha, wang wang wang, countless insects were like fish that smelled blood. They closed in on Yang Kai again. Yang Kai's expression changed. Forcing his true Yang Yuan Qi out of his body, he rushed to meet the insects head-on. It was as easy as before. After the wings of these strange insects were burned, they fell to the ground. However, their numbers did not decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more of them. Only God knew how many strange insects were hidden here. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Yang Kai ran while killing these little things. After circling several times around this area, he still could not find the slightest way out. He could not help feeling anxious. Although he had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian, enough to support his slaughter, his physical strength was always limited. If his physical strength was exhausted, even if he had more yang liquid, he could only sit and wait for death. Young master, this kind of insect monster beast generally has an insect king, just like a bee. At the critical moment, the old demon spoke. What do you mean? Yang Kai took the time to ask. Old servant is saying that if we can control the insect king, we may be able to escape from here. Do you know where the insect king is? Ahem. Old servant does not know. Yang Kai was not in the mood to blame the old demon for his nonsense, but he had thought of a possibility. Perhaps, these insects besieging him was not to kill him, but to hunt him down. The disappearance of Yu Ao Qing and the others, and the absence of any corpses, was the best proof. These Red Cloud sect disciples were most likely captured by these insects and taken somewhere. And that place should be the insect's nest. The same was true for the bees. Some bees were collecting honey outside, bringing it back for the queen bee to enjoy. Was it possible to interpret the behavior of these insects as collecting honey? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. A bold plan slowly took shape in his mind. Carefully speculating about the success rate of this plan, Yang Kai put away his true Yang Yuan Qi, panting heavily as he looked at the insects. Yang Kai no longer resisted, and the insects no longer attacked, instead surrounding him layer by layer. Young master, what are you doing? The old demon was shocked. Doing an experiment. Yang Kai's face was calm. He could not escape the fog surrounding him, and if he continued to fight like this, sooner or later he would die of exhaustion, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to fight back. If his guess was right, there would be some hope of survival. After confronting each other for a moment, the insects suddenly separated from each other and flew towards Yang Kai. The old demon shouted, "Young master, you can't just sit here and wait for death. Shut up." Yang Kai did not want to listen to him, all of his attention was focused on the dozens of insects rushing over, his whole body tensed up like a bow, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But to his delight and spirits, after these insects flew onto him, they actually didn't have any intention of killing him. Instead, they dragged, pulled, knocked, and pushed him, and pulled him towards a certain direction. Sure enough. Yang Kai's mouth bloomed into a smile. In this way, it could explain why there were no corpses of Yu Ao Qing and the others. Presumably, these people were also exhausted from fighting and were caught by the insects. Surrounded by tens of thousands of insects, the scene was a bit frightening, but Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he walked in the direction these insects were pulling him. Not long after, he came to a large pit. In this large pit, there was a dark cave, like the mouth of a man-eating beast, extremely ferocious. Yang Kai saw a tattered skirt at the mouth of the cave. The color and material were somewhat familiar, it was Yu Ao Qing's. They had really been caught. The speculation in his heart had been completely confirmed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about, and without waiting for the insects to urge him, he jumped directly into the cave. An unpleasant stench hit him in the face. The inside of this cave was full of twists and turns, and the underground was full of tunnels opened by the insects. It looked like a completely different world. As Yang Kai walked, he paid attention to the direction, and secretly left some marks where he passed. In the tunnels, from time to time, he could see many insects running back and forth. Moreover, the insects here were not only the size of bowls, there seemed to be many different kinds of insects. Some were almost the size of a person, some were the size of wash basins, some were the size of buckets, some were the size of basins, some were the size of buckets. They all looked extremely frightening. Because, he had actually become a prisoner of a group of insects. Wait until I find your insect king, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Led by the insects, Yang Kai walked for a long time in the tunnel before arriving at a relatively spacious space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this place was a cave, but it was actually a place where the insects stored their food. Because when Yang Kai came in, he found that the Red Cloud sect people were all trapped here. Many eyes looked at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai heard a burst of malicious and gloating laughter. It was coming from Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect people were more or less injured, and were sitting on the ground dispiritedly, all of them looking at Yang Kai with unkind eyes. The insects escorted Yang Kai here and then left, but outside the cave, there were several large insects taller than humans guarding, apparently to prevent these people from escaping. Entering the cave, Yang Kai did not pay attention to the Red Cloud sect people, and found a remote corner to sit down cross-legged. Yuao Qing stared coldly at Yang Kai, seeing him close his eyes in concentration, not speaking at all. She could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and lightly glanced at her. "Why did you sneak onto my Red Cloud sect's ship and hide your strength? Why are you so scheming?" Yuao Qing asked in succession. Yang Kai looked at her disdainfully, slowly saying, "First, it was not me who wanted to sneak onto your ship, it was your Red Cloud sect who brought me here. Second, if I did not hide my strength, would I still be alive? Third, I have plotted and schemed only to survive. Woman, don't question me with that arrogant face. If not for your Red Cloud sect capturing people everywhere, how could I be here? You dare talk to me like that?" Yuao Qing sneered. "Do you think you are so noble?" Yang Kai disdainfully said. "Senior Sister Qing, don't talk nonsense with him, he just killed Brother Qi Yuan." Miao Lin stared hatefully at Yang Kai. "We have to avenge Brother Qi Yuan." "Ha!" Yang Kai laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Miao Lin gnashed his teeth at Yang Kai. "Do you not know how to write the word death? Idiot." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. "When I was working on the ship, I heard this woman tell your elder you that when we found Hidden Island, she would throw you into the sea. It's ridiculous that you didn't know." Yuao Qing panicked and quickly said, "I didn't say that." Then she glanced at Miao Lin and explained, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Miao Lin looked at Yang Kai and said, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense, slandering Senior Sister Qing?" "Senior Sister Qing, you don't have to explain, I know you won't do that." Only then did Yuao Qing nod. Whether she said it or not, she knows best. Yang Kai said coldly, looking at Yuao Qing, "You better not do anything, or you may alarm those insects." Yuao Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in her heart. She knew that what Yang Kai said was true. While they were talking, the big insects guarding outside had been alerted and were now poking their heads out to look at them. Although she wanted to kill Yang Kai, she really didn't dare to do it. The verbal confrontation was tasteless. Yang Kai just wanted to plant a thorn in Miao Lin's heart. After all, they were outnumbered. If they really wanted to deal with him, he would certainly not be able to get away with it. Only by making them suspect each other could he keep himself safe. Chapter 186. In the dark cave, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect members were on both sides, all recovering. From time to time, there would be a rustling sound coming from outside. It was the swarm of insects running back and forth. The 4 Red Cloud sect members were obviously not willing to sit still and wait for death. After recovering, they wanted to rush out. While they were recovering, they were also discussing, whispering to each other, guarding against Yang Kai's eavesdropping. After almost a day and a night, they were finally ready to move. Sneakily getting up, they slowly approached Yang Kai. Yuao Qing's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, so was Miao Lin. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Qian, they were following closely behind. Just as they approached Yang Kai, less than a foot away, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, looking at them with a smile. The 4 Red Cloud sect members paused. Let me guess. Yang Kai remained calm, his voice was also very low, in order not to disturb those insects. You don't want to kill me now, do you? Yuao Qing was as cold as ice. Hearing this she said, you know. Of course I know, isn't this what you're good at? Letting others take the lead, taking the risk for you, I've already learned many times along the way. You want me to lead the charge, don't you? Yuao Qing nodded slightly, coldly saying, since you know, don't try to resist, otherwise you'll be in for a treat. Yang Kai snorted, indeed, I'm not your opponent, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to expend some effort. If you're not afraid our fighting will disturb those insects, feel free to try. Yuao Qing's expression froze, the reason why she was so careful. She was afraid of attracting the attention of those insects outside. Yang Kai obviously understood what she was planning, so his voice was also very low. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about me. If you want to escape, you'll have to rely on your own ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I won't be your vanguard. Don't you want to escape? Yuao Qing saw that her threats had failed, her tone slightly eased. These insects brought us here, definitely not for good, staying here will only lead to death. You and we will rush out together. Maybe there is still a way out. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. I want to escape, but I don't want to be used by others. Furthermore, even if I were to open the way for you. Now that we've all escaped with our lives, how would I know that you won't do anything to me? I can make you a promise. Yuao Qing, seeing Yang Kai show signs of loosening his grip, hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, as long as you take the lead and we can escape, no one from the Red Cloud sect will bother you. You don't have to say any more. I won't believe a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. Yang Kai sneered and closed his eyes. Yuao Qing and the others did not know that the outside had been surrounded by the fog created by these insects, but Yang Kai was clear. Even if they were lucky enough to escape this worm cave, they wouldn't be able to run too far. Since that was the case, why waste this energy? Senior Sister Qing, kill him. It's useless to keep him around. Miao Lin had long wanted to kill Yang Kai. Now that he couldn't use him, he naturally wanted to kill him. Yuao Qing took a deep breath. Slowly, she shook her head. In this situation, escaping was the most important thing. Although this young man was hateful, if she really killed him, it would definitely alarm those insects, and the gains would not make up for the losses. You can escape as you wish, I won't ruin your plan. I also want to see if you can really leave this place. Yang Kai grinned at Yuao Qing. I hope you'll be bitten by those insects and die without a burial site. Yuao Qing viciously cursed Yang Kai, then turned to the other three and said, let's go. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples quietly left the cave. Perhaps because it was night, the several large insects guarding outside were not disturbed by their actions, still standing there foolishly. Soon, the 4 figures disappeared into the tunnel. But after half a cup of tea's time, there was a burst of fierce fighting outside, mixed with the shouts of the 4 Red Cloud sect disciples. Apparently, they had been exposed and were being targeted by those insects. The sound of fighting gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer, unmoved, still calmly meditating. In fact, escaping from this insect cave was not difficult, because these insects were not very difficult to deal with. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples were able to escape when they were discovered, so naturally Yang Kai could do the same. The only thing that trapped him was that strange fog. He did not know how those insects created it, but its lethality was so great that Yang Kai was quite afraid of it. After about 2 hours, Kai Yang heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from outside. Opening his eyes, he saw Yuao Qing, her hair disheveled, looking exhausted, followed by Luo Qian, followed by Miao Lin. Zhang Yu was not here, so she should be dead. After those insects sent the 3 of them here again, the outer perimeter was much tighter. At this moment, the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples were no longer as domineering as before, all that was left was despair and exhaustion. Their bodies were covered with large and small wounds, looking extremely miserable. They did manage to escape from the insect cave, but they were chased by the insects that blotted out the sky and earth. In the end, they were unable to kill them all and were surrounded. After that, they were escorted back here. Yuao Qing and Luo Qian both squatted on the ground, their tender bodies trembling. Miao Lin was not much better. Glaring at Yang Kai, Yuao Qing was really afraid that he would hit her when she was down, but Yang Kai did not pay attention to her, still meditating with his eyes closed. Senior Sister Qing. Senior Sister Zhang Yu was dragged away by those insects. Where did they take her? Luo Qian asked in a trembling voice. How would I know? Yuao Qing replied somewhat impatiently. Do we not care about her? How? We can't even protect ourselves now, how can we take care of her? Yuao Qing clenched her fists. When Zhang Yu was separated from them, she did not die, but was seriously injured, and then was dragged to another tunnel by those insects. What kind of fate awaited her? Yuao Qing did not know. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a very mournful scream in the tunnel. The scream was extremely tragic, as if someone was being tortured. It was Zhang Yu's voice. Yuao Qing and Luo Qian turned pale, their bodies trembling even more. Miao Lin sat down on the ground. What happened to Senior Sister Zhang Yu? Who is torturing her? The blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. It was clear that they were enduring unimaginable pain. The 2 women in the cave quickly covered their ears, no longer daring to listen. Yang Kai's heart was indifferent. Although these disciples of the Red Cloud sect were not good people, along the way, they were quite supportive of Yuao Qing's practice of using ordinary people as pawns. However, killing people was only a matter of time, but to be tortured before death was very cruel. Especially this torture. It was not given by humans. Zhang Yu's screams gradually weakened, and soon disappeared. Oh, we're dead. We definitely can't get out. Miao Lin was a little scared. His strength was the lowest among the group, only in the Qi transformation stage. If it were not for the Red Cloud sect wanting to obtain information about the hidden island from him, how could they have brought him along? He thought it was an opportunity to show his face in the sect, but he did not expect to repeatedly encounter such a disaster. Now that he was in a dead-end situation, how could Miao Lin, this debauchee young master who was addicted to wine and women, bear it? No, we will get out of here alive. Senior Sister Qing will take us out, right? Luo Qian shook her head vigorously. So naive that it made people feel sad. We can't get out, no one can leave here alive. Miao Lin said in a daze. Shut up. Yuao Qing coldly rebuked. She turned to look at the always calm Yang Kai, compared to her junior brother and junior sister, and compared to herself, she suddenly discovered this young man's psychological quality. He was more determined than anyone else in the room. From beginning to end, he did not panic, nor did he have the slightest uneasiness, he just sat there quietly, so calm that it made people look at him in a new light. But Yuao Qing did not believe that he was willing to die. As time slowly passed, Miao Lin and Luo Qian's panic spread. Fear reached the limit, both of them were a little nervous. Although Yuao Qing's psychological quality was strong, it was not that strong. Squatting in the corner, holding her knees with both hands, she kept trembling. At this moment, she regretted very much. She regretted not following the big ship to explore the hidden island. She regretted not going to find her father when the ship was destroyed. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into this situation. If she had used Xiu Ping's protection, it would have been better than the current situation. But at that time it was so chaotic, Yuao Qing did not know whether her father was still alive. After all, under the attack of the giant tentacle, even a supreme elder like Ding Jiazi died. Yu Xiu Ping, a Yuan Qi ninth stage cultivator. If he died there, it was normal. But, father, if you are alive, where are you? Her daughter was about to die. She called out to the heavens, but there was no answer. The proud Yuao Qing could not help but shed some tears. She did not know how much time had passed, but just as Yuao Qing was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard some heavy breathing sound in front of her. Yuao Qing was shocked. Opening her eyes, she saw Miao Lin approaching her with a crazed look on his face. His eyes were burning with undisguised passion. Miao Lin, what are you doing? Yuao Qing shouted coldly, involuntarily shrinking back. Senior Sister Qing. Miao Lin licked his dry lips and smiled. Junior brother is deeply in love with you, senior sister knows, right? Yuao Qing frowned. She found that Miao Lin's situation was somewhat wrong. It seemed that under great pressure, his psychological defense was broken. Senior sister is like a goddess, junior brother is very fond of you, every night he dreams of you. Miao Lin continued to approach Yuao Qing, his mouth affectionately confessing. His words immediately changed. In the dream, we are honest with each other, making love with each other, you don't know how happy we are. These words made Yuao Qing a little angry, and she slapped Miao Lin's shoulder. How could Miao Lin resist? He flew back, but Yuao Qing was already exhausted, and her palm did not have much power, so naturally it did not hurt Miao Lin. Standing up again, Miao Lin still approached Yuao Qing with an obscene smile, shamelessly saying, junior brother knows, senior sister's status is noble, and has always been a person with eyes above the top of her head. Because of this, I'm afraid senior sister hasn't had sex yet, right? Chapter 187. Miao Lin's words were so blunt, his intentions were obvious. Yuao Qing's pretty face turned coldly saying, if you dare talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Hey! Miao Lin was not afraid. Anyway, we're all going to die, what difference does it make? Senior sister, you've already lived in this world, are you willing to die with your virginity? This is too much of a pity, it's better to let junior brother serve you tonight, let you taste the most wonderful pleasure in the world, then you can die without regrets. Yuao Qing gasped heavily, obviously enraged, her eyes cold as ice as she glared at Miao Lin. She had not expected that under the tremendous pressure of life and death, this junior brother she had always looked down upon would be so bold and crazy, even attempting to encroach on her. But Yuao Qing obviously would not let him do as he pleased. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. As long as Miao Lin dared to come closer, she would not hesitate to kill him. Miao Lin also saw this point. He was determined to go all out to get close to her, but he could not summon up the courage to do so. He and Yuao Qing were in a deadlock for a long time before he smiled and retreated. Yuao Qing could not help but relax. In this kind of place, unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to fight with anyone. Silence reigned in the cave. But this silence did not last long. After about an incense stick worth of time, heavy breathing of a man and a woman could be heard at the same time. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing both frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. With just a glance, Yang Kai was speechless, and Yuao Qing was also stunned. Miao Lin did not manage to persuade Yuao Qing, but at this moment, he was actually kissing Luo Qian passionately. Perhaps it was Miao Lin's flowery words that worked, or perhaps it was the pressure of death that she needed to relax, or perhaps it was because Luo Qian was not a strong woman, but she and Miao Lin were hugging each other, rolling on the ground, hugging and groping each other, kissing fiercely. As if there was no one else around, the scene was hot and humid. Listening to the passionate breathing in the cave, Yang Kai's blood began to flow faster. His throat was burning, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. He had been separated from Su Yan for 3 or 4 months now, and with the passage of time and the improvement of his own strength, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him had also become deeper and deeper. Previously, when he was exploring the hidden island on the Red Cloud Sex ship, it was still fine. In those days, he had to be careful everywhere, and there was no time to think about too many things. Later, when he was trapped in the hidden island, he had to act with Yuao Qing and the others, even though sometimes his heart would involuntarily have some thoughts. However, Yang Kai was able to suppress it with his own willpower. If nothing unexpected happened, Yang Kai believed that he could hold on for a long time until he returned to High Heaven Pavilion to find Su Yen for dual cultivation. But, even if you beat Yang Kai to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when someone would act out a live sex scene in front of him, just 3 feet away from him, right under his nose. This kind of stimulation was more intense than any verbal or physical seduction. This is from the visual. His sense of hearing, smell, and omnidirectional stimulation. Even a saint would have some ripples in his heart, not to mention Yang Kai, who was deeply affected by the joyous unification art. It was like a beggar who had been hungry for several months, suddenly having a table full of delicacies placed in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't wait to slap Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian to death. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable all over. How could the other outsider, Yuao Qing, not feel uncomfortable? At first, she was stunned, her cheeks flushed red. Then, her small mouth opened slightly, and she was stunned. It wasn't until Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled over to her feet, their clothes in disarray and their breathing heavy, that they finally woke up from their stupor and hurriedly ran towards Yang Kai's direction. The cave was not big, so when Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled on the ground, the space left for Yang Kai and Yuao Qing was very small. The scene was a bit strange and bizarre, perhaps it was rare to see such a scene in thousands of years. A man and a woman were passionately venting on the ground, while another man and woman sat on the side and watched. No matter how one looked at it, this was the extravagant life of the rich. Adulterous couple. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing cursed in their hearts almost at the same time. But at this time, who could blame Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian? Yuao Qing was almost ashamed, and Yang Kai was not in the mood to meddle in other people's business. He was desperately trying to suppress the surging desire in his heart. Their breathing became heavier and heavier, and their clothes were scattered all over the ground. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian soon faced each other, the air was humid, and the scene was very charming. Accompanied by a suppressed cry of surprise, immediately there was the sound of waves and a man and a woman moaning. Yuao Qing almost involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai. At this time, she felt that this boy was the only one she could rely on, at least, compared to the confused Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, he was much more reliable. Get out of my way. Yang Kai was already struggling to resist, but Yuao Qing was still recklessly sticking to him. Her soft tender body in the scent of a young girl wafted out, almost making Yang Kai's efforts go to waste. The rough attitude and the low cursing made Yuao Qing sober up a little. She angrily turned to stare at Yang Kai, but found that the other party was staring at her with a pair of scarlet eyes. These eyes, compared to Miao Lin's, they were filled with even more madness. Yuao Qing's whole body went cold, only then did she remember that the boy beside her was also a man. She hurriedly dodged to the side, but the intense panting and moaning were like a demonic sound pouring into her ears, causing her body and mind to undulate along with it. Her entire body felt somewhat warm, as if there was a ball of fire burning in her lower abdomen, even the breath she exhaled was scorching hot. A feeling she had never felt before spread throughout her body, making her feel weak and weak. In a panic, Yuao Qing hurriedly covered her ears with both hands, squatting to the side with an aggrieved expression, shaking her head vigorously. She had always been high and mighty in Red Cloud sect. Usually, any male of the same generation who saw her would be courteous, either showing off their great strength or their profound knowledge. She had never even heard of the matters between men and women, let alone someone who dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. Those weird noises and exaggerated movements were like sledgehammers smashing on her head, making her dizzy and almost unable to think. Time passed so slowly, every breath seemed to be a kind of torture. She did not know how much time had passed, but Yuao Qing heard that junior sister Luo let out a high-pitched and sharp cry, like a dying scream. Even her breathing had stopped. This made her panic. Junior sister Luo was also dead. But then, this junior sister Luo inconceivably came back to life. She began to babble again. At this moment, Yuao Qing no longer had the arrogance of the past. She was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of its thorns. She only wanted a quiet place to rest. Yang Kai was also unable to bear it. He felt that if he did not make a move, he was destined to fall. But before he could do anything, many large insects rushed in from the outside, arriving in front of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian. It raised its sharp claws high up in the air and stabbed down fiercely. Real screams came out. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were almost penetrated together, and then dragged out by those large insects. "Senior Sister Qing, save me!" Luo Qianqian shouted in panic. Yuao Qing was only trembling. How could she have the ability to save her? Blood was scattered along the road. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were dragged away by the large insects, gradually moving away. Not long after, the mournful screams gradually weakened, and finally disappeared. As Miao Lin had said before, to be able to have a good time before death, she could die with no regrets. After waiting for the two people's voices to disappear for a long time, Yuao Qing quietly let go of her ears and turned to look. After finding that they were no longer there, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. That scene just now had really embarrassed her to the point of being unable to show her face. So even if she knew that her junior brother and junior sister were dead, she did not feel the slightest regret, only relief. Just as she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly found that the boy was looking at her with a greedy gaze. Immediately, he jumped up, like a cheetah hunting for prey, fiercely pouncing towards her. He was panting heavily, and his breath was boiling hot. Just like the presumptuous Miao Lin, no, even crazier than Miao Lin. "You court death!" Yuao Qing shouted, raising her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sent out a palm, Burning Sun's three-layer blast. 3 fierce bursts of true Yang Yuan Qi rushed into Yuao Qing's delicate arm. Poor her, a dignified separation and reunion boundary 6th-stage cultivator, who had just fought a battle with the insect swarm, had not yet recovered much Yuan Qi, and her mind was unstable, unable to display even 30% of her strength. How could she withstand Yang Kai's strange move? When the first burst of Yuan Qi burst out, she easily resolved it, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the second burst of Yuan Qi violently erupted. Yuao Qing panicked and circulated her Yuan Qi to resist, finally managing to avoid danger. When the third burst of Yuan Qi burst out, Yuao Qing's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Screaming, she flew out like a broken kite. Her jade arm was broken. The pain was so excruciating that she almost burst into tears on the spot. Not waiting for her to get up, Yang Kai had already pounced on her and sent out another palm, dislocating her other arm. Yuao Qing endured the pain, bent her knee, and viciously kicked Yang Kai's crotch. Yang Kai nimbly turned over, barely avoiding it, but with a sweep of his hand, Yuao Qing let out a muffled groan, her thighs softly falling to the ground. With 3 of her 4 limbs broken, Yuao Qing could not even stand up, let alone attack. She stared blankly as the young man's eyes turned red. Like a bull in heat, he bent down and leaned over her body, wantonly kissing her neck and cheeks. Her chest was kneaded by his hand. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He only had violence and recklessness on his body. "No, don't." Yuao Qing struggled, crying, listening to the sound of her clothes being torn, but she could not resist at all. The jade body that countless Red Cloud sect disciples dreamed of, but had no chance to get close to, gradually appeared in this cave, white and delicate, her skin as white as snow, delicate, her figure impressive. The young man kissed her all the way down, no, nibbled. Yuao Qing could clearly feel that there were rows of teeth marks left on her body. A sense of humiliation welled up in her heart. Yuao Qing's heart almost died. This young man, at this moment, seemed to have changed into a different person. He was like a demon full of evil, bloodthirsty and cruel to the point of making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 188. Her only remaining snow-white underwear was also torn apart by him, revealing Yuao Qing's naked body. While she was crying and begging for mercy, Yang Kai pulled at his clothes and quickly got up, his throat emitting a low roar. The red cloud sect's proud daughter of heaven was powerless to resist, slowly closing her eyes, no longer crying, no longer begging for mercy, letting the tears fall from her eyes. Perhaps, what Miao Lin said before was right. She was about to die, what was there to protect? Although this boy now looked violent and evil, compared to that scum Miao Lin, at least he was much better. A sharp pain came from her chest, it was from being pinched. Yuao Qing could not help but cry out miserably. Just when she thought she was doomed to lose her innocence, and was about to be defiled, the boy riding on her suddenly stopped. Yuao Qing opened her eyes slightly, only to see that he was still staring at her with those red eyes. Those eyes were also filled with lust, greed, and possessiveness, but from time to time, there seemed to be a trace of struggle and resistance flashing across them. The hot air from his nostrils was enough to melt gold and break iron. His eyebrows were tightly knit, and his face was filled with pain, as if he was enduring something. Suddenly, this boy's body erupted with a palpitating energy, making him look more and more evil. Following the eruption of this energy, his strength actually increased at an unimaginable speed. Qi Transformation Level 4, Level 5. Level 8, Level 9, Separation and Reunion Boundary Yuan Qi Fluctuations. Until he broke through to Separation and Reunion Boundary second stage, it slowly stabilized. With the improvement of his strength, the madness in his eyes became more and more intense, but that kind of struggle and resistance also became more and more violent. Suddenly, he climbed down from her, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gritting his teeth and growling, "Stay away from me. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." Yuao Qing, who thought she was doomed, was stunned. As if she had been granted amnesty, she struggled to pick up a piece of clothing with her broken arm, covering her white and flawless body. Bending her good leg, she slowly moved to the edge of the corner, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai was very sober. From beginning to end, his consciousness was clear, including when he pounced on Yuao Qing, including tearing off her clothes and ravaging her body. However, this kind of instinctive impulse had reached its peak under the stimulation of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian. It was impossible to control it. While enjoying the release of the desire buried deep in his bones, Yang Kai was also resisting its influence on him. In the end, he had no choice but to use the unyielding will to suppress it. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally understood what Su Yan meant when she said this kind of desire was hard to resist. If the woman he was alone with wasn't Yuao Qing, if Su Yan was nearby, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, Yang Kai would have gone to find her. The blood and qi in his chest roiled fiercely. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body was calling out, yearning for a woman's soft and fragrant comfort. The Yuan Qi was restless and violent, rolling up the entire cave, whimpering and whistling, disturbing the big insects that were probing around to investigate. On his upper body, his skin was blood red, looking very frightening. However, not too far away from him, there was a completely naked beauty who had no strength to resist. As long as he was willing, he could take her for himself at any time and taste the wonderful taste of pleasure. For the current Kai Yang, this was undoubtedly another kind of test. Trying not to think about her, even Su Yan's figure was forcibly erased from his mind by Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed himself in his own body, constantly circulating his true Yang secret art, endlessly feeling the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton to distract himself. Last time, He had comprehended the unyielding will from the unyielding golden skeleton, but Yang Kai knew that there were still some things hidden in his golden skeleton. His strength was not enough, and his perception was not enough, so he could not comprehend them for the time being. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, Yang Kai once again deeply felt the unyielding golden skeleton. He did not seek to comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, only to stabilize his irritable desire. The effect was not bad. Although the situation was not alleviated, at least it had stabilized. Yuao Qing was also tactful, knowing that Yang Kai must be desperately resisting her, so naturally she did not dare to make any noise, lest she attract Yang Kai's attention. She just curled up in the cave, motionless. As time passed, Yang Kai's situation gradually improved, his irritable mood slowly calming down, and his surging yuan qi also showed signs of being restrained. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai's violent aura disappeared, the cave once again returned to calm. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, and the temporary increase in strength from the unyielding will also slowly disappeared, and his realm fell. Separation and reunion first stage. Qi transformation 9th stage, 8th stage. 5th stage. He had stabilized. This time, he had successfully resisted the desire in his heart, and his strength had actually increased by a stage. Although this was an unexpected gain, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He frowned slightly, sitting there motionless, lost in thought. This time, while comprehending the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, although he hadn't gained anything, it wasn't like he hadn't made any progress. Somehow, Kai Yang felt like there was a layer of shackles blocking his path. As long as he could break through this shackles, the other mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton would appear. Unfortunately, his current strength and understanding of the martial Tao were still too weak, not enough to break this shackles. He could only wait for another opportunity to comprehend it. Letting out a long breath, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, glancing at Yuao Qing who was staring at him in the corner. In her beautiful eyes, there was panic, but also a trace of resentment and resentment. Any woman who encountered such a situation would not be able to remain calm. Yang Kai stood up and walked towards her step by step. "Don't come here." Yuao Qing shouted fiercely, her body trying to retreat, but behind her was the cave wall, where could she retreat to? Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile, slowly squatting down in front of her. "Get out of my way." Yuao Qing's hands were unable to move, but she steeled her heart and slammed her head into Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move, letting her head hit his forehead. With a loud thud, Yuao Qing was on the verge of collapsing, her bright forehead suddenly turning red. Yang Kai reached out a hand, grabbed her dislocated arm, pulled it down and pushed it up. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Yuao Qing screamed, the pain made her sweat for a moment, instinctively swinging her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai countered with a palm, defusing her attack, coldly saying, "If you want to die, I can kill you now." The cold tone, the cold look in his eyes, made Yuao Qing stunned on the spot, only then did she realize that her dislocated arm had been fixed. Ignoring her murderous gaze, Yang Kai reached out and rubbed her thigh, circulating his yuan qi to resolve the internal injury there. A warm feeling came, making Yuao Qing somewhat unbearable. After dealing with her injured arm and thigh, Yang Kai slowly got up and sat to the side. Yuao Qing looked at him incredulously, she could not believe that this young man would treat her so kindly. Not long ago, he used a kind of overbearing method to destroy her body in an attempt to possess her. She had no friendship with him at all, and even had a grudge against him. Why would he do this? Unable to understand, Yuao Qing clenched her teeth, secretly observing Yang Kai while putting on her clothes. Hearing this movement, Yang Kai naturally knew what she was doing. Without opening his eyes, he knew that there must be endless scenery, causing people to daydream, but unexpectedly, he did not have much of a reaction. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was the accumulation of these past few months, all of which had been resolved during the resistance, so he could be so calm. This was a good way to cultivate one's mind, accumulate for a period of time, then find a way to resist. Once the resistance was successful, whether it was strength or state of mind, both could be improved. Inadvertently, Yang Kai found a suitable cultivation path for himself. The cave was quiet again. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing sat at opposite ends of the cave, one waiting patiently, the other frightened. No one spoke. About a day later, there was a sudden movement outside. It was the big insects coming to catch them again. Yang Kai's expression shook, opening his eyes, but Yuao Qing was terrified, afraid that she would follow in the footsteps of her junior brother and junior sister. Just as she was worried, she saw Yang Kai stand up on his own and walk out. He wasn't trying to save Yuao Qing out of kindness. This woman's heart was vicious. She was definitely not a good person. Not to mention that Kai Yang hadn't done anything to her before. Even if they had a physical relationship, Kai Yang wouldn't have let her live. Before, when he connected her arm, it was also to return a favor. After all, this breakthrough was also thanks to her. Letting her go, the two of them were even. No one owed the other. Yang Kai now took the initiative to come out. His main purpose was to find the Insect King. If he wanted to leave this damned place, he had to find the Insect King. Combined with what he had seen in the past few days and his own experience, Yang Kai was sure that these insects had captured them for the Insect King to enjoy. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai so tactful, the big insects were not as cruel as they had been to Miao Lin and Luo Qian, but one of them led the way, while the others pushed and bumped Yang Kai from behind, urging him to move faster. Yuao Qing stared at all of this in a daze, the corners of her mouth curling into a happy smile, but soon she began to cry again. She naturally wished for Yang Kai to die, but if Yang Kai really did die, she would be the only one left at this moment. Compared to that, she would rather Yang Kai live. After many twists and turns in the wormhole, Yang Kai did not know how long he had walked before he came to a huge cave. The big insects drove Yang Kai into the cave and did not follow. Old demon! Yang Kai vigilantly looked around while calling out in his mind. But the old demon, who was always on call, did not respond this time. Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that something had happened to him, so he hurriedly checked, and could not help but laugh. He didn't know when this old devil had sealed off his divine sense. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai unsealed him and asked. "Young master, are you done?" The old demon smiled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Chapter 189. Didn't you and that woman called Yuao Qing, hee. The old demon smiled wretchedly. Young master has said before that if you were alone with any woman, this old slave would have to seal his divine sense. This old slave will remember that. This really had been said before. Yang Kai nodded slightly, but did not explain, instead saying, "I'm afraid I'll have to see that Insect King soon. I'm going to try to subdue it. You stay by my side." Hearing that Yang Kai was going to do something serious, the old demon also quickly became serious. This old slave obeys. Yang Kai looked around and found that the cave was very spacious. Only an unpleasant stench was spreading in the cave. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still could not find the Insect King. Instead, he found a lot of bones and corpses in the cave. Zhang Yu, Miao Lin, and Luo Qian of the Red Cloud sect were all here. These three people seemed to have suffered great pain when they were alive. Their eyes were wide open, and their flesh and blood were shriveled up like dead wood, looking very frightening. Zhang Yu was the first to die, and was the most severely shriveled. Miao Lin was not much better than her. Only Luo Qian seemed to have some moisture in her flesh and blood, but only a little. "Young master, this Insect King seems to have sucked their flesh and blood dry," the old demon said in a deep voice. "N." Yang Kai nodded slightly, squatting down in front of Luo Qian's body. This Red Cloud sect disciple was having sex with Miao Lin when she was captured by the big insect, and at this moment she was still naked. The originally beautiful young girl's face was now terrible, it really made people sigh. Where was the insect king? Just as Yang Kai was vigilant and suspicious, Luo Qianqian's body seemed to move slightly, and then a golden light suddenly rushed out from her arm, directly attacking Yang Kai. Young master, be careful. Yang Kai was vigilant, although it happened suddenly, he was not flustered. Circulating his true Yang Yuan Qi, his footwork unfolded, and his figure flashed, appearing more than a dozen feet away. But before he could stand firm, he found that the golden light had actually arrived in front of him. So fast. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he flashed out again. Just like before, the golden light flew over again. Yang Kai heard a slight buzzing sound. In the golden light, he vaguely saw a figure that looked similar to those strange insects, but it was countless times smaller. This was the Bug King. Yang Kai originally thought that the Bug King would be a big guy, but he didn't expect it to be so small. However, the speed at which it flew was amazing. As the Bug King, it was definitely more ferocious and difficult to deal with than those strange insects. Not daring to be slow, Yang Kai used his footwork to circle around the insect king in the cave, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After 15 consecutive flashes, the insect king exhausted all of its Yuan Qi, but the distance between it and Yang Kai did not widen. Instead, it got closer. There was no way to avoid it anymore. Standing firm, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he punched out towards the golden light. The true Yang Yuan Qi fiercely erupted. A shocking thing happened. This punch did not send the Bug King flying. Instead, Yang Kai felt a pain in his fist, and the golden light disappeared without a trace. Hurriedly withdrawing his fist, Yang Kai looked aghast. He found that there was a small bloody hole in his fist, and under his skin, there was a bulge that drilled into the back of his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of insect is this? Yang Kai was scared out of his wits. He wanted to run over and subdue the Bug King, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. It actually drilled into his body. He quickly sat down cross-legged, carefully feeling his body, but there was nothing unusual. It was as if the bug drilled into his body and suddenly disappeared. Young master, do you feel anything wrong? The old demon asked in alarm. No. Yang Kai was also puzzled. Looking at the state of the Red Cloud people, the Bug King must have drilled into their bodies and sucked their flesh, but why was nothing happening to him? No, look carefully again. This old servant suddenly remembered an ancient insect that is somewhat similar to this thing. Yang Kai naturally knew that something was wrong. He quickly immersed his mind and investigated the arm that the Bug King drilled into. After a long time, he finally found some traces. This Bug King, at this moment, drilled into the star space on the back of his hand. This star space was opened by practicing the star mark martial skill. Usually, this space accumulates Yuan Qi, waiting for a time to erupt. According to the words of the old demon, this martial skill was a one-time deal. Once it was used, it was either you die or I die. Last time in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai also relied on the star mark to severely injure the turtle-shaped monster beast. This strange Bug King could actually drill into this space. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that the huge amount of Yuan Qi he had accumulated in the star space over the past few months was being crazily devoured. In just a moment, a quarter of the Yuan Qi was gone. Once it drilled in, Yang Kai had no way to get it out, unless he cut off his hand. When he told this to the old demon suddenly became anxious. Bad, bad. If it drains all the Yuan Qi, it will suck young master's flesh and blood. At that time, young master will definitely die, and if you die, this old servant will also be buried with you. What should we do? Yang Kai frowned, his mind turning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. He never thought that this bug king would be so strange that it could even devour the yuan qi. A moment later, the yuan qi in the star space decreased by a lot, and it was about to reach the bottom. The pitiful Yang Kai's star mark had been accumulating power for several months, but before it could even be used, the insect king had taken drastic measures against it. In order to prevent the bug king from having any ideas about his flesh and blood after devouring the yuan qi, Yang Kai hurriedly operated the true yang tactics and poured the true yang yuan qi in his meridians into the star space. The bug king became more and more excited as it devoured. Although this method could not cure the root of the problem, it could at least buy some time. Yang Kai and the old demon quickly thought of countermeasures. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Old demon, can you enter the star space?" The old demon was stunned. "Old servant has not tried, but even if old servant can enter, I am not the bug king's opponent. Its speed is too fast, and, maybe it can even devour divine souls." If that was the case, then the old demon was simply throwing himself into a trap. "Try and see if you can enter," Yang Kai urged. "Do you really want to go in?" The old demon was uneasy. "Don't talk nonsense." The old demon was helpless, but at this moment, Yang Kai was also in danger, so he could not escape. Bracing himself, he wrapped the soul breaker all around himself and came to the back of Yang Kai's hand, muttering a few words in fear, then rushed into the star space. A moment later, the old demon fled in panic. It can really devour divine souls. Old servant is terrified. Just now, if he had not run fast enough, if the bug king had not been devouring Yang Kai's yuan qi, he would not have been able to escape. "If you can go in, then it will be easy." Yang Kai smiled. "Young master, you have a countermeasure?" The old demon heard him say so and was overjoyed. "I'm not 100% sure, I'm just giving it a try," Yang Kai said, directly using the unyielding will to frantically extract the unyielding golden skeleton's energy. At the same time, the Dantian's yang liquid was constantly exploding, turning into a huge amount of energy and continuously pouring into the star space. Yang Kai's body could be said to have 3 energy warehouses. One was the star space on the back of his hand. This was the star mark's exclusive warehouse, so it stored the least amount of energy. The second was the Dantian's yang liquid. This was the foundation of Yang Kai's fighting strength. The power of all his martial skills and moves depended on the Dantian's yang liquid. The third, and also the largest warehouse, was the unyielding golden skeleton. The unyielding golden skeleton could accept any kind of energy. Yang Kai's pills, spirit grass, spirit fruit, spirit cultivation, as long as it was not of the yang attribute, it could all be stored here. Therefore, in terms of storage capacity, the unyielding golden skeleton's energy was many times greater than the total amount of yang liquid in the Dantian. At this moment, the yuan qi fluctuations emerging from Yang Kai's body could be said to be extremely terrifying. With the influx of energy, the bug king in the star space also began to devour it, becoming more and more intoxicated. "Young master, you." The old demon was stunned. "Are you trying to stuff it to death?" "It's best if it can, but if it can't, then you'll have to go in and fight." Yang Kai's answer was concise and comprehensive, and then he poured his energy into the star space. As time passed, the bug king that had drilled into the star space was gradually at a loss. It was somewhat intelligent, otherwise it would not have been able to command its subordinates to surround and capture prey. In the past, when it caught prey, it would first devour the various kinds of energy in the prey's body, and after swallowing the energy, it would then consume the flesh and blood of the prey. But this time, it found that something was wrong. The energy in the body of this new prey was actually endless, without the slightest sign of exhaustion. Although it was very happy at first and ate until it was full, its body soon began to swell. It could not eat anymore, but the energy still continued to pour into its body, causing it to become restless and restless, rushing left and right in the star space. However, it was easy to get in, but how could it be so easy to get out? Yang Kai had fought with it before and knew that it was extremely fast. Once it regained its freedom, it would be very difficult to capture, so naturally it was impossible to let it leave. The constant influx of energy was equivalent to sealing the exit, making it impossible for it to escape. Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit. More than half of the Yang liquid in the Dantian had burst open and poured into the star space, where it was completely swallowed by the Bug King. On the back of his hand, there seemed to be a buzzing sound as the Bug King tried to escape. With a fierce grin on his face, Yang Kai once again burst open a few drops of Yang liquid, along with the energy extracted from the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent them all into the star space. As the Yang liquid continued to explode, Kai Yang's flesh and blood had already turned red. His whole body was steaming hot, as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun. His skin was also oozing with blood. Old demon! Yang Kai felt that it was about time and called out in his mind. Seeing Yang Kai so determined, the old demon's heart became somewhat ruthless, and without hesitation, he drilled into the star space with the Soul Breaker All. Chapter 190. Yang Kai could feel that the old demon and the insect king were fighting fiercely in the star space on the back of his hand. Although the old demon wasn't the insect king's match at first, the insect king couldn't digest the energy it had swallowed. Its body became bloated and its speed was greatly reduced. The old demon was actually evenly matched with it. As time passed, the insect king swallowed more and more energy, and the old demon gradually turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. The Soul Breaker All displayed its power and forced the insect king to retreat, leaving wounds everywhere. The back of his hand was burning hot. After withstanding so much energy, Yang Kai himself was also injured. Looking down, the originally hidden star space was now blooming with light. As usual, the endless star field appeared before his eyes. In the star field, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see two figures, one black and one gold, crisscrossing each other. A burnt smell came out. It was because he had poured in too much true Yang Yuan Qi and burned his hand. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and continued to pour in true Yang Yuan Qi. The huge amount of Yuan Qi not only overwhelmed the insect king, but also affected the old demon. The old demon's divine soul and the Soul Breaker All were evil things. True Yang Yuan Qi was their nemesis. If it hadn't recognized Yang Kai as its master, the old demon wouldn't have been able to hide the Soul Breaker All in his body. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but now, the old demon faintly felt as if he was about to be melted by the extremely hot and Yang Yuan Qi. The old demon's heart was filled with uneasiness. It anxiously conveyed its thoughts to Yang Kai, but it still didn't get a response from Yang Kai. As if it had waited for thousands of years, the old demon vaguely heard Yang Kai's call. Come out. The old demon almost burst into tears. Just now, he even thought that Yang Kai was ruthless enough to destroy him and the insect king, so he didn't give him any response. Now that he heard the young master's call, he was moved to the point of dying for his friend. Not daring to linger, Yang Kai opened a gap in the star space. The old demon instantly fled. The insect king also wanted to run out, but the gap opened and closed. He didn't give it a chance at all. Star mark! Yang Kai bellowed as he slowly raised his right fist. The pattern of the endless star field hovered around him, rendering this gloomy cave into a starry sky. With a loud bang, the entire insect cave seemed to tremble a few times. Yang Kai even spat out a mouthful of blood. There were no traces of star mark in the surroundings, so the old demon saw everything that had happened. He was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master." "I'm fine." Yang Kai spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he panted heavily. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. On the back of his right hand, it was a bloody mess, and even the veins and white bones could be faintly seen. After carefully inspecting it, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. The insect king was already dead, and there was no longer any aura in its body. First, it had been fed so much energy by him. Then it was heavily injured by the old demon, and then it took a star mark. It was a miracle that it could survive. The old demon's heart trembled, and after a while, he sincerely said, "Young master, this old servant admires you." He couldn't help but admire Yang Kai's star mark. He didn't attack the target, but instead directly detonated it on the back of his hand. If there was even the slightest mistake, Yang Kai would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, Yang Kai controlled it very well. Most of the damage from this move was added to the insect king's body, and he only suffered a little bit. To be so ruthless to himself, this wasn't something a normal person could do. The old demon sincerely admired Yang Kai. "Be vigilant of your surroundings, I may need to recover for a few days." Yang Kai tore open his clothes and wrapped his injured right hand. After hurriedly warning him, he closed his eyes. The power of the star mark was enormous. In the past, Yang Kai was able to beat a rank 6 monster beast to the ground with a single punch. Now, even though he only suffered a little bit, it wasn't something a Qi-transforming stage 5 cultivator could deal with. His right hand was in severe pain, his Yuan Qi was in chaos, and his internal organs were somewhat displaced from the shock. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel gratified was that although the back of his hand was bloody, the star space still existed, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to use the star mark in the future. It took a lot of effort for Yang Kai to get his Yuan Qi in order. He constantly operated the True Yang secret art, controlling the True Yang Yuan Qi in his body to warm the injured area and remove the blood clots in his body. After 2 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Those insects didn't come in, right?" This was the problem he was most worried about. He didn't need to worry too much about those small insects, as they were low level, but there were a lot of them. But those large insects were clearly not low-level monster beast, any one of them was not much worse than the Red Cloud sect disciples. "No." The old demon replied, "Those insects didn't dare to come in here, this is the insect king's residence." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but feel that his injuries were healing much faster than before. He untied the cloth wrapped around his right hand. Although the back of his hand was still bloody, it was clearly healing quickly, and the white bones and veins could no longer be seen. The old demon seemed to know Yang Kai's doubts, and said, "Last time, young master refined a few drops of blood-congealing beads on the right peninsula of Red Cloud sect, and his blood and qi greatly increased. Naturally, his recovery is faster than before, and with more blood and qi, his vitality is more vigorous. So that's how it is." Yang Kai secretly nodded. "Young master, although the insect king is dead, did you feel that it left you something?" The old demon asked a question that made Yang Kai puzzled. "What is it?" "This old servant doesn't know, please examine it carefully." Listening to his serious tone, Yang Kai also frowned, and immersed himself in searching his body. After a long time, he really did find that there was something wrong with his body. There was an unusual energy settling in the dantian, but this was not the true Yang Yuan Qi that he cultivated, nor was it absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Staying in the dantian, if not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered it. "What's going on?" "The insect king's residual energy." Yang Kai was suspicious. Hearing him say this, the old demon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Sure enough." "What do you know? Tell me in detail." "Young master, do you remember this old servant saying that this thing is similar to an ancient insect that I know of?" Yang Kai nodded. At first, this old servant was only suspicious, but not sure. "After all, I have never seen this kind of thing with my own eyes, only heard about it. Later, when I fought with it, I was 50% to 60% sure. Now that the young master feels something different, I can be sure that it really is that ancient insect." What kind of insect? The heaven-devouring great emperor insect. After the old demon said the name, he quickly congratulated, "Congratulations, young master, you will soon obtain another treasure." The young master's good fortune is profound, this old servant is envious. Speak clearly. Yang Kai sat up straight, ready to listen to the old demon talk about some unknown secret. These ancient mutated insects eat anything, and they especially like to devour all kinds of energy and flesh. Moreover, every heaven-devouring great emperor insect has a kind of opportunity. If someone can refine it, they can obtain great benefits. This opportunity can be a supreme skill, it can be a kind of top martial skill, it can be a powerful secret treasure, it can be a lot more likely to increase one's strength without any side effects. There are thousands of changes, it is unknown, it all depends on one's luck. How can an insect have these things in its body? I can understand that it can increase one's strength, but it is too strange for it to have a supreme skill or martial skill, isn't it? Yang Kai was surprised. Young master, you may not know, but this heaven-devouring great emperor insect is very rare, it contains the heavenly way, it has so many wonders that even this old servant is inferior to it. Moreover, there are many supreme skills and martial skills in this world, they are born by the heavens and earth, existing in the world, they are discovered by the fated people, so it is not surprising that these things appear in the body of an insect, not to mention that it is the famous heaven-devouring great emperor insect. The old demon's tone was full of envy, but after seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, he said in amazement, "Young master, you don't believe it?" "I don't know, but since it can be refined, we will know whether it is really so magical after refining." Yang Kai did not say whether he believed it or not. What he heard was false, but seeing was believing. What's more, old demon had only heard about these heaven-devouring insects from hearsay, so he didn't know the truth. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai used his mind to communicate with the strange energy that settled in the Dantian, and used the true Yang secret art to burn it with the hot true Yang Yuan Qi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Day after day, the energy slowly changed. In the beginning, it was incompatible with Yang Kai, after all, it was something left behind by the insect king, not something that belonged to Yang Kai himself. But as it was burned, it gradually became infected with Yang Kai's aura, and finally, one day, it suddenly split into two and uncontrollably entered Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain coming from both sides of his shoulder blades, as if he had been branded with iron. The pain came quickly and left quickly, and before Yang Kai could react, it had already disappeared. Carefully checking his own strength, he found that he was still at Qi transformation stage 5. The old demon, this big liar. Yang Kai was angry. Although he did not believe what the old demon said before, he still faintly hoped that his strength would increase. But even after refining that thing, his strength did not increase at all, not to mention a supreme secret art, a peerless martial skill, and not even the shadow of an artifact. Opening his eyes with an ashen face, the old demon impatiently asked, "Young master, did you gain anything?" "Gain my ass, that thing has already been refined." Yang Kai unhappily replied. The old demon was shocked, "Impossible, this is the legendary heaven-devouring great emperor's heavenly energy left behind. Legends are all lies." Yang Kai said sincerely. No, young master does not know, but this old servant remembers that there was an enemy who, because he refined the heaven-devouring great emperor's insect, obtained a supreme secret art, and became famous. This is not a legend, this is a real thing, this old servant swears with his life, with his soul. The old demon almost swore. Chapter 191. Generally speaking, if the old demon dared to guarantee something with his divine soul, he was 90% sure of it. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but have a serious expression. If that really was the so-called heavenly energy, then he definitely wouldn't have come out empty-handed. Recalling everything that had just happened, Yang Kai focused his attention on the shoulder blades on both sides of his back. When the strange energy was refined, he felt a burning sensation in his shoulder blades. Other than that, there was no other abnormality. When he focused his attention there, Yang Kai clearly felt his yuan qi rush to his shoulder blades, and an inexplicable feeling of being bound appeared in his heart. When this feeling came, he couldn't help but increase the output of his yuan qi. Suddenly, the binding was broken. My God! The old demon groaned. If he had a physical body, he would be in a state of shock right now. This old demon had lived for who knows how many years. Although he had been sealed all this time and had only recently come out, he was very knowledgeable. There was very little in the world that could make him lose his composure. But now, he had lost his composure. Yang Kai was also stunned. He never thought that such a bizarre thing would happen. On his back, there were 2 wings made purely of true Yang Yuan Qi. The wings weren't big, only about 5 feet long. The true Yang Yuan Qi that was made of them seemed to be quite unstable. It swayed and shook according to the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood. Looking sideways, Yang Kai's eyes trembled. This pair of wings that grew out of his shoulder blades had a grand design that revealed a sense of elegance. Especially the color of the true Yang Yuan Qi, it was like a raging flame, giving people a wild and unrestrained feeling. Yang Kai and the old demon didn't speak. It was as if they had lost the ability to speak. All of their minds were focused on the wings. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He frowned and said, "Old demon, what is this?" The old demon swallowed his saliva and said, "The power of flight." Secret treasure? No. This is much more valuable than a secret treasure. This is an ability bestowed upon young master by the heavenly energy. This old servant does not understand the mysteries behind it. Only young master can figure it out yourself in the future. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and with a thought, the 2 yang inflammation wings on his back flapped, rolling up a light breeze in the cave. It actually brought him up into the air. But before he could fly too high, he hit the cave wall and the flaming yang wings on his back suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to plummet to the ground, his vision blurred. He carefully studied and experimented for a long time. Yang Kai confirmed that he really obtained the power of flight from the heaven-devouring great emperor. The pair of yang inflammation wings was indeed condensed from the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body. After confirming this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. With the red cloud sex people in the hidden island, although Yang Kai didn't say anything to the old demon these days, he was actually a little worried. He didn't know how to go back. Originally, he wanted to cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm and have the ability to fly before making any plans. Or catch a flying monster beast on the hidden island. Or carry him back, but no matter which method it was somewhat unreliable. After all, the hidden island was thousands of miles away from Sea City. Even an immortal Wander realm expert might not be able to fly over, let alone the Yuan Qi realm expert and the monster beast he could catch. Now, he could use the true Yang Yuan Qi to condense a pair of yang inflammation wings behind his back. The problem that troubled Yang Kai was solved. This pair of yang inflammation wings. According to the old demon, it came from the heaven-devouring great emperor's remaining heavenly energy, not a secret treasure. It was not a martial technique, but a special ability that had been derived from it. But if he wanted to use this ability. Similarly, it would consume a lot of primordial qi. The cave was not suitable for testing the yang inflammation wings. Yang Kai restrained the excitement in his heart and suddenly thought of a problem. "Old demon, you said that the insects outside, young master, you think too much. The heaven-devouring great emperor's insects are very rare. Although it has many descendants, the insects outside can no longer be considered as heaven-devouring great emperor's insects. They are just a kind of monster beast." The old demon obviously knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed, but thinking about it, those insects couldn't be killed. If every one of them had heavenly energy in their body, wouldn't it be terrible? Yang Kai's expression changed again, but after refining the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insect, I found that I can control those insects. Is there such a thing? The old demon was surprised. Try it and you will know. Yang Kai's mind turned, and a large number of insects rushed in from outside. Some were big and some were small, but they all stopped outside the cave, as if this cave was a forbidden area for them. Ha! It's really like this. Yang Kai laughed. Although those small insects were not lethal, there were a lot of them. What made Yang Kai happy was that those big insects were all 3rd or 4th grade monster beast, and there were even 2 that had reached the 5th grade. 5th grade, which was equivalent to an Yuan Qi master. Searching for treasures in the hidden island would be a lot easier with their help. This trip into the tiger's den was really the right one. In a good mood, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and those large and small insects quickly retreated, taking the initiative to make a path for him. Seeing this scene, the old demon couldn't help but be amazed. After this matter, Yang Kai planned to directly leave this insect cave and take this group of insects to the hidden island, but suddenly he remembered a person. Yuao Qing. He didn't know what happened to this Red Cloud sect's proud daughter at the moment. If she was already dead at this moment, then naturally ashes to ashes, earth to earth, all the previous grievances could be put aside. If she was not dead, Yang Kai wanted to take her with him. It was not to take care of her, but there were definitely Red Cloud sect masters on the hidden island. If he accidentally encountered those masters after going out, with Yuao Qing in his hand, it would always be a bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Yang Kai followed the path in his memory to the place where Yuao Qing was imprisoned. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the cave from before, but when Yang Kai poked his head inside to take a look, his expression immediately changed. In this cave, Yuao Qing was not the only one. In addition to her, there were 3 other people. 2 of them were the Red Cloud sect's younger generation disciples, and the other was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yang Kai had heard his name when he was on the ship. Meng Xingyuan, although his strength could not be compared to Yu Xiaoping, he was also a 7th-layer Yuan Qi master. Why were they here? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Xingyuan and the others were here, it was Yuao Qing's luck. After the ship was destroyed, the Red Cloud sect's people scattered. Meng Xingyuan gathered several disciples, and like Yuao Qing and the others, they explored the hidden island while looking for disciples. For many days, they encountered many dangers along the way, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. Now, only 2 people were left. Today, when they arrived here, they found that the outer layer of fog was a bit strange, so Meng Xingyuan flew in with the 2 disciples to investigate. When they investigated, they found Qi Yuan's body, and then followed the clues to this insect cave. At the entrance of the insect cave, there was a piece of torn cloth from Yuao Qing's dress. Meng Xingyuan immediately knew that the situation was not good, so he led the 2 disciples to sneak in. He thought it would be very difficult, but he did not expect that they would not encounter any attacks along the way, and so easily found Yuao Qing. How could they know that all those insects had just been summoned by Yang Kai, so it was so smooth? When Yang Kai came back, Meng Xingyuan and the Red Cloud sect disciple had just arrived. Yuao Qing was in a daze, and in fear, she described what had happened to her in the past few days, as well as the fate of Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian. While she was talking, Yang Kai appeared, and both sides were stunned. Meng Xingyuan did not remember that the Red Cloud sect had such a disciple, and Yuao Qing obviously did not expect that Yang Kai could come back alive. But immediately, Yuao Qing's eyes surged with resentment and anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Martial Uncle Meng, this person is not a disciple of my Red Cloud sect, but a thief who mixed in with the ship. Qi Yuan was killed by him. I ask Martial Uncle Meng to take action, and avenge junior brother Qi Yuan." She did not mention that Yang Kai had humiliated her, fearing that if this matter spread, it would not be good for her. Before, she did not dare to do anything to Yang Kai. First of all, there was only her and Yang Kai here, and some of them were in the same boat. Second, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and was not Yang Kai's opponent. But now it was different. Meng Xingyuan and the others had found this place, so she could safely leave. For Yang Kai, this man who had stripped her clothes and profaned her body, how could Yu Ao Qing be willing to let him go? She could not wait to tear Yang Kai into pieces with her own hands, to vent the hatred in her heart. As long as he died, no one would know what had happened that day, and she would still be the proud daughter of the Red Cloud sect. After saying this, Yu Ao Qing slightly raised her head, looking at Yang Kai arrogantly, her eyes filled with the joy of revenge. Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, and he shouted, "Boy, you have guts. You dare to kill my Red Cloud sect disciple. Kill him for me." These words were directed at the two Red Cloud sect disciples. As soon as his voice fell, the two did not hesitate to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yu Ao Qing, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness, his figure flickered, and he flashed more than 10 feet away. When the two Red Cloud sect disciples caught up, Yang Kai flashed again, and after a few more times, disappeared without a trace. So fast. Meng Xingyuan could not help but exclaim, that footwork was really amazing, and he did not know what level of martial skill it was. "Qing, can you still walk?" Meng Xingyuan asked. Yu Ao Qing nodded. "Go out with martial uncle. I want to see how that boy leaves that fog." Meng Xingyuan coldly snorted, but he was not in a hurry. As long as the fog was still there, any cultivator below Yuan Qi would not be able to leave, unless they had a flight-type artifact. "Martial uncle, you must kill him." He even wanted to humiliate junior sister Luo Qian. If I had not stopped him, he would have already succeeded. Yu Ao Qing's beautiful eyes were cold, without the slightest bit of guilt, she slandered Yang Kai. Meng Xingyuan was furious, daring to have ideas about my Red Cloud sect disciple. He is really bold. "Qing, rest assured, when martial uncle catches him, he will be skinned alive." Yu Ao Qing showed a cold smile. Chapter 192. Not waiting for Meng Xingyuan and Yu Ao Qing to go far, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from outside. A moment later, the two Red Cloud sect disciples who had chased Yang Kai retreated in embarrassment. "What happened?" Meng Xingyuan asked. "Martial uncle, there are so many insects." One of them hurriedly replied with an ugly expression. There was no need for him to answer, as a buzzing sound entered Meng Xingyuan's ears, and in the next moment, he saw a large mass of dark, fog-like things rushing towards him. This black mass was made up of a type of black insects that were only the size of a fist and were waving their wings. As far as the eye could see, these insects completely occupied the tunnel, and there were countless of them. Yu Ao Qing cried out involuntarily, "Martial ant, we were caught by these insects." Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, shouting, "Retreat behind me." With a single step, he rushed to the front of the Red Cloud sect disciples, his hands opened wide, and a fierce Yuan Qi burst out. When the strange insects were struck by Meng Xingyuan's attacks, they fell down like dumplings, creating a vacuum in front of him. "Martial uncle is so strong." One of the Red Cloud sect disciples was dazzled, and could not help but praise. "Follow me and kill." Meng Xingyuan's aura was as deep as an abyss, as he took the lead, using his own means to kill. The two Red Cloud sect disciples protected Yu Ao Qing in the middle, following closely behind Meng Xingyuan. Meng Xingyuan pushed forward step by step. Every time he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill off several dozen mutated insects. However, there were simply too many of them, and he could not kill them all. After making over 10 moves consecutively, he could not help but feel a little out of breath. His footsteps paused for a moment, and he took in a deep breath to suppress his churning vital energy and blood. Once again, he performed a fierce move. Along the way, the ground was covered with insect corpses, forming a thick layer. After rushing out about 500 feet, Meng Xingyuan suddenly stopped, his expression changing. From the depths of the cave came a cracking sound. The cave wall above them. Also, chunks of mud were falling down. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered their ears. The whole cave shook. Not good. Meng Xingyuan exclaimed, "This place is going to collapse, let's go." The 3 Red Cloud sect disciples behind him were also shocked and hurriedly followed his footsteps. However, there were countless strange insects blocking the way. They couldn't speed up even if they wanted to. Meng Xingyuan used all of his strength, but he was still unable to make those strange insects retreat. In his haste, there were some that managed to slip through and attack the 3 people behind him. This caused them to be flustered. After running for another 300 feet, the tunnel in front of them suddenly collapsed, completely blocking their way. Meng Xingyuan and the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples' faces were ashen, and Yuao Qing was even more stunned. Apparently, she had not expected that just as she had seen a glimmer of hope, she would once again fall into despair. The rumbling continued as Yang Kai rushed to the entrance of the cave. The moment he exited the insect cave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank down. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Yang Kai continued to run forward. When he was attacked by the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples, Yang Kai had already ordered those strange insects to destroy the wormhole. He knew that if he were to face an Yuan Qi expert head-on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Now that he had these strange insects in hand, he naturally had to make use of them. These insects were good at digging holes, so destroying their own nest was even easier. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Yang Kai continued to run for several miles. Only then did he stop and look back. He saw that with the entrance of the wormhole as the center, in a radius of several miles, the earth had sunk a great deal. The entire wormhole had completely collapsed. But Yang Kai was still not at ease. He did not know if such a collapse could take the life of an Yuan Qi expert. With a thought, he ordered those strange insects to search for traces of the Red Cloud sect disciples underground. He had to eliminate them completely. After waiting quietly for about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai suddenly heard an unwilling and mournful scream coming from underground. It was Meng Xingyuan's scream. It should be that the strange insects had found him and were now fighting. Gradually, the scream was so weak that it could not be heard, and finally disappeared. Meng Xingyuan, an Yuan Qi expert, had died. Those Red Cloud sect disciples, whose strength was far inferior to him, naturally could not survive. They were probably buried deep in the wormhole the moment it collapsed. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died. The old demon sighed. Yuao Qing was definitely a rare beauty, but this woman was vicious and had a heart like a snake and scorpion. She really deserved to die. The old demon only felt some regret. Yang Kai remained silent, his expression indifferent, quietly standing in place. Not long after, the earth within a few miles began to squirm. Countless strange insects drilled out of the ground and surrounded him, waiting for orders. These strange insects would be the survival and exploration of Yang Kai on Hidden Island. Since he had mixed into the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had been very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. Until now, he had finally gotten rid of the Red Cloud sect people, giving him a sense of relaxation and freedom. It was time to make a big move. These strange insects could fly, and their speed was not slow, so Yang Kai was not worried about not being able to take them away. Leading these strange insects outside, Yang Kai came to the edge of the fog blockade and issued the order to break the fog. Immediately, several big guys flew over, rushing into the fog and gnawing at it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fog blockade of more than a dozen miles was quickly gnawed open. Yang Kai's expression changed. This fog could be used as a killing move, but it seemed that this fog could only be sprayed out by those big strange insects. The fist-sized insects simply did not have this ability. In the next few days, Yang Kai did not rush to explore Hidden Island. Instead, he first found a hidden place to familiarize himself with his yang inflammation wings. A few days later, Yang Kai stood in the air above Hidden Island, observing the entire island. In mid-air, everything about this mysterious island was imprinted in his eyes. Based on the map he obtained from the Jiang family's madam a few months ago, Yang Kai quickly identified his location and found the correct route. After flying forward for a while, Yang Kai landed on the ground and used his footwork to rush forward. Using the yang inflammation wings would be much faster, but the consumption of yuan qi was also huge. On this mysterious island, Yang Kai did not dare to waste the yang liquid in his dantian. Flying in the air would easily expose him as a target. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the flying monster beast or an expert of the Red Cloud sect. Although using footwork to hasten his journey was much slower, it was the safest way. For several days, Yang Kai was on his way. Along the way, if he encountered any heavenly treasures, he would not hesitate to eat them and temper them into the energy of his unyielding golden skeleton. Hidden Island was indeed full of dangers. Powerful monster beasts were everywhere. If Yang Kai was not careful, he would have been in a big battle. In the past few days, he had not found any trace of the Red Cloud sect people, which made Yang Kai wonder if they were all dead. But as he approached his final destination, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of human activity. He became more cautious. In the center of Hidden Island was a lonely peak, about 100 feet high. Jagged rocks, the scenery was unique. According to the pattern given by Madame Jiang, Yang Kai could determine that the final destination of the pattern was this lonely peak. But now it seemed that the Red Cloud sect people were also aiming for this place. He did not know how many people they had and what kind of strength they had. Arriving at the lonely peak, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and climbed up. Suppressing his heartbeat and holding his breath, Yang Kai had only climbed half the distance when he heard a violent sound coming from above, shaking the entire lonely peak. His heart trembled, knowing that something must have happened above. He could not help but quicken his pace. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai arrived at the peak, quietly lurking on the side, sneakily looking in the direction of the source of the sound. About 100 feet away, several people from the Red Cloud sect were fiercely bombarding a stone door. After observing for a while, Yang Kai could not help but relax. Among these people, there was no Grand Elder Wuxia Lan of the Red Cloud sect. The leader was impressively Yu Xiaoping, and the rest were mostly true element boundary experts. But at the moment, these people looked quite embarrassed. They should have suffered a lot along the way, many of them were wounded and covered in blood. Fortunately, they were in such a state, otherwise Yang Kai estimated that he would not have been able to sneak in without being discovered. These people wielded their weapons and unleashed their moves, bombarding the stone door in front of them again and again. Each attack caused the stone door to tremble incessantly, and from the stone door, a dense halo of light spread out, causing their attacks to be ineffective. "Brother Yu." One of them gasped, "What do we do now?" Yu Xiaoping's face was gloomy, quite impatient. "What else can we do? Continue to attack, we must break this damn stone door. My Red Cloud sect has suffered heavy losses this time, even 2 of our Grand Elders have fallen. If we do not gain anything, how can we go back?" Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that Wuxia Lan was also dead. He just did not know how the immortal Ascension Boundary old woman died. But this news undoubtedly made Yang Kai eat a pill of reassurance, and he was no longer afraid. Yu Xiaoping rushed forward, desperately urging his true essence, again and again violently attacking the stone door, hissing, 2 Grand Elders have fallen, the Red Cloud sect disciples have suffered heavy casualties, and this Yu's daughter's whereabouts are unknown. Everything is just for this broken door. If we cannot break it, we will kill ourselves here. Why should we continue to live in this world? Yu Xiaoping's madness made the other people's faces not look good. This time, going out to explore the hidden island was a wrong decision. If they had known that this trip would be so dangerous, how could they have left the Red Cloud sect? With the Red Cloud sect's heritage, they obviously did not have the qualifications and strength to explore the hidden island. But Yu Xiaoping's words obviously aroused these people's enthusiasm. They were not in a hurry to recover, and all of them silently attacked the stone door together. This stone door was definitely a barrier left behind by a predecessor. Although it was incomparably sturdy, it did not mean that it was unbreakable. The several true element boundary masters did not stop attacking, and the sound of something crashing could be heard coming from the lone peak. In less than an hour, a few cracks had appeared on the stone door. Seeing hope, the Red Cloud sect people became even more ruthless. Chapter 193. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, and it was about to shatter. But all of a sudden, the clear cry of an eagle could be heard from afar. The Red Cloud sect members who were attacking the stone door suddenly paled. "It's the giant eagle!" A person shouted in horror. "It's the giant eagle that tore apart the Supreme Elder." They couldn't help but panic. Before, under the leadership of Wuxia Lan, they explored the hidden island and gained a lot. A few days ago, they suddenly found a bird's nest on a cliff. Inside, there was a young bird that had not yet grown up. Although it had not yet grown up, it was still very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a low-grade monster beast. Wuxia Lan was delighted to see it, so she flew up and caught the young bird, preparing to raise it. Who would have thought that this would provoke a huge problem? Less than half a day after catching the young bird, it was found by its parents. They were two incomparably huge and terrifying giant eagles, whose strength was at least at the 6th order. Although Wuxia Lan was an immortal ascension boundary master, she could barely cope with one giant eagle, but the two giant eagles were angry that she had caught their offspring, so they joined forces to attack her. Wuxia Lan could only hold on for less than half an hour before she was torn apart alive. At that time, Yu Xiaoping and the others were scared out of their wits. They hid in the woods, not daring to come out, let alone help. After the giant eagles tore apart Wuxia Lan, they hovered in the sky for a long time before slowly leaving. Originally, Yu Xiaoping and the others thought that they had escaped, but they did not expect that these two beasts would be so vengeful. Today, they finally found their traces. An eagle cry came out, causing Yu Xiaoping and the others to break out in cold sweat. A moment later, another eagle cry came from afar, echoing the previous one. Looking around, they could see that from the east and west, there were two black dots rapidly approaching. "Quickly, quickly break this stone door!" Yu Xiaoping shouted in horror, "Otherwise, we will all die." Two 6th-order monster beasts, with their Yuan Qi cultivator strength, they simply could not cope. Once caught, only death awaited them. There was no need for Yu Xiaoping to remind them. Which one of the remaining people were not using all of their strength to attack the stone door? However, although more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, it still stood upright in front of them, blocking their way. As the giant eagle rapidly approached, one of the Yuan Qi masters couldn't bear the pressure of death and hurriedly used his footwork to escape. "Come back! Junior brother Zhang, come back!" Yu Xiaoping roared, "If we put in more effort, we'll be able to break through this stone door and hide inside. If you run now, where can you run to? How could that junior brother Zhang be willing to stay?" Wind blew under the soles of his feet as he ran for his life. The crowd didn't see any hope in the first place. After being provoked by this junior brother Zhang, one of them immediately retreated. He hurriedly said, "Let's run quickly. I'm afraid this stone door won't open for a while. If we run now, we still have a chance of survival. After saying that, he also hurriedly ran down. They didn't have enough manpower to begin with. Now that they were suddenly missing 2 people, they couldn't see any hope. The others also stomped their feet hatefully and hurriedly dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. Kai Yang hid himself well, not daring to move a single muscle. Quietly looking up, he saw 2 giant eagles appear in the sky. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet, these giant eagles looked extraordinary and majestic. If they really landed, Yang Kai estimated that they were at least 7 or 8 feet long. 2 pairs of sharp eagle eyes stared at the fleeing red cloud cultivators below and swooped down. Not long after, a mournful scream came from afar. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his heart tremble. When it reached the ears of the red cloud cultivators, it made them tremble with fear. They knew that another person had been killed by the giant eagles. Almost at the same time as this scream stopped, another scream came out. The second person was killed by the giant eagles. Yuan Qi experts, in front of the Sixth Order Sky Overlords, were as fragile as newborn babies, without any power to resist. Yang Kai didn't dare to make any rash movements, so he stayed in place and waited for a whole day. After confirming that the 2 giant eagles and the red cloud sex people had all disappeared, he finally came out of his hiding place. His face was full of lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not rely on the wings of yang inflammation to fly around. Otherwise, if he encountered those 2 giant eagles, he was afraid that he would have met with disaster. Frowning, Yang Kai came in front of the stone door. Looking at the broken cracks, he operated his Yuan Qi and punched it. The stone door shook, and the cracks became denser. The fog on the stone door was not as gorgeous as before. Instead, it gave off a feeling that it was about to run out of oil. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused. Punch after punch, he fiercely attacked the stone door. Who would have thought that after several hundred punches, the stone door was still the same as before? Strange. Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, he called out in his mind. After waiting for a long time, a buzzing sound came. It was the group of insects that followed Yang Kai. These insects were not far behind Yang Kai, waiting for any danger so that Yang Kai could summon them to help, but he did not expect that they would not be used at all. Summoning the big insects, Yang Kai asked them to spit out some kind of strange fog towards the stone door. Yang Kai wanted to see if this strange fog could erode the stone door. The several large insects were well behaved. After receiving the order, they came to the stone door and opened their mouths to spit out white fog. Crackling sounds came out. The stone door was indeed corroded a little. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded. Letting the large insects continue to spit out the fog, he sat to the side to recover. About an hour later, Kai Yang suddenly heard a crashing sound. Opening his eyes, he saw that the stone door had been shattered, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yang Kai did not rush in. Instead, he let the group of insects fly in first to explore. After waiting outside for half a day, the group of strange insects flew back safely. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai stepped inside. After entering, he ordered the insects to guard the entrance and let the large insects spit out a layer of fog to block the entrance. With these insects and the fog as a barrier, Yang Kai believed that even if the Red Cloud sect people escaped the giant eagle's pursuit, they would not be able to come back. As they walked deeper into the cave, it wasn't a straight path. Instead, it spiraled downwards. Before going far, Yang Kai felt comfortable all over, as if in this cave, the heaven and earth energy was extremely rich. The more he went down, the stronger this feeling became. After going down for several thousand feet, Yang Kai estimated that he had reached the bottom of this lonely peak. Only then did he see the end of the road. Below was a huge and spacious space. The stone walls were dotted with traces of light, making this place look somewhat magnificent. On both sides of the road, there was a row of stone shelves divided into many layers. Each layer had something placed on it. Yang Kai strolled forward, arriving in front of the stone shelves. With the help of the light, he glanced at the top layer. Supreme Solitary Sect. Yang Kai looked at the 3 large words engraved on the stone shelves. He could not help but be surprised. He had heard of this sect when he was traveling in Sea City. It was the only transcendent force overseas that was comparable to the central capital's 8 great families. The sect had countless disciples and many experts, and its reputation was widespread. Did this sect have some kind of relationship with this place? On this layer of stone shelves engraved with the word Supreme Solitary Sect, Yang Kai saw a treasure seal. Reaching out and picking it up, he found that it was not light. This treasure seal should have been carved from some kind of precious material. It could even be said that this treasure seal itself was an artifact. After examining it, Yang Kai was surprised to find the word Supreme 1-2 at the bottom of this treasure seal. Sure enough, this was a treasure of Supreme Solitary Sect. But why would it appear here? With a trace of doubt, Yang Kai looked down at the next layer of stone shelves. This layer of stone shelves was also engraved with words, and surprisingly, it was a great sect that Yang Kai had heard of before. Ancient Cloud Island. Although this sect's strength was not comparable to Supreme Solitary Sect, it was still considered a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands. Placed on this stone shelf was a book of cultivation techniques. Yang Kai casually flipped through it and felt that this secret art was not simple. Its grade should not be low, at least a heaven-grade secret art. However, Yang Kai already cultivated the true Yang secret art and the art of yin-yang joyous unification, so he did not need this secret art, so he just casually put it down. Looking further down, Yang Kai's expression became more and more strange. On each layer of this stone shelf, the name of a great sect was engraved, and on each layer, there was also something. Whether it was a martial skill or a secret art, an artifact or some kind of token, there were many strange things. These sects were all first-class and second-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. There were more than a dozen of them. A third-class force like the Red Cloud sect was simply not qualified to appear on these stone shelves. If his guess was correct, then these things on these stone shelves really belonged to those sects. But, why were they all gathered here? Looking at this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. It was a strange story he heard in a tea house in Sea City. It was said that 300 years ago, there was a person who begged all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, wanting to be a disciple of one of these sects. However, his aptitude was somewhat unsightly, and every time he went to a sect, he would be rejected and driven away. Some sect disciples even mocked and ridiculed him, and even fought with him. His perseverance was not bad, and even after visiting all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, he still had no results. Disheartened, this person was also somewhat desperate, and hated those sects that were not willing to accept him. He vowed to find a way to cultivate. This matter was originally just a small matter. Those famous sects would reject countless people who wanted to join them every year, and he was just one of them. However, 30 years later, a major event happened overseas. The Greater One sect master seal was lost, and it was unknown which divine thief had sneaked into the sect and stolen it. Immediately after, the Endless Sea Islands great sects sent out news that all of them had lost their treasures. Some of these things were very valuable, and some were not necessarily very valuable, but all of them had a special meaning to these sects. For a time, the great sects were in panic, afraid that the divine thief had set his eyes on their treasures. But even if they were on guard, they still could not avoid the fate of being stolen. That stealthy thief, in the most impossible situation, always took away the things that they guarded so closely. Chapter 194. At that time, this matter caused an uproar overseas, and all the major sects lost face. More than a dozen treasures were stolen one after another, which also aroused the anger of these sections. All parties gathered together, and the old men who had been in seclusion all year round set out, wanting to find the whereabouts of the thief and recover the lost treasures. Hard work paid off. After several months of investigation, these sects finally found some clues. All kinds of signs indicated that the person who stole the treasures of more than a dozen major sects was actually the person who was driven out of the sect 30 years ago. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter this person had, but in just 30 years, he had cultivated his strength to an unattainable level. At this point, the major sects finally knew why someone would steal their treasures. It turned out that this person held a grudge for being driven out of the sect, and wanted to teach these snobbish sects a lesson. The experts of those sects asked this person for the stolen treasures, but were refused. Because of a disagreement, the two sides launched a deadly battle on the sea. This person had single-handedly dealt with the joint attack of experts from more than 10 great sections. In that battle, several isolated islands had been destroyed, and the experts from those great sects had also suffered heavy casualties. As for whether the thief was still alive or not, no one knew. Because after the experts who participated in that battle returned, they did not mention a word about this matter. Some people said that he was killed, some said that he was seriously injured and fled. No one knew the truth. As time passed, the experts who participated in the battle were all dead, and this matter slowly subsided, but the stolen treasures were never found. Yang Kai also thought that this was a story casually made up by the predecessors. After all, many of the so-called strange stories were made up by the storytellers in order to make a living. In 10 strange stories, it was already very good if 3 of them were true. Even these 3 items, which were rumored by countless people, gradually lost their original flavor, and a lot of exaggeration was added to it. But, seeing all this today, Yang Kai knew that it was not a story, but something that really happened. The Greater One Sect's Master's Seal must be driven by the Greater One Sect's unique mantra in order to become a killing treasure. At this moment, at the top of this stone shelf, it was covered in layers of dust. Ancient Cloud Island Supreme Secret Art, Azura Sect's Sect Hallowed Artifact, Falling Flowers Sect's Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia. Which one of these wasn't priceless? Which one of these wasn't of great significance to these sects? Even if some of these items on these stone shelves didn't have much value, since they were placed here, they were immeasurable treasures to these sects. It turned out that the things that person had stolen were all placed here. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He could imagine how much of a shock these things would cause to the Endless Sea Island's great forces if they appeared. Oh, the grade of these artifacts isn't bad, young master, would you like to collect a few for self-defense? Old Demon suddenly asked. There weren't many artifacts here, only 3 of them. Besides the Greater One Sect's Master's Seal, which required a matching mantra, Yang Kai could take the other 2 if he really wanted to use them. These artifacts were all at least heaven grade, so Yang Kai was naturally tempted. But if he were to use it outside and reveal any traces of himself, then it would only lead to trouble, so Kai Yang had some misgivings. Ignoring the old demon's inquiry, Yang Kai put the things in his hands back on the stone shelf before walking forward step by step. After walking for a short time, he was greeted by a rich and pure world energy. Not far in front of him, there seemed to be a 5-colored brilliance that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings. Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he couldn't help quickening his pace. Turning a corner, Yang Kai entered a place that looked like a living room. The 5-colored brilliance was coming from here. Looking up, Kai Yang could only see a lotus flower the size of a wash basin floating in the air. Next to this lotus flower, there was something that looked like water, wrapping around this 5-colored lotus flower. Although it looked like liquid, it wasn't liquid. Instead, it gave Yang Kai an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if his soul was somewhat flustered and unstable. Soul-warming lotus. The old demon exclaimed, it's actually a soul-warming lotus. Heavens, a soul-warming lotus actually appeared here, and it's a 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Treasure. Yang Kai licked his lips and asked with some excitement. More than a treasure, this is simply a supreme treasure, young master. The old demon was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. This is a soul-warming lotus, a treasure that all cultivators in the world dream of obtaining. No matter how high your strength is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, this thing will be of great use to you. Why didn't this old master find this thing back then? Yang Kai chuckled. From what you're saying, you can't collect this thing. The old demon shuddered and said, young master is joking, this old servant is now just a wisp of soul. Not to mention collecting it, if I were to come into contact with it, it would be strange if it didn't collect me. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? For better or worse, you're an old demon, so don't be so flustered. The old demon was choked speechless for a long time, thinking to himself, you're just an ignorant fool who doesn't know how rare and precious this thing is, so you can be so calm. If you knew of its great use, you would definitely lose your composure like boss. But why isn't this old master's luck as good? On the contrary, the young master's luck is great. A few days ago, he refined a trace of heavenly energy and obtained the ability to fly, and now he actually encountered the soul-warming lotus. Just how heaven-defying must his luck be to be able to continuously encounter such great luck? Filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the old demon held back for a long time before he finally recovered. He deliberated and said, the soul-warming lotus, as its name suggests, is a heavenly treasure used to nourish one's soul. Young master, you know about soul, right? Although you're currently in the chi transforming stage and can't cultivate soul, it still exists in your mind and your perception originates from soul. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can begin to cultivate. The stronger your soul, the more obvious the benefits. If two people of similar strength were to fight, the one with the stronger soul would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai frowned and impatiently interrupted him, get to the point. Was this old demon treating him like a 3-year-old child? Although Yang Kai couldn't cultivate soul, he still knew about it. Yes. The old demon was gloomy and continued, cultivating soul is very difficult. It's many times more difficult than improving one's physical strength. However, there are some heavenly treasures that can improve one's soul, and the soul-warming lotus is one of those treasures. This kind of heavenly treasure will never disappear and will never be refined. Once it's collected, it will only exist in the cultivator's soul sea. There's no need to care about it, as it will constantly nourish the cultivator's soul sea, slowly making it stronger and more condensed. It can't be refined, but it also won't disappear. That's right, because there's no one in this world whose soul sea can refine the soul-warming lotus, not even those who stand at the peak of the world. The old demon's tone was solemn and heavy. This is a very special kind of heavenly treasure. In terms of value, it's much more valuable than the heaven-devouring great emperor bug that young master refined a few days ago. This is because it will accompany you for the rest of your life. From the moment you collect it until the end of your life, it will nourish you, all the time, all the time, all the time. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Good stuff, I want it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he was about to rush forward. Wait! The old demon shouted, young master, don't be rash. The old demon was scared to death. Just now, Yang Kai had shown no interest, but now he was suddenly full of interest. This change was so fast that he was almost caught off guard. What's wrong? Yang Kai was a bit displeased. Young master, do you see a layer of something like liquid around the soul-warming lotus? Do you know what it is? The old demon asked. What? This is the sea of consciousness left behind by the strong after they die. It contains the power of their divine sense. Young master, if you rush in so recklessly, with your chi transforming stage strength, I'm afraid you'll immediately die. Sea of consciousness. Yang Kai was stunned. Can a person's sea of consciousness be preserved after they die? The sea of consciousness was originally ethereal and formless. It was a manifestation of one's mental strength. When a person died, it was like a lamp going out. Naturally, the sea of consciousness couldn't be preserved. Others can't, but when a person who possesses the soul-warming lotus dies, their sea of consciousness will be preserved. This is the strength of the soul-warming lotus. The old demon explained, "Oh right, young master, if you collected the soul-warming lotus and died that day, it would also be like this." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that there was indeed a skeleton under the soul-warming lotus. Presumably, this skeleton was that godly thief who had caused a huge uproar that year. He died here, but the soul-warming lotus and his sea of consciousness were preserved. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, "Old demon, don't you need this kind of mental strength?" The old demon laughed and said, "Young master is right. If young master doesn't have any other orders, this old servant will begin to devour this person's sea of consciousness. How long do you need?" "I can't say, it might take a month." The old demon replied, "After all, this person wasn't weak when he was alive. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, his sea of consciousness is quite good. A month, then I'll help you guard." Yang Kai nodded. "No need, young master, look over there. The soul-warming lotus isn't the only treasure here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw that at the bottom of the cave, there was a dense and pure mist. Energy visible to the naked eye was surging. Ever since he entered here, Yang Kai's gaze had been attracted by the five-colored lotus, so he didn't pay much attention to it. "What is this?" "Pure heaven and earth energy. It can also be called an earth vein. Young master, good luck. You can go absorb the heaven and earth energy in this earth vein to cultivate. Once this old servant has refined this sea of consciousness, I'll come back to collect the soul-warming lotus." "This is an earth vein." Yang Kai was stunned. That thief from 300 years ago really found a good place to cultivate. No wonder he could cultivate to the point where all the great sects were helpless against him in just 30 years. It turned out that not only did he have the help of the soul-warming lotus, he also had this earth vein. "It's just a small earth vein. Moreover, it's about to dry up," the old demon replied. "All right, go do your thing. Don't worry about me." The old demon was overjoyed. He hurriedly flew out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He rushed to the edge of the sea of consciousness and began to devour it. Yang Kai even heard him let out a satisfied sound, like a hungry ghost who had been thirsty for many years hugging a naked beauty. Chapter 195. Yang Kai walked into the earth vein, and as soon as he was enveloped by the dense world energy, he felt a burst of comfort throughout his body. He did not need to circulate his secret art, his hundreds of millions of pores automatically opened up, and every inch of his flesh and blood, and every cell in his body rejoiced. Very rich in pure world energy, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to circulate his secret art, like a whale sucking in water, swallowing the earth vein's energy. In the past, that god thief had used 30 years to cultivate to the point where many of the endless sea island sects had a headache. Firstly, he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, and secondly, he had this earth vein. The former nourished his spirit, while the latter nourished his body. With these two treasures, it would be strange if his strength did not increase quickly. It was a pity that this was only a small earth vein. The amount of heaven and earth energy it contained was not very large. Furthermore, it had been absorbed by the thief for 30 years. There was not much heaven and earth energy left in the earth vein. It was about to dry up. But even so, for the current Yang Kai, it was still a great supplement. His body's special characteristics allowed him to absorb world energy much faster than the god thief of the past. The unyielding golden skeleton was like a bottomless pit, so no matter how much world energy entered his body, it would be swallowed up, so there was no need to worry about it holding up. Moreover, the earth vein's world energy was pure and rich, so there was almost no need to burn it. After circulating through his meridians, the world energy would flow into the unyielding golden skeleton's large warehouse, becoming Yang Kai's reserve. As Yang Kai swallowed the earth vein's world energy, the old demon swallowed the knowledge sea energy of the god thief. The two did not interfere with each other, and were both physically and mentally happy, forgetting the passage of time. After a full month and a half, Yang Kai took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The small earth vein had been unrestrainedly absorbed by Yang Kai, and had been completely drained, so the world energy visible to the naked eye no longer existed. Carefully feeling his current realm, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Unknowingly, his strength had risen to the chi-transforming 9th stage, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel that the energy in his body, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had already reached the separation and reunion boundary. The only thing missing was the comprehension of martial arts. The advancement of every major realm required one's own comprehension. It was the same when he was advancing to the initial element stage, and it was the same when he was advancing to the chi transformation stage. Now, if he wanted to advance to the separation and reunion stage, he would also need to comprehend. However, Yang Kai had yet to touch that layer of shackles. It depended on luck and opportunity, and was not something that could be achieved through hard work. He looked up and saw that the old demon had already absorbed all of the knowledge sea energy around the soul-warming lotus and was waiting for him to wake up. In front of him was the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai slowly stood up and walked in front of this supreme sacred object. "Old demon, is there a need to pay special attention to it?" Yang Kai asked. "There is no need to pay special attention to it. If young master was an immortal ascension boundary expert who had cultivated his divine sense, he may need to struggle with it, but young master has not yet cultivated his divine sense, so all you need to do is accept it." Since there was no need to pay special attention to it, Yang Kai did not hesitate and stretched out his hand towards the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Just as his fingers touched the lotus, it disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed, his mind clearer than ever before, and even his perception had become much stronger. Involuntarily, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his whole body shivering in comfort. Even if he carefully probed, he could not find any trace of the soul-warming lotus, but Yang Kai knew that it was definitely in his mind at this moment. Only after he had cultivated his divine sense would he be able to see it. "Ha, the multicolored soul-warming lotus, ah!" The old demon was both envious and jealous. "Ha," Yang Kai laughed. "Young master, in the future, you should find some precious treasures that can nourish your divine sense so this soul-warming lotus can absorb them. Once it one day evolves into 7 colors, it will be of even greater help to you. It can grow." Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. Of course, when the soul-warming lotus is born, it only has one color, but it also has different grades. The more colors it has, the higher its grade. The highest grade it can reach is 7 colors. For example, a single-color soul-warming lotus requires 100 years to double the size of a person's knowledge sea, a 5-color soul-warming lotus only requires 20 years, and a 7-color soul-warming lotus only requires 5 years. Amazing! Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Although he had yet to cultivate his divine sense, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate it. Just as the old demon had said before, cultivating one's divine sense was more than 100 times more difficult than cultivating one's body. But now, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have to worry about it at all. His divine sense would become stronger and more condensed. Speaking of which, the multicolored soul-warming lotus is not bad. Yang Kai wasn't dissatisfied. Being able to obtain this thing was already heaven-defying luck. He couldn't expect to obtain a 7-color lotus in one go. Naturally, it's a very good treasure. When it grows to 7 colors in the future, it will be the world's most precious treasure. But this thing grows very slowly, and it only absorbs the energy of precious treasures that can strengthen one's divine sense. If you want to turn this multicolored lotus into a 7-color, young master will have to put in a lot of effort. Let's just leave it to fate. I won't force it. Young Kai was more open-minded. If it could become a 7-color lotus in his lifetime, then it would be his luck. If it couldn't, then there was no point in forcing it. It's good that young master has this kind of attitude. The old demon felt a burst of admiration. He was young, but he was calm and steady. The more he interacted with young Kai, the more he felt a sense of admiration. If it were any other young man, with the old demon's belly full of tricks and experience, he would have long since tricked them. But in front of young Kai, the old demon didn't dare to have any bad intentions. He respected him in everything. It's time to go out. Young Kai took a deep breath. After staying here for more than a month, he had already collected the soul-warming lotus and absorbed the earth vein. He had already obtained all the benefits, so there was naturally no need to stay here. Before leaving, Yang Kai dug a hole and buried the bones of the divine thief inside. Walking all the way out, when he passed by the stone shelf, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before restraining his restless thoughts. He didn't look at the artifacts that made his heart beat faster and strode away. There were 3 artifacts on the stone shelf. In addition to the Tai seal, Yang Kai could take the other 2 for his own use. But the divine thief didn't use them, so there must be some kind of mystery. Perhaps once he used these things, those overseas sects would be able to sense it through some special method. This was not Yang Kai's own speculation, but it was the truth. Many great sects had placed barriers on their hallowed artifacts. Within a certain range, if an outsider tried to use it, it would be detected. Yang Kai was planning to return to Sea City, so naturally he didn't dare to refine this hot potato. He would leave them here first, and then come back to pick them up when he left the island. A few thousand feet up, Yang Kai once again arrived at the top of the lonely peak. The group of insects were still dutifully guarding the broken stone door. The Yuan Qi experts of the Red Cloud sect showed no signs of returning, presumably they were all hunted down by the 2 giant eagles. Letting the big insect break through the fog at the door, Yang Kai walked out. Standing on the lonely peak, Yang Kai looked around. This place was thousands of miles away from Sea City. If he wanted to leave the island, he could only rely on the Young Inflammation Wings, but using the Young Inflammation Wings would consume too much Yuan Qi. After all this time, the Dantian only had 30 drops of Yang liquid left, which was not enough to support him flying thousands of miles. Flying thousands of miles was already very difficult, and once he encountered a storm at sea, he may need to take a detour to avoid it. In this way, the demand for Yang liquid would be even greater. He would need at least 400 drops of Yang liquid to leave this damned place. 400 drops, was there so many Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures on the island? Yang Kai was somewhat uncertain, but in any case, looking for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures to increase the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian was the most important task. Letting the insects once again spit out fog to seal the cave, Yang Kai left a lot of insects here to guard, and took the other half of the group down the lonely peak. For many days, Yang Kai searched for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures, and the harvest was quite good. In just 4 or 5 days, the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian broke through to more than 100 drops. With the guidance of the origin of Yang seal on his chest, as long as it was within 3,000 feet of Yang Kai, these heaven and earth treasures could not escape Yang Kai's search. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Now on the entire island, he was probably the only living person. In addition to those powerful monster beasts, Yang Kai could be regarded as the master of the island. Exploring and collecting heaven and earth treasures, he would pick them all together. If it was Yang attribute, he would absorb it on the spot and turn it into Yang liquid, and if it was not Yang attribute, he would keep it first and put it in his bag. Occasionally, he would come across some strange flowers and herbs guarded by the monster beast, and Yang Kai would instruct the insects to distract the monster beast's attention, while he waited for the opportunity to pick them. It was always scary but not dangerous. The map he had obtained from the Jiang family's madam had been a great help. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know what was so mysterious about the marked locations on the map, but after accidentally entering a certain area and encountering a sixth-order monster beast, he realized that the marked locations were all dangerous places. Since then, Yang Kai had avoided these marked points, and did not encounter too much trouble. Traveling north and south, in less than half a month, Yang Kai had explored the entire hidden island. All the precious treasures that could be harvested had been picked up, filling up a large bag. These things were all earth and heaven-level treasures, more than 10 times more than what Yang Kai had obtained on the right peninsula of Yunxiao. He also harvested a lot of Yang attribute things, but until now, Yang Kai still only had about 300 drops of Yang liquid in his dantian. 300 drops of Yang liquid, if he was lucky enough, maybe he could fly to Sea City. But maybe, Yang Kai was not completely sure. If he could not fly to Sea City and accidentally fell into the sea, he would certainly die. Even if he could not drown, the monster beast in the sea would be enough to take his life. He had to find some more Yang attribute items to gather 400 drops. Only then would he be absolutely certain of success. Could it be, he really had to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Thinking about it, Kai Yang's heart hardened and he made up his mind. Chapter 196. A few days ago, when Yang Kai had accidentally passed by a dangerous place, he had sensed a Yang attribute treasure, but because that place was specifically marked on the map, Yang Kai did not dare to go there. Now it seemed that he had no choice but to go there. All the Yang attribute treasures on the island had been collected, and if he wanted to collect 400 drops of Yang liquid, there was no other place besides there. The only thing he did not know was what kind of monster beast was guarding that place. He had to be careful, in case he encountered the 2 giant eagles he had seen a few days ago. Even if Yang Kai had the Yang inflammation wings, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. After spending a day's effort, Yang Kai arrived at the perimeter of the dangerous place. Yang Kai thought about it for a long time before ordering his insects to take some precautions, carefully speculating about any possible situation and how to deal with it. Only after he had a plan in mind did he set off. The origin of Yang on Yang Kai's chest once again emitted a scorching hot reaction. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was indeed a Yang attribute item, and its grade was not low either. If there was enough energy, it would be enough to refine 400 drops of Yang liquid. Success or failure would depend on this adventure. At this moment, Yang Kai was not afraid. Step by step he walked towards the direction of the Yang origin seal's reaction. There seemed to be a fishy smell in the air, and there were traces of the monster beast, all of which indicated that there was great danger ahead. After a few hundred feet, the fishy smell became stronger. Yang Kai faintly saw that not far ahead, there was a huge dark red rock standing there. The Yang Qi that the Yang origin seal had sensed was coming from this rock. Yang Kai was delighted. He suddenly felt that there was hope to return home. Such a large piece of Yang attribute stone, if he absorbed all the Yang Qi, he could easily obtain 400 drops of Yang liquid. This stone should be similar to the Yang inflammation stone mined by the blood group, but its texture was much better than the Yang inflammation stone. Continuing to approach cautiously, Yang Kai saw that there was a cave entrance that was not too deep at the bottom of the rock. Inside the cave, there was a handsome monster beast. It was squinting its purple eyes and staring at him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that his whereabouts would be exposed like this. However, the monster beast didn't seem to want to chase after Yang Kai. Instead, he just crouched in the cave and looked at him with ill intentions. This was its lair, the source of its strength and survival. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not leave. After walking another 300 feet forward, the demonic beast let out a low roar, and its purple eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai finally saw its true form. It was a monster beast that looked like a wolf, but its whole body was covered in dark red fur. It was about 20 feet tall and had sharp fangs at the corner of its mouth. It bared its fangs at Yang Kai. An invisible pressure descended. Yang Kai almost couldn't breathe. A 6th grade monster beast. It was definitely a 6th grade monster beast. It was not much weaker than the giant eagle he saw a few days ago. Such a monster beast, even if Yang Kai tried his best, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Slowly bending down, Yang Kai picked up a stone at his feet while being vigilant of the monster beast's movements. Then, with all his strength, he threw the stone at the monster beast. Such a blatant provocation completely enraged the dark red wolf monster. Yang Kai only saw a red light flash in his eyes. The monster beast appeared 300 feet away from him. What a fast speed! Yang Kai's face darkened. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and used his footwork to quickly retreat. There was a whistling sound of wind behind him. It was the monster beast quickly approaching. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. His spine was filled with cold wind. He increased his speed to the limit and kept flashing. "Young master, it's not good. It's about to catch up with you." The old demon cried out in fear. "Help!" Yang Kai didn't dare to be distracted and continued to run forward. The old demon responded and turned into a black gas with the soul breaker all wrapped around it. It rushed toward the wolf monster. The monster beast reacted quickly. It opened its mouth and bit the soul breaker all while running. The old demon was scared and screamed again and again. The wolf monster couldn't bite the soul breaker all in half. It found that the all was hard to chew and spat it out. The old demon still had a lingering fear. This period of delay allowed Kai Yang to open up some distance between them. Dashing forward another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally arrived at the location where he had laid out his plan. Yang Kai no longer tried to escape, but instead turned around to face the monster beast, only to see it pounce towards him like a shadow. As it flew through the air, the sharp fangs in its mouth reflected a terrifying light. Yang Kai moved his feet and flashed more than 100 feet away. Before he could stand firm, the wolf monster rushed over again. Its speed was not much slower than the insect of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. He used his footwork again and fought with it. At this moment, the old demon finally arrived and cooperated with Yang Kai to distract the wolf monster, slightly alleviating Yang Kai's awkward situation. One man, one demon, and one wolf dashed endlessly within a radius of several tens of feet. Several times, Yang Kai was almost pounced on by it, but always at the most dangerous moment, he managed to escape. Even so, Yang Kai's whole body was dripping with sweat. Using the strength of Qi Transformation Level 9 to deal with a 6th-order monster beast was really overestimating himself. Without the help of his self-created footwork, he would have been bitten to death by the monster beast. But in order to leave the hidden island, Yang Kai had to take risks. After fighting for a full incense worth of time, Yang Kai looked around and revealed a smile. The yang inflammation wings on his back opened and he flew into the sky. "Old demon, you and these insects block it, I'm going," Yang Kai said, turned around and flew toward the big stone. "Young master, you have to hurry up. This old servant is really afraid that it will swallow me." The old demon was uneasy. Although there was no danger hiding in the soul breaker all, it would be very scary if it was swallowed. The monster beast stared at the direction Yang Kai left. As if it was aware that he wanted to take its place, it couldn't help but roar and chase after him. But after running for a short distance, he ran head-on into a cloud of fog. A burst of light sound came out, and the wolf monster howled. It hurriedly retreated and stared at the white fog in front of it with fear. This circle of fog really lived up to Yang Kai's expectations. The strong 6th-order monster beast couldn't enter and leave freely. Its powerful corrosive ability was enough to hinder its steps. The wolf demon was also smart. It knew that the fog was very lethal, so it quickly changed its direction and tried to rush out from the other side. However, after it made a big circle, it found that the area around it had been wrapped in fog at some point. It covered the sky and the earth, so it had no way to go up and no way to go down. This was Yang Kai's previous deployment. In advance, he let the big insect spit out a large circle of fog here, deliberately leaving a gap. He led the wolf monster in and then closed the gap. He used the Yang inflammation wings to leave calmly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to kill this powerful sixth-order monster beast. He didn't have the ability to kill it. He only wanted to trap it. Sha sha sha, a scalp-numbing sound came from underground, and the entire ground boiled. Immediately, countless strange insects drilled out from the ground and fearlessly attacked the demon wolf. The wolf monster roared angrily, and a burst of fire gushed out from its body. Before the insects could get close, they fell down. The old demon didn't dare to get close. It just flew around to distract the wolf monster. On the other side, Yang Kai had flown to the big stone. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the stone, madly circulating the Yang Qi in the stone, and pulled it into his body. The Yang energy contained in this big stone was indeed much better than the Yang inflammation stone. No wonder the wolf monster would cultivate here. This stone was also very beneficial to it. The surging Yang energy entered his body, and in the blink of an eye, his meridian swelled. Drip, a drop of Yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian. Drip. Drip, Yang Kai felt that he had never heard such a beautiful sound in his life. The Yang liquid in the dantian was increasing at the rate of 1 drop per breath. 320 drops, 350 drops, 380 drops, in less than 100 breaths time, Yang Kai had already achieved his goal. The Yang energy in the big stone was almost depleted by 1/10. However, Yang Kai didn't stop. He was still circulating the true Yang secret art. The wolf monster's howls came one after another, mixed with anger and murderous intent. After all, it was a 6th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai didn't know how long the fog could delay it. If it hardened its heart and rushed out without caring about its own injuries, the insects wouldn't be able to stop it. After a while, the dantian had more than 500 drops of Yang liquid. This amount was definitely enough to support him flying to Sea City. At this moment, a black gas suddenly flew over. It was the soul breaker all. The old demon anxiously said, "Young master, run for your life. That guy is about to rush out." Before his voice fell, Yang Kai saw a fiery red figure quickly approaching him. It had already rushed out. The wolf monster's body was covered in flames. It was this layer of flames that resisted the erosion of the fog, only causing it some minor injuries. 100 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, the wolf monster was as fast as the wind. With a whoosh, the Yang inflammation wings on Yang Kai's back spread out again. At the same time as the wolf monster pounced, he quickly flew into the sky. Looking down, the wolf monster was staring at him with its pair of purple eyes, its throat constantly roaring. Yang Kai grinned, "Thank you. In fact, I didn't give you much Yang Qi. I only took 2/10. You don't have to be so resentful, right?" As if it understood Yang Kai's words, the wolf monster was extremely annoyed by his attitude. It roared again and again. Yang Kai didn't want to deal with it anymore. Maintaining the Yang inflammation wings consumed Yuan Qi. With a flap of the Yang inflammation wings, he quickly flew away. The wolf monster was also tactful. It knew that it couldn't do anything to an enemy that could fly, so it naturally didn't chase. Coming to the previous place, Yang Kai put away the bag of heaven and earth treasures and led the surviving insects in the direction of the lonely peak. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the lonely peak. He entered the cave and took down the things on the stone shelf one by one. Although he didn't dare to rush to refine these things, he also didn't want to leave them here. If used properly, every single thing here could be a great killing weapon. Now that he had collected enough yang liquid, it was time to leave the hidden island. Chapter 197. On the boundless sea, a figure was flying at high speed. On the back of this figure, there were two wings like that of a large bird. However, this pair of wings were like blazing flames. As it flew past, even the air was scorched to the point of distorting. Yang Kai had left the hidden island for a day and night. He had been flying for a day and a night, carrying two large bags in his hands. One bag was the heaven and earth treasures collected from the hidden island, and the other bag was the things on the stone shelf. Flying with these two bags was really not a good thing. There were several times when Yang Kai wanted to throw them all into the sea, but he couldn't bear to do so. The yang liquid in the dantian was decreasing all the time. The yang inflammation wings required a huge amount of yuan qi. In just one day, he had lost nearly 200 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't made sufficient preparations before, it would definitely not be enough to support Yang Kai's return to Sea City. The alien insects were left on the hidden island. Although these insects were very obedient and sometimes very useful, Yang Kai really didn't know how to take them away, so he could only reluctantly give them up. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the blue sea water undulated beneath him, reflecting the clear blue sky. It gave birth to a feeling of insignificance and panic for no reason. Fortunately, the weather was good these days, and Yang Kai didn't encounter the storm that he was worried about. After flying for so long, Yang Kai was really tired. The head-on wind almost made his face numb. His physical consumption was serious, but he didn't feel tired mentally. Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the soul-warming lotus. This supreme saint-quality item was absorbed into his body and warmed his spirit, so naturally he didn't feel tired. Squinting his eyes, about 50 miles ahead, there were traces of a small island. Yang Kai's expression shook, and he quickly turned and flew in that direction. Not long after, he arrived. With the flaming yang wings, the speed at which he could travel was truly incredible. When he arrived, Yang Kai saw that it wasn't an island at all. It was just a stone that covered an area of about a few feet. He didn't know why it was protruding from the sea. He didn't care so much and quickly put down the two bags in his hands, collapsed on the stone like a pile of mud, and took deep breaths. After a long time, Yang Kai recovered. He rubbed his face with both hands and slowly recovered the feeling in his face. Hee, young master's strength hasn't reached the yuan qi stage. After reaching the yuan qi stage, with the yuan qi protection, flying won't be so uncomfortable. The old demon comforted him. I know why cultivators below yuan qi, even cultivators with flying artifacts, don't dare to use it. Actually, young master, you're already doing well. If not for the fact that you refined a few drops of blood congealing pearls earlier on and your qi and blood aren't vigorous enough, you wouldn't have been able to last this long. After recovering for half a day, Yang Kai set off again. After another day and night, Yang Kai finally saw the distant land appear in his eyes. The yang inflammation wings on his back were too eye-catching, and the two bags in his hands couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. He deliberately found a remote place, and after confirming that there was no one around, he landed. After checking, he found that there were only a few drops of yang liquid left in the dantian. In 2 days, he had consumed more than 400 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have been unable to bear such a loss. Looking around, Yang Kai was unfamiliar with this place, but he felt that it shouldn't be far from Sea City. Because on Yunxia's ship, he had been observing the direction every day. This time, when he left Hidden Island, he also flew in the opposite direction. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the main road. Yang Kai was now covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. He looked no different from a poor person. However, the two bags were somewhat tempting. If he encountered a bandit on the street, he was afraid that it would be troublesome. Walking along the main road, he passed by a small tea house. After asking the couple selling tea, Yang Kai realized that he was indeed a bit off track. This place was 1,000 miles away from Sea City. After determining the location, Yang Kai once again spread out his yang inflammation wings and flew in the direction of Sea City. There was still a grudge that had not been settled. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived near Sea City. He didn't immediately enter the city, but instead looked for the old man and his granddaughter's residence by the sea. The tattered door was wide open, and the sea breeze poured into the house, making the whole house seem unusually cold. Stepping in, Yang Kai found that the furnishings in the house were no different from the night he was captured. The old man and the silent little girl were no longer there, they should have already left. When he left that night, he gave the old man a lot of money, enough for him and the little girl to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to suffer any more in the future. Finding a safe and secluded place nearby, Kai Yang carefully hid the 2 parcels and only took 1 earth-grade mid-rank spirit medicine to exchange for some silver coins. One day later, Yang Kai appeared in Sea City. He didn't do anything, he just went around to inquire about useful information. For the next few days, Yang Kai spied on various aspects of information, returning to his house by the sea at night. 3 days later, Yang Kai made his move. His goal was the Red Cloud sect. Although the death of the 3 Jiang family girls had little to do with the Red Cloud sect, it was still somewhat involved. What's more, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect had an irreconcilable grudge. The parents of the silent little girl should also have died in the Red Cloud sect. One night, Yang Kai quietly flew out and made some arrangements. There was no need to do anything, he just needed to watch from the sidelines. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. The disciples woke up from their cultivation, each performing their own duties, dealing with the big and small matters on the island. As a first-class force in the endless sea islands, Ancient Cloud Island occupied as many as 3 islands. Compared to the Red Cloud sect, whether it was in terms of capital or the quality of their disciples, they were far superior. Relying on the resources produced on these 3 islands, the disciples were able to live up to expectations. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had produced many geniuses. Although they couldn't compete with a transcendent force like the Supreme Solitary Sect, their reputation was still illustrious, and few dared to provoke them. However, the disciples of Ancient Cloud Island all knew that their sect had a secret that they couldn't talk about. 300 years ago, they had lost a supreme secret art and had never been able to find it. Such a secret existed in every great force in the endless sea islands. However, the younger generation were very curious about these things, so if there was even the slightest leak, they would always try to get to the bottom of it. 1 spread to 2, 2 spread to 3, and in private, everyone was well aware of this secret, but they would never discuss it in front of the sect elders. Zhong Miao was an ordinary disciple of Ancient Cloud Island, her aptitude wasn't very good. After entering the island for several years, she had only managed to cultivate to the Qi transformation 2nd stage. She was arranged to live in a remote place on Ancient Cloud Island, feeding the several peacocks on the island. These peacocks were the favorite pets of one of the island's elders. Zhong Miao didn't have much to do, so besides taking care of these peacocks, she spent all her time diligently cultivating. She knew that with her mediocre aptitude, wanting to stand out on Ancient Cloud Island was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, she didn't complain to the heavens or anyone else, just doing her best was enough. When she woke up in the morning, Zhong Miao opened the door as usual, wanting to feed the peacocks that were much nobler than her, but just as she stepped over the threshold, she saw a dagger inserted into the door, and under the dagger was a letter. Strange, who would leave a letter here? Zhong Miao was puzzled, but still reached out and took the letter. Looking down, she saw a line of words written on it, Ancient Cloud Island's Elder, Island Master. Zhong Miao suddenly pouted, thinking that it was some senior sister or brother who was teasing her. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Her strength was low, her status was low, she had no connections, and she wasn't beautiful. There were always some annoying brother or senior sister who would find ways to bully her for fun. On top of that, the line of words on this letter was too strange, it actually said, Island Master or Elder. Since it's for the Island Master or Elder, why put it on my door? Zhong Miao's chest heaved up and down, feeling a little wronged, these people were really too annoying. Feeling slightly annoyed, she opened the letter and pulled out a yellowed page. Looking at it, she whispered softly, Broken Moon Transformation Art. As soon as she read it out loud, her expression froze for a moment. Why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, this yellowed page seemed to be quite old. It was at least a few hundred years old antique. Broken Moon Transformation Art. Zhong Miao muttered to herself again as some information flashed across the depths of her mind. Her pair of eyes suddenly widened as her pretty face filled with disbelief. Her two jade-white hands couldn't help trembling, as if the pages of the book had suddenly become scalding hot. Isn't this the name of that supreme secret art? She had heard in private that the secret art lost by the sect 300 years ago was called the Broken Moon Transformation Art. A few days ago, she had heard the elder who came to visit the peacock say that if it weren't for the Broken Moon Transformation Art being lost, the cultivation speed of the talented brother and senior sister on the island would have been much faster. Is this true or false? Zhong Miao suddenly became flustered, and she wanted to cry. Glancing at the yellowed page again, she quickly stuffed it back into the letter, not even caring about the peacocks, lifting her skirt and running out. Along the way, she encountered a few annoying brother and senior sister, but Zhong Miao didn't even hear how they ridiculed her. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, she finally arrived at the residence of the owner of the peacocks, Han Zhao. But before she could enter, she was stopped by her two brothers. What do you want? One of them coldly shouted. Zhong Miao gasped for breath, and after a long time calmed down, clutching her chest and trembling as she said, brother, I want to see Elder Han, I have something important to report. Although her status was low, she knew that this matter was of great importance and did not dare to speak about the Broken Moon Transformation Art casually. The brother sneered and said, Elder Han is in seclusion, he won't see anyone. You really have something important to report. Zhong Miao said anxiously as she tried to rush inside, but was unexpectedly pushed back by her brother. You're just a little girl who feeds the peacocks, what kind of important matter could you possibly have? The other man chuckled, apparently looking down on his junior sister. Zhong Miao puffed up her cheeks and glared at her two brothers, but since they refused to let her pass, she couldn't do anything. Helplessly, her mind raced, and without knowing where she found the courage, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted, Elder Han, bad news, your peacocks are all dead. Chapter 198. A girl's voice was crisp and penetrating, coupled with the fact that it was early in the morning and this was the elder's residence, there wasn't much noise in the surrounding area. Zhong Miao's shout could be said to have traveled 10 kilometers, allowing all the nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples to hear it clearly. When the two brothers in front of her heard this, their faces instantly turned white, their legs going soft and they almost fell to the ground. The nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples who were walking or cultivating were also stunned for a moment before they hurriedly ran away. With Zhong Miao's shout, it was as if she had unleashed a deadly forbidden technique, causing everyone to flee for their lives. It's over, Elder Han's peacocks are actually dead, they were Elder Han's lifeblood. Although these peacocks were just ordinary beasts, they were all rescued and raised by Elder Han's late wife. Elder Han Chao was a sentimental man, after his wife passed away, he had placed all of his thoughts on these peacocks and would visit them every few days. His attitude towards these peacocks was even closer than that towards his own sons. But, now they were all dead. All the ancient Cloud Island disciples who heard those words could imagine how angry Elder Han would be. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated, if they didn't escape now, when Elder Han's anger flared up, they would be implicated. Little girl, do you know what you're saying? The brother in front of Zhong Miao was terrified, his words somewhat incoherent. He also wanted to run, but he didn't have the courage. Who's talking nonsense? A roar came from Han Chao's residence. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard shot out like lightning, landing in front of Zhong Miao and the two ancient Cloud Island disciples. It was Elder Han Chao. Looking over, they saw Han Chao with bloodshot eyes, wearing nothing but pajamas, his feet bare. Apparently, he hadn't even had time to change his clothes or put on his shoes before rushing out in a hurry. The supreme pressure of an immortal ascension boundary master suddenly fell, causing Zhong Miao and her two disciples to involuntarily shiver. Han Chao's pair of eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sweeping his gaze around, he fixed it on Zhong Miao and snapped, "What happened to this old master's peacocks?" Zhong Miao was scared half to death and didn't dare to answer. Lowering his head, he held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Han Chao suspiciously looked at this female disciple who was looking after his peacock. He reached out and took the letter. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, he casually pulled out a yellowed page from the letter and casually glanced at it. In the next moment, Han Chao's eyes widened like a quail in the middle of winter with nowhere to hide. His entire body was trembling incessantly, and his throat was making sounds. It was as if he had swallowed a piece of bone that was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything for a long time. When the two male disciples saw this scene, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed that Peacock's death had dealt a heavy blow to Elder Han. Even though he was an immortal ascension boundary master, at this moment he was unable to bear it. "Elder Han!" Zhong Miao called out weakly. Han Chao woke up from his stupor and quickly stuffed the yellowed pages back into the letter. Stomping his foot angrily, he scolded Zhong Miao, "Such a big thing, why didn't you report it earlier?" The two male disciples' hearts clenched and they quietly stepped back a few steps, afraid they would be implicated. Both of them stared at Zhong Miao with some sympathy. Zhong Miao said with an aggrieved expression, "I only found out this morning and quickly came to report it. These two brothers wouldn't let me in, so I called out. Elder, it's not our fault." The two male disciples' legs went soft and they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Han Chao didn't pay any attention to them, his figure flashing and disappearing. Zhong Miao and the other two were stunned. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Han Chao returned, his eyes sweeping over Zhong Miao like a hawk, and asked, "No one else knows about this, right?" Zhong Miao quickly shook her head. "Good job, come with me." Han Chao grabbed Zhong Miao's arm and disappeared again. After waiting for a long time, the two kneeling disciples finally dared to slowly get up, glancing at each other, both of them somewhat confused and speechless. Is this elder too angry? The peacocks were all dead, so why was he still praising his junior sister for doing a good job? Shouldn't he be teaching her a lesson? Moreover, his junior sister's shout should have been heard by everyone on Ancient Cloud Island, so how could no one else know? Ancient Cloud Island's island master's residence, Zhong Miao knelt in the main hall, surrounded by silence, not a single person in sight. After Han Chao brought her here, he no longer cared about her, but Zhong Miao found that all the elders and protectors on the island had hurried to this hall. A group of 70 to 80-year-old men had gathered together, discussing something. After waiting for half a day, this group of people came out with dignified expressions and left one by one, leaving behind only Elder Han Chao and Ancient Cloud Island's island master Gu Feng. The two of them walked over to Zhong Miao together, Gu Feng gently saying, "Get up. Disciple doesn't dare." Zhong Miao lowered her head. Gu Feng chuckled and casually threw an item in front of Zhong Miao, saying, "Take this token and go to the pill hall to get some pills you need, then go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate." Zhong Miao trembled as she stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. Profound spirit cave. That was the cultivation holy land with the richest world energy density on ancient Cloud Island. Cultivating there was 3 times more efficient than anywhere else. Only those with outstanding talent who were considered by the elders to have a bright future, such as her brother, senior sister, and senior sister, could go there. A nobody like her could even dream of going there. But now, the island master actually ordered her to go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate. Moreover, she could go to the pill hall to get pills. The token in front of her was the island master's token, holding it was equivalent to the island master himself, capable of commanding all the disciples on ancient Cloud Island. Don't doubt it, this is what you deserve. Han Chao, who had never given her a smile before, was now looking at her with an amiable smile, as if he was her grandfather. Suddenly changing the subject, Han Chao said, "But remember, no matter who asks you about today's matter, disciple doesn't know anything." Zhong Miao was not a fool and naturally knew how to answer. Han Chaoan nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, "Go." "Many thanks, Island Master, many thanks, Elder Han." Zhong Miao happily thanked him, feeling like she had hit the jackpot today. She had only found a letter on the door and had actually obtained such a huge benefit. Who was this benefactor who had left her such a blessing? Not even revealing his name, in the future she would not be able to find him to repay this kindness. Picking up the island master's token, Zhong Miao floated out of the hall, still feeling like she had just woken up from a dream. On ancient Cloud Island, the undercurrents were surging. Some of the more astute disciples noticed that all the masters on the island were hurriedly gathering in one place, but no one knew what they were busy with, faintly giving off an oppressive feeling like a storm was brewing. At midnight, many of ancient Cloud Island's masters gathered together and boarded a large ship, heading towards a certain direction. 200 of ancient Cloud Island's masters were gathered on the ship, with the island master himself, 4 great elders, 3 protectors, and countless Yuan Qi masters. Of the people on the ship, even the weakest was a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Except for a limited number of people who knew the truth, everyone else was confused. The next day, at dawn, the ship approached an island. "Isn't that Red Cloud's island?" someone recognized. "What are we doing here?" Although Red Cloud sect was only a third-class force, not comparable to ancient Cloud Island in terms of heritage, it was still a sect. The Endless Sea Islands forces generally developed independently, each mind their own business. No one had expected that the destination of this voyage would actually be Red Cloud's island. Did they want to go to war with Red Cloud sect? Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man, his eyes flashing like lightning. Standing at the bow of the ship, he shouted, "This island master has received reliable news that my ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, which was lost 300 years ago, is now in Red Cloud sect." Broken Moon transformation art. Everyone on the ship was in an uproar. This was ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, lost 300 years ago and still not found, so how could it suddenly appear in Red Cloud sect? Gu Feng obviously didn't want to explain too much, so he continued, "Today, search Red Cloud sect, we must find the Broken Moon transformation art and fulfill the wishes of my ancient Cloud Island's ancestors. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. If there is any lying, kill without mercy. Today's battle is for the Broken Moon transformation art. If we can find it, all of you will be heroes of my ancient Cloud Island. Set foot on the island." Gu Feng waved his hand, and the masters on the ship quickly set foot on Red Cloud's island. A short time later, mournful screams rang out from Red Cloud Island, mixed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. It was currently dawn, the time when everyone was most relaxed. Ancient Cloud Island had come prepared, and had even launched a sneak attack. With unparalleled strength, how could Red Cloud sect possibly resist? The 2 remaining Supreme Elders came out to resist, but they were all killed by ancient Cloud Island's elders. The Red Cloud sect master and elders were all killed. Wherever ancient Cloud Island's masters went, people were thrown off their feet. On this day, Red Cloud sect's blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains. More than half of the island's disciples were killed or injured, and all the separation and reunion boundary masters were slaughtered. Found it, I found it, ha ha ha. Han Chao's hands trembled as he searched the body of a Red Cloud sect elder and found a yellowed ancient book. It was Ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art. Hurriedly bringing this supreme secret art back to the ship, he handed it over to Gu Feng. The island lord of Ancient Cloud Island, the master, also burst into tears, his voice trembling as he said, "The heavens have blessed this Gu Yun, after 300 years, the Broken Moon transformation art has finally been found. My Gu Yun ancestors, you can all rest in peace." Han Chao excitedly asked, "Island Lord, what should we do with the remaining Red Cloud sect disciples?" "Kill." Gu Feng's expression was cold, with only one word, he had decided the fate of the Red Cloud sect disciples. Regardless of how the Broken Moon transformation art had fallen into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, or how many people had seen this unique book, if they were all killed, no one would know the secret of the Broken Moon transformation art. In order to ensure that Gu Yun's supreme secret art was not leaked, what was the point of slaughtering an entire island? Chapter 199. However, there was a doubt in Gu Feng's heart, and that was, who was the one behind all this? He was old and experienced, so he knew that this person must have some kind of grudge with the Red Cloud sect and wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, so he deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the Broken Moon transformation art. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But even though Gu Feng was clear about this, he had no choice but to comply with this person's wishes and become his butcher knife. Because the Broken Moon transformation art was too important to Ancient Cloud Island. Who was this person? With such a scheming method, he really couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, in a restaurant in Sea City, Yang Kai was sitting by the window, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking in the direction of Red Cloud Island, his expression indifferent. Drinking and eating. Yang Kai sat there from morning until night, not moving at all. The battle on Red Cloud Island also lasted from morning until night. Almost all of the disciples were slaughtered, only a few fish managed to escape. Of the 200 people from Ancient Cloud Island, only 30 were injured or killed, while destroying a third-class sect. This price was well worth it. Night fell again. Yang Kai threw down a silver ingot and slowly left the restaurant. All he did was to leave the Broken Moon transformation art in Red Cloud sect, take a page and send it to Ancient Cloud Island. That was all. With a flip of his hand, Red Cloud Island was destroyed. Sea City, 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. This was a place to seek pleasure, a place to hide filth. The girls were dressed up with heavy makeup, gorgeously dressed, and wearing revealing clothes. Their charm was boundless as they leaned against the handrails on the second floor, laughing and greeting each other. Outside the entrance, there were also many charming girls openly soliciting customers. From time to time, a well-dressed man would be pulled into the pavilion. Half of the street was filled with the rich fragrance of rouge and girls. Yang Kai came to the front of the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion alone. Just as he was about to step inside, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old walked up to him. This young girl also had delicate features, but her makeup couldn't hide her delicate features. The young girl's beautiful eyes were full of expectation, and she smiled sweetly, "Good night, young lord." Her voice was clear and sweet, making Yang Kai's eyes light up. Speaking of which, since the last time he was aroused by Yu Ao Qing on Hidden Island, he had suppressed it for a long time. With the improvement of his cultivation and strength, the effects of the joyous unification art were slowly becoming stronger. Now that he saw this young girl, Yang Kai's mind couldn't help but be swayed. Here, as long as you paid, you could do whatever you wanted. There were no moral restraints. Everyone played along and took what they needed. It was just a transaction. After one night, no one would remember who it was. It was a good place to vent their anger. But when he thought about how this seemingly pure girl had been tasted by countless others, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit bored. The girl observed his expression and smiled sweetly. Is this the first time you've come to a place like this? Kai Young blushed a little and stubbornly said, no. Although the young girl wasn't very old, she had been in this business for a long time. Naturally, she wouldn't tear down Yang Kai's face. Instead, she stepped forward and stretched out her jade arm to hold on to Yang Kai's arm. If young lord wants to seek pleasure, why don't you let this servant serve you well? Kai Yang nodded his head indifferently, his expression indifferent. The young girl giggled and led Yang Kai inside, intentionally or unintentionally bumping into Yang Kai's elbow as they walked. Being stimulated by her, Yang Kai's breathing became slightly heavy. The young girl was more and more certain that this was the first time this young lord had come to this kind of place. Entering the inner hall, a burst of hot air hit his face. Since it was a brothel, the scene inside was naturally somewhat unsightly. The engravings and murals on the walls, as well as the screens, tables, and chairs placed in the lobby, were all patterns that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and was shocked. It turns out there are so many strange and unimaginable things. And, when I return to High Heaven Pavilion, I'll have to find Su Yen and try it out. The lobby was filled with constant laughter. Some people were openly flirting with the young girl in their arms, some were passionately kissing, and some were even reaching into the young girl's clothes and groping her. The sound of panting, tender moaning, and playful banter filled the air. Yang Kai couldn't bear it and his face became a little red. The young girl's eyes narrowed as she stood on tiptoe and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Young lord, do you want to drink wine and be merry here, or do you want to book a room to spend time with this servant? Everything is up to you. It's too noisy here. Then come with me, young lord." The young girl chuckled, pulling Yang Kai's hand and leading him to the stairs. Going up to the third floor, they found an empty room and the young girl pulled Yang Kai inside. "Young lord, please sit down first, this servant will arrange some food," the young girl said gently. "Wait a moment." Yang Kai called out to her. The young girl giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, are you impatient to wait?" Yang Kai blushed and shook his head. "Actually, I like older women." The young girl was surprised, but she wasn't angry. Everyone has their own preferences. She had seen at least 80 men, if not 100, and many of them had their own special interests. "Then this servant will call an older sister in?" The young girl gently asked for Yang Kai's opinion. "No need to trouble yourself, call your procuress in." Yang Kai lightly coughed. The young girl was a little dumbfounded. None of the guests who came here to seek pleasure had ever made such a request. Although the procuress in the brothel was a girl who accompanied the guests when she was young, with the passing of her youth, very few people cared about her. It was precisely because there were no guests that she became a procuress. The young girl hesitated. "Young lord, are you sure you want to call mother in?" "Call her." Yang Kai casually threw out an ingot of silver. The young girl nodded. "Young lord, please wait a moment, I don't know if mother is willing, I will go and ask first." "This young lord looks young, why does he like old women?" The 1,000 gold wine brothel's mother was in her 40s. That age was more than enough to be this young lord's real mother. Wasn't his taste a bit too heavy? But the guest had the freedom to choose what kind of woman he wanted, so the young girl naturally wouldn't blame the 1,000 gold wine brothel for opening its doors for business, as long as there was money to be made. Yang Kai quietly waited in the room for a moment before the door was opened. He coldly looked and saw a somewhat obese woman with heavy makeup walk in. When she was young, she was quite beautiful, but at this age, with the weight of her body, the charm of youth had disappeared, leaving only a body of fat. Just now, when the young girl reported that there was a young lord who wanted her to accompany him in drinking, the procuress was very happy and quickly rushed over. When she came in and saw that it was really a handsome young lord, the procuress liked him even more, thinking that she still had some charm. Walking forward, the procuress smiled beautifully and politely greeted this young lord. Before she finished speaking, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her, pushing her to sit in a chair. Schwa, a sharp dagger was inserted in front of the procuress. The procuress's face suddenly became pale, staring at the dagger, her whole body trembling. "This young lord, what do you want to do?" The procuress was also a shrewd person. Now, she didn't know that Yang Kai didn't come here to seek pleasure, but to cause trouble. "I want to ask you something." Yang Kai pulled a chair and sat in front of her, speaking in a low voice. "Young lord, please ask. If this servant knows, I will not dare to conceal anything." The procuress was frightened. "About 3 or 4 months ago, didn't you buy a 30-year-old beautiful woman?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the procuress. The procuress forced a smile. "Young lord's question is not clear. How can this servant remember? There are often some women who are sold in the brothel. The Miao family sold her." The procuress's face slightly changed. Seeing her expression, Kai Yang continued, "She even scratched her own face, swearing that she wouldn't accept any guests. Then, she was sold to the Red Cloud sect." "So, do you remember?" The procuress shook her head. "There is no such person as the young lord said." Yang Kai swung his hand and slapped her, a crisp sound came out, and the procuress's face had a palm print. "There really is no such person." Another slap. "Young lord, slap. This servant did not lie to you." Slap. "This servant remembers." The old brothel keeper hurriedly cried out. Several heavy and powerful slaps fell down, causing her to see stars and several of her teeth to fly out. If she continued to be stubborn, she might be beaten to death. This young man in front of her was clearly a bloodthirsty martial artist, so how could an ordinary person like her possibly resist? There was such a woman, but her body was not sullied, and her face was scratched by herself. "It has nothing to do with us." "I know." Yang Kai nodded slightly, then asked, "Then, who hit her? Forced her to receive guests?" "Yes, yes." The procuress looked terrified. She never thought that the beautiful woman would have such a background. "Who?" Yang Kai pulled out the dagger in front of her and casually picked at her nails. "It was this servant who hit her." "Young lord, please spare me, I just lightly whipped her a few times, that's all." All the girls who were sold to the Red Cloud sect, if they were not willing to receive guests, they would be trained like this. This servant did not know that she was one of your people. If this servant knew, even if you beat this servant to death, this servant would not dare to treat her like that. The procuress said while she knelt down and kowtowed. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the dagger on the procuress's neck with an indifferent expression. "No, don't kill me." The procuress screamed, "This servant has already told you everything, please spare my life." As soon as her voice fell, the dagger in Yang Kai's hand moved in a circle, splashing blood. The procuress's eyes gradually dimmed, and her body softly fell to the ground. Wiping the blood on the dagger, Yang Kai got up and left the room, striding outside. The girl who led Yang Kai in just now saw him running out again and couldn't help but smile. "Young lord, did you have fun?" Yang Kai ignored her, and his attitude stunned the girl. She quickly ran to the room on the 3rd floor and pushed the door open, only to see the floor covered in blood and the procuress lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Screams rang out, and the entire 1,000 Gold Wine Club suddenly became chaotic. Sea City, Miao family, brightly lit. The Miao family had not been in High City for very long, but Miao Huaqing was still a man with some means and ability. He was able to make friends from both sides, marry a girl from the Shang dynasty, and have children with her. He was able to take root in this place, and had developed quite a bit over the years. Although the family was not big, they could still earn 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver every year. Miao Huaqing did not have to worry about food and clothing, and lived a comfortable life. Chapter 200. Especially in the past few months, Miao Huaqing felt that he had gained a lot of good luck. First, the Jiang family's widow brought a lot of valuable things to him, which doubled the Miao family's wealth overnight. Later, he contributed the mysterious turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect elder personally promised to train his son Miao Lin well in the future, and also gave him some cultivation pills. His son being valued, Miao Huaqing felt sincerely gratified and happy. Even exploring the hidden island was such an important matter. The Red Cloud sect had brought his son along, which showed the Red Cloud sect's sincerity. Miao Lin had told him that in the future, he must take the girl named Yu Ao Qing as his wife. Once his son succeeded, Miao Huaqing felt that his own status would also rise. He had inquired clearly that Yu Ao Qing was the only daughter of one of the Red Cloud sect elders. If his son really got his hands on her, the Miao family's future would be bright. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the Jiang family's lady resisted too strongly that day, and he did not succeed. Thinking of the lady's plump white body, dignified and gorgeous appearance, Miao Huaqing was a little annoyed. If he had not been so angry at the time, he would not have sold her to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. He would have kept her and trained her until she became docile and obedient, becoming his plaything. Women, once they were in bed, he could play with them however he wanted. As long as she was comfortable, he could guarantee that she would forget her duties. Later, when Miao Huaqing went to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion to seek pleasure, he heard from the brothel keeper that the lady had scratched her face. She was staunch and loyal, and could no longer receive guests, so he was forced to sell her to the Red Cloud sect. Humph, falling into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, what good fruit would there be to eat? Miao Huaqing sneered, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. This was the end. Sipping a mouthful of wine, Miao Huaqing laughed, hugging a beautiful maid in each hand. For a moment, he was somewhat proud of himself. 2 beautiful maids, one on the left and one on the right. They were both girls that he had spent money to redeem from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, beautiful and moving. Miao Huaqing had spent the past few days in bed with them. At this moment, the 3 of them sat on the bed. There was a small table on the bed with a few exquisite dishes on it. Miao Huaqing was more or less wearing pajamas, while the 2 beautiful maids were practically naked, only wearing underwear. 80% of their beautiful delicate bodies were exposed. Slim waists, slender legs, full breasts and perky buttocks, nothing could be imagined. Drink and be merry. From time to time, Miao Huaqing would touch the body of the girl beside him a few times. His eyes gradually blurred, and his interest gradually rose. Take the table away. Master will teach you 2 a new trick. Miao Huaqing waved his hand and said drunkenly. 2 beautiful maids stood up with smiles on their faces and removed the table and dishes. Hee, come here. Miao Huaqing waved at them with a lewd smile. When they reached the bedside, he suddenly pulled them into his arms. In 2 to 3 seconds, the 2 girls' undergarments were stripped off. Miao Huaqing placed them side by side on the bed. Taking off his own clothes, a vicious dog pounced on one of the delicate bodies. Just as he was about to take action, a mournful and short scream suddenly came from outside the door. This scream made Miao Huaqing's heart tremble. Almost in an instant, he jumped up. Only to hear an angry shout from outside, "Whose kid is this? How dare you come to the Miao family and behave atrociously?" As soon as the voice fell, there was another puff sound. The guards around all moved together, roaring again and again. Obviously, they had already started fighting. Miao Huaqing did not rush out, but listened carefully. A moment later, his expression changed. He found that the strength of the person who came was very strong. The guards he recruited were actually killed one by one. Yang Kai, dressed in black, came from the Miao family's gate, holding a steel knife in his hand. When the knife flashed, someone would die. The cultivator of this small family was not comparable to the disciples of the sect forces. Many of the recruited guards were people who did not have much future in martial arts. They gave up on continuing to cultivate and then surrendered to these families to earn a living. The Miao family was not a big family, so how strong could those who were recruited by the Miao family be? Yang Kai had investigated everything about the Miao family a few days ago. The strongest person in the Miao family was Miao Huacheng, who was only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. The other guards also had a few separation and reunion boundary cultivators, but most of them were Qi transformation stage cultivators. These people's talents were mediocre. They had cultivated for 20 to 30 years or more, but had only reached this realm. They were all recruited by Miao Huacheng to act as guards, helping the tiger do evil. When Yang Kai broke in, he was discovered by these guards, and after 10 breaths of time, several of them died. His strength had already reached the Qi transformation 9th stage, which was much higher than most of the Miao family's guards. Not to mention, Yang Kai had come in anger, his Yuan Qi surging violently, giving off a menacing aura, making him look like an evil demon. In the darkness of the night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. This baleful aura caused the Miao family's guards to tremble in fear. To deal with the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had no choice but to rely on ancient Cloud Island. But to deal with the Miao family, Yang Kai had to do it himself. Grievances could only be truly resolved with his own hands. Little brat, who the hell are you? With such strength at such a young age, which island are you from? One of the Miao family's separation and reunion boundary guards frowned and asked. To reach the peak of the Qi transformation stage at such a young age, besides the disciples from the outer sea islands, none of the families in Sea City could cultivate such a person. Therefore, this guard was really afraid. None of the outer sea islands' forces were something the Miao family could provoke. If he killed this young man, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he had taken Miao Huacheng's money and was working for the Miao family, he didn't want to get into trouble. But this boy was very strange. Since entering, he had not said a single word, only killing people, which really made him angry. Even if you came to the Miao family to kill, you should at least have a reason, right? Young man, where did you learn from? Can you tell me about it? The man asked again for the sake of caution. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. In his hand was a steel blade dripping with blood. Step by step, he walked inside. Yang Kai's attitude completely enraged the Miao family's guards. The guard who spoke before roared, "Kill him for me. What if he is a disciple from one of the outer sea islands?" Someone was uneasy. This boy's body is full of evil qi, and he doesn't even care about it. He must be a mad demon. How could there be such an evil cultivator on those islands? These words made sense. Yang Kai had not said anything since he came in, nor did he answer their questions. He had only walked and killed. If he wasn't a mad demon, then what was he? Slaying evil and eliminating evil was everyone's responsibility. Thinking of this, the Miao family's guards no longer hesitated. Under the leadership of several separation and reunion boundary experts, they all rushed forward. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a black chi flew out. The steel blade in his hand flashed. He faced a Qi transformation realm guard and chopped down. His opponent tried to parry with his long sword, but when the two blades came into contact, the long sword was directly broken. The hot Truyang Yuan Qi circulated around the steel blade, and not only did it break his sword, but it also split his body in two. Blood fell like rain, and internal organs were everywhere. The two separation and reunion boundary experts attacked from the side, but before they could get close to Yang Kai, a strange laughter suddenly sounded in their ears. This kind of soul-stealing sound made their hair stand on end. They thought that there was some kind of expert hiding nearby. With this hesitation, they did not have the courage to attack Yang Kai. The old demon had already arrived in front of them with the soul breaker all. In the dark night, the old demon attacked from the shadows. Feeling the danger, the two separation and reunion boundary experts quickly blocked. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. The old demon's attack was not successful, so it immediately fled. The Soul Breaker all instantly arrived in front of a Chi Transformation Realm Level 5 guard. The Soul Breaker all poured into his chest and came out of his back, taking away his soul. On the Red Cloud Island, the old demon had swallowed a lot of evil Chi. On the Hidden Island, he had also swallowed the divine sense of that godly thief. At this moment, the old demon's fighting strength was much higher than before. It was no longer the same as before. Killing a Chi transformation stage martial artist with a single strike was simply too easy. Not to mention, he was wrapped in the Soul Breaker all, using his soul to drive this artifact, making it even more difficult to guard against. When the old demon showed its power, Yang Kai killed 2 Chi Transformation Realm guards. When the other Chi Transformation Realm cultivator saw Yang Kai's ferocity, how could they dare to come forward? Only the 3 separation and reunion boundary experts were in a dilemma. They were vigilant against Yang Kai and also against the old demon. Their palms were full of sweat. The 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts hardened, and they angrily shouted, "Boy, die!" The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Yang Kai raised his steel saber to parry, while the old demon supported from the side. 2 against 3, they were not afraid at all. With a crack, the steel saber shattered. The separation and reunion boundary cultivator who was fighting Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Before he could stand firm, Yang Kai had already flashed in front of him and fiercely punched him in the chest. Pang, pang, pang. 3 muffled sounds were heard. The man felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 blow was enough to seriously injure him. The power of the Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion could be seen clearly. Without waiting for the other 2 to save him, Yang Kai had already retreated. The old demon immediately attacked. Taking advantage of the Yuan Qi in his body being disrupted, the Soul Breaker all pierced the man's throat and stayed in his body for a moment before flying out again. Ha ha ha. I finally ate a decent spirit. The old demon's loud laughter was heard, accompanied by the sound of chewing. The remaining 2 separation and reunion boundary cultivators were aghast. Before they could recover, their vision blurred. Yang Kai, who was more than 10 feet away, had unexpectedly returned to them. His 2 palms were completely red, like soldering iron, and slammed toward their chests. The 2 of them let out a strange cry and fiercely urged their Yuan Qi to meet the attack with their palms. Pa, pa. 2 sounds were heard. Yang Kai's face paled, and he quickly retreated. The other 2 people did not have it easy either. They only felt a burning pain on their palms, and a tyrannical, fierce, and scalding Yuan Qi drilled into their bodies. They did not dare to be negligent and hastily resisted. After neutralizing 1 wave, there was another. 3 waves of Yuan Qi, like 3 waves, rushed into their meridians, causing their arms to explode into a bloody mist. Screams were heard. Yang Kai had already returned. His self-created footwork allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. He flashed behind the 2 people and fiercely punched. Pang, 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 the 2 people's bodies were like rags. Caught off guard, they took a few punches before they could hurriedly dodge. However, the true Yang Yuan Qi that had invaded their bodies remained. The 2 people's faces were flushed red. They used all their strength to neutralize the scalding Yuan Qi. The old demon once again pounced on them. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he suddenly attacked and nimbly took their lives. Chapter 201. My God, run! The only 3 separation and reunion boundary guards of the Miao family had been killed in less than 30 breaths of time, so how could the surviving Qi transformation stage cultivator dare to stay? With a strange cry, they all rushed out. Jie jie jie. Don't even think about running away, all of you will stay for this old man. The old demon laughed crazily, the soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, each time taking a life. More than a dozen chi transformation stage guards were all lying on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai's yuan chi was rolling more violently, and his whole body was covered with evil chi. With his dark clothes, he really looked like an evil demon. Pang! The front door opened, and Miao Huacheng hurriedly rushed out, but when he saw the scene in the courtyard, his expression could not help but change. When Yang Kai had rushed into the Miao family's house and caused a ruckus, he had already heard it. He wanted to have sex with the two beautiful maids, so he had just taken off his clothes. Even though he knew that there was a great battle outside, he still had to put on his clothes first. Otherwise, how could he run out naked? The screams of the guards made Miao Huacheng panic, so much so that he even buttoned 2 buttons wrong. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, only to see that none of his guards were left. They were all lying on the ground. In front of him, a black-clothed man whose face could not be seen was walking towards him step by step. His yuan chi was berserk beyond recognition. Although it was fierce, it was only at the peak of the chi transformation stage. This discovery made Miao Huacheng's panicked mood relax. "Who are you?" Miao Huacheng angrily shouted, staring at Yang Kai with vigilance. The other side did not answer, but his footsteps gradually quickened. Courting death. Miao Huacheng's heart was filled with anger, and he also walked towards Yang Kai. The distance between the two quickly closed. When they were only 3 feet apart, Miao Huacheng suddenly pointed at Yang Kai, and a sharp wind suddenly shot out, making a whimpering sound. Yang Kai instinctively moved to the side, and the wind brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Miao Huacheng was surprised. He did not expect that at such a close distance, the other side could actually dodge his finger, but he did not panic, and sneered. He flicked his finger again. Although this move was not a high-level martial skill, it was fast, and the consumption of yuan chi, it was hard to defend. As soon as Yang Kai's finger shot out, Miao Huacheng suddenly lost sight of him. The next moment, Miao Huacheng felt a hot sensation behind him. Insignificant skill. Although he was shocked, Miao Huacheng, he was still a cultivator at the peak of separation and reunion stage, and had some skills. Miao Huacheng. Miao mi miao yang, Miao Huacheng, miao. Turning around, Miao Huacheng jumped into the air, both palms pushed out, and his yuan chi was pushed to the limit. He shouted, "Wild wind kill." A faint whistling sound could be heard as Miao Huacheng's 2 palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he sent out a series of invisible wind blades towards Yang Kai without pause. Although these attacks could not be seen with the naked eye, Yang Kai's senses were sharp, and he could still judge the trajectory of these wind blades. His body flashed, and he hurriedly dodged. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The wind blades came one after another, brushing past Yang Kai's clothes and hitting the ground, cutting many cracks in the ground. However, Yang Kai was still unscathed, only some pieces of his clothes fluttered in the air. Miao Huacheng's face became cold, his speed suddenly increased, and he shouted, "Let's see how you dodge." More than a dozen wind blades attacked at the same time, blocking Yang Kai's dodging space. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he did not waste any more time. His yuan chi burned, and his whole body became as dazzling as the sun. His arms crossed in front of him to protect his vital parts. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the wind blades attacked, cutting Yang Kai's body, arms, and thighs, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out, and it was a shocking sight. However, Miao Huacheng was taken aback. Although his attack had injured his opponent, it hadn't taken his life. It could even be said that those injuries were only minor injuries, flesh wounds. Even his bones and tendons hadn't been injured. How strong and pure was his yuan chi to be able to resist his separation and reunion peak martial skill. Seeing that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, the old demon was furious. He laughed strangely and was about to rush over to help, but Yang Kai called him in his mind. He wanted to deal with this battle by himself. Not only did he want to test how much his strength had grown, but he also wanted to use this battle to break through his shackles. With the help of the old demon, it would not be difficult to take Miao Huacheng's life, but it was not in line with his plan. Perceiving Yang Kai's determination, the old demon secretly warned him to be careful, and did not act presumptuously again. He just covered himself with the soul breaker all and hid on the side. It was not until now that Miao Huacheng finally saw Yang Kai's face. It was the face of a boy about 15 or 16 years old, determined, cold, crazy, bloodthirsty, and calm. All kinds of emotions gathered in his expression, perfectly blended together, but also conflicting and contradictory, giving people a very strange feeling. Miao Huacheng frowned and said, "Boy, have we met somewhere before?" He always felt that this face was vaguely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. A few months ago, when Yang Kai saw him, he was still a little beggar with a dirty face. How could Miao Huacheng connect the evil and awe-inspiring Yang Kai with the little beggar of that day? He did not hear an answer, as if the other side was mute. "Arrogant boy, you dare to come to my Miao family and act presumptuously, you are courting death." Miao Huacheng no longer talked, and rushed in front of Yang Kai, striking out with his palm. Yang Kai also used his footwork to contend with him, his two hands sometimes forming palms, sometimes forming fists, fighting endlessly with Miao Huacheng. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Yang Kai soon fell into a disadvantage, only able to passively defend. On the contrary, Miao Huacheng became braver and braver, taking the limelight, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. But Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Although fighting with a separation and reunion boundary peak master was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death, but Yang Kai still insisted on not using the unyielding will. He needed this moment of life and death to comprehend his own martial arts, so as to break through the shackles of his body. This was not a friendly exchange of pointers, but a real fight to the death. Yang Kai's actions could be described as walking on a tightrope. The old demon was scared witless, and his soul was about to leave his body. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the yuan qi in his body became more and more violent. The warmth in his bones also became stronger and stronger, as if the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton could no longer be suppressed, and was about to burst out. Yang Kai suppressed it, and only fought with Miao Huacheng with the strength of the qi transformation boundary. Miao Huacheng was not young, and had practiced many martial arts in his life. He repeatedly changed his attacks, but was still unable to kill Yang Kai. Although he was beaten until he was full of scars, his opponent seemed like he could not be killed, and did not even leave a decent injury. As time passed, Miao Huacheng faintly felt that something was not right. This mad demon youth's violent yuan qi actually showed signs of being restrained, and his moves were no longer as methodical as before, but they were more difficult to deal with. His moves were straightforward, and there was no pattern to them. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He faintly felt that he had touched the layer of shackles that had been placed on his body. He immediately paid more attention to it, and experienced it in this life and death battle. His moves gradually became wild and free, as if he would no longer be restrained by anything. Even his self-created footwork was now much smoother than before. Combined with his straightforward moves, Yang Kai gradually turned from defense to offense. After fighting for a while, Yang Kai's comprehension deepened. He felt the yuan qi surge in his body, and the power that poured into his fists and feet. He felt the traces of his moves and the opponent's response. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Mirror Moon Kill. Miao Huacheng suddenly roared, and finally used his strongest move. When the yuan qi exploded, dozens of Miao Huacheng's figures appeared in all directions, as if they were clones. These Miao Huachengs all raised their fists, smashing towards Yang Kai with a sinister smile. This was his trump card. Once the dozens of mirror moon phantoms appeared, there were illusions in the real, and there were truths in the fake. Even a cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to distinguish. Today, in order to deal with a youth at the peak of the Qi transformation stage, Miao Huacheng's helplessness and anger could be seen. But, it should be over. Once the mirror moon kill is used, this kid will definitely die. Miao Huacheng was very confident in himself. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He quietly looked at the enemy figures around him, and his somewhat confused eyes suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart, the Tao separates and reunites. So what if it's righteous, so what if it's evil? Stay true to your heart and act according to your nature. That's your martial path. The Berserk Yuan Qi, which was originally about to be restrained, suddenly burst forth with ferocious and surging waves. This time, it was several times more violent than before. It was like the might of an avalanche, the might of a mountain collapsing. Even someone as strong as Miao Huacheng's expression abruptly changed when he felt this demonic qi. This kid. Did he really become the demon race? Moreover, he had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary right in front of him. Yang Kai activated unyielding will the moment he broke through. His strength, which had just broken through to the separation and reunion boundary, rapidly rose to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. He was at the same level as Miao Huacheng. He calmly punched out, his true Yang Yuan Qi ferociously bursting forth. The silhouettes of the dozen or so seedlings around him shattered like broken mirrors. With a muffled groan, Miao Huacheng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In a confrontation of the same level, Miao Huacheng was not a match for Yang Kai's punch. Struggling to get up, Miao Huacheng looked at Yang Kai in horror. He saw this crazy youth's indifferent and calm face, but his eyes were brimming with a crazy bloodthirsty and cruel light. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. Who are you? I, Miao Huacheng, what enmity do you have with me? Miao Huacheng was scared. He knew that he could not beat this youth, and now he only wanted to know why he was looking for him. But, he did not get an answer. Miao Huacheng was extremely sullen. He shouted, "Don't kill me, my son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The elders of the Red Cloud sect value him very much. If you kill me, you will also be in trouble." Chapter 202. Miao Huacheng had no choice but to bring up the Red Cloud sect. He hoped that Yang Kai would be wary of him and stop, so that he could keep his life. However, the other party obviously didn't put the Red Cloud's sect in his eyes. In an instant, he arrived in front of him. He seemed to be very calm as he patted his chest. Then, he lightly retreated. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Miao Huacheng's heart seemed to be gripped by a hot hand. It violently contracted and then fiercely expanded. With a cry, Miao Huacheng vomited blood. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. The old demon took advantage of Miao Huacheng's unpreparedness to kill him. The Soul Breaker all rushed into Miao Huacheng's body and gave him a fatal blow. Who was this person? Why did he come to the Miao family and start a massacre? Before Miao Huacheng died, he was still thinking about how he had provoked this young man, but he still could not figure it out. It had to be said that being killed in such a confused manner, Miao Huacheng could not die in peace. In the sky above Sea City, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy crazily gathered around Yang Kai. After breaking through a large realm, he could once again receive heaven and earth energy. Yang Kai used his movement skill and quickly left the Miao family. Soon, he appeared on the shore of the sea. That night, the wind whistled and the waves surged. Countless cultivators in Sea City looked at the shore in horror. They knew that it was a person who had just broken through and caused a heaven and earth vision. However, such a terrifying heaven and earth vision made them not dare to approach. They could only look from afar with admiration and envy. This person was definitely an expert. It was very likely that he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary from the Yuan Qi boundary. Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? The overall strength of the cultivator in Sea City was not high. Naturally, they did not dare to touch the whiskers of an immortal ascension boundary expert. However, no one would have thought that such a heaven and earth vision was just a 15-year-old boy breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. If they were to know that, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The crazy movement lasted for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the storm passed, some people vaguely saw a ball of fire fly out from the shore and into the depths of the sea. Through the fire, a pair of wing-like things could be faintly seen. However, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. They just thought that they were hallucinating. Dawn, Clouds Island. Yang Kai came to the right peninsula and stood on the mountain peak where he had parted with Madame Jiang, looking up. The whole of Yunxia is now in a gloomy state. Even on the right peninsula, one could almost smell the smell of blood flowing in the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses. There were traces of a great battle and pools of dark red blood that had not yet dried up. Houses had collapsed, and walls were in ruins. Birds flew across the sky, and the earth groaned. The entire Red Cloud sect had been slaughtered. There was a skeleton in front of Yang Kai. The skeleton was wearing a tattered green and white dress. It was the one that Madame Jiang wore that day. Withered bones sat quietly on the mountain peak like an immortal reef. Yang Kai could almost clearly see that after he parted with Madame Jiang that day, she had been sitting there without moving. She just looked in the direction of High City's Miao family. A breeze blew, blowing Madame Jiang's hair. Her eyes were gloomy, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was no light, no hope. She just looked at it, and didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, saw Miao Huaqing die at the hands of Yang Kai. Heaven's law was good, but who did the heavens spare? Resentment was over. Evil people will eventually be punished. Yang Kai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame Jiang. He reached out his hand, wanting to bury her skeleton. However, when his hand touched the skeleton, she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew on the ground. The wind blew the powder over the right peninsula of Yunxia and scattered on the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. There was some sadness and desolation on his face. That day, he really wanted to take Madame Jiang away. However, he didn't want to. Her heart was already dead. She would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her late husband and her late daughter was the best place for her to return to. Yang Kai followed her wishes. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if what he did was right. Feeling the desolation in Yang Kai's heart, the old demon held back for a long time before comforting him. "Young master, you are not Madame Jiang. How do you know that death is not a relief for her?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound. After a long time, he turned around, spread the wings of Yang Inflammation, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps it was a relief for her, but for him, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yang Kai took out a lot of strange flowers and herbs collected from the hidden island. He exchanged them with people in High City for Yang attribute things, refining them into Yang liquid and storing them in Dantian. 2 days later, at night, Yang Kai carried 2 big bags and flew north. Shortly after Yang Kai left High City, all the major islands and great forces in the Endless Sea Islands received a piece of shocking and exciting news. Supreme Solitary Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art. Is this news true? Azura Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art. Is there any news about my sect hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword? Falling Flowers Sect, the Broken Moon transformation art has been found. What about the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia? This is the foundation of my sect. It was lost along with the Broken Moon transformation art. Scarlet Lotus Sect, go to Ancient Cloud Island and inquire about the whereabouts of our sect master's token. Cloud Dragon Island, after more than a dozen great forces heard that Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art had been found, they couldn't remain calm. Everyone's things were lost at the same time. There was no reason that Ancient Cloud Island could find it, but there was no news about them. In an instant, all the masters of the major islands began to move. In just one day, Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded with masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Gu Feng and the elders of Ancient Cloud Island were all exhausted from entertaining them. After explaining in detail about the Broken Moon transformation art, these dozen great forces hurriedly rushed to Red Cloud Sect. The pitiful Red Cloud Island was only a third-rate force. Just because of a manual of the Broken Moon transformation art, their entire sect was exterminated. But after that, more than a dozen forces plowed through Red Cloud Island again and again, trying to find what their sect had lost 300 years ago. But those things had already been taken away by Yang Kai, so how could they find them? If they couldn't find them, they would naturally become angry. If they were angry, they would attack people. If there was no one to attack, they would attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Red Cloud Island disappeared from the world's view, completely destroyed. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that Red Cloud Sect would suffer such misfortune after he left. At this moment, he was very close to High Heaven Pavilion. He had accumulated a lot of yang liquid in Sea City, allowing him to quickly fly back to the sect. Deliberately choosing a night, when he was only 50 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai landed and used his movement skill to continue forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion that he had been away from for nearly half a year, Yang Kai smiled. His somewhat depressed mood because of the matter with the Jiang family's widow had finally improved. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the sect, but he knew that here, there was a woman who could accompany him for the rest of his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags, Yang Kai sneaked into the sect, but just as he set foot inside, he frowned. "Young master." The old demon quietly called out. "I don't care." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that several divine senses had swept over him. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to feel this. After all, those who could use their divine sense to investigate him were at least at the immortal ascension boundary, several realms higher than him. But since he had obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's perception had become extremely sharp, so when these divine senses swept over him, he was already aware of them. These divine senses were very unfamiliar, definitely not from the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only probing and didn't have any malicious intent. After sweeping over, they no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. But this discovery made his heart skip a beat. Why did High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? Faintly guessing in his heart, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the sect is not peaceful right now. Almost at the same moment Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, in a small pavilion, Su Yan, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. "He's back." Su Yan whispered softly, gently pursing her red lips, her face involuntarily blushing. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, urging her to approach the direction of that person. This kind of calling out to her made Su Yan somewhat flustered, making it impossible for her to continue meditating. It's really Nemesis. During the time he wasn't here, although there were times when it was difficult for her to endure, using her ice heart secret art to help her calm down, and with this kind of test and resistance, her state of mind had also rapidly improved. But when she heard that he had returned, her ice heart secret art seemed to have completely lost its effect, and she couldn't even calm down. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yan didn't insist, instead standing up and opening the door, wrapping herself in a cold and otherworldly aura, her body transformed into a white and flawless blur as she quickly approached the coiling dragon stream. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old demon, go play by yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the old demon and the soul breaker all away. "Ah, cough cough." The old demon was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, "This old master isn't a 3-year-old child, how could young master dismiss me like this?" However, the demonic chi of the coiling dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon, so he didn't hesitate and directly rushed down. Standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai waited for a moment before a white figure quickly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from him. Their 4 eyes met, both filled with tenderness. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with longing, while Su Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness. Quietly looking at each other, they observed the changes in each other over the past few months. He had become a lot stronger and more robust, but there was a trace of unconcealable vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes shouldn't appear in a person of his age, but it gave him a sense of maturity. Looking at this faint trace of vicissitudes, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She knew that in these past few months, Yang Kai must have encountered a lot of things. Chapter 203. She was like a celestial pearl, her temperament becoming more and more otherworldly, pure and flawless. Anyone who stood in front of her could not help but feel humble and ashamed of their inferiority. Pure as ice and pure as jade, her face was peerless, her skin as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest touch. Like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, she exuded a sense of holiness and inviolable nobility. Although he had once possessed her and even acted presumptuously on her body, meeting her this time, Yang Kai still felt a sense of unreality. Su Yan's nobility and purity obviously did not have the slightest effect on Yang Kai. Suppressing and resisting for so long in his heart, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously wrapped his arms around Su Yan's waist, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Yan hurriedly raised her hand to block him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Go down." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai leapt down towards the coiling dragon stream decisively. After falling 1,000 meters, Yang Kai's wings unfurled and he flew into the cave mansion he had created. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at the wings on Yang Kai's back with some surprise. Entering the secluded cave, Yang Kai folded his wings and threw the 2 large bags he was carrying onto the ground. Then, he picked up Su Yan and carried her up, a meaningful smile on his face as he walked step by step towards the stone bed. Su Yan's heart felt like it was stuffed with a deer, her heart thumping wildly. Although she had experienced this kind of thing twice, thinking about it now still made her feel a little shy, and she couldn't help burying her head in Yang Kai's arms. Arriving at the stone bed, he slowly put her down. Su Yan boldly raised her head and looked towards Yang Kai. Her cheeks were flushed red. Between kisses, their breathing gradually became heavy, one body burning hot like fire, the other piercing cold like ice, both of them endlessly longing for the other. With a soft sound, Yang Kai suppressed his crazy desires and gently unbuttoned Su Yan's clothes, slowly revealing her porcelain-like delicate breasts. Her clothes fluttering in the wind, her hair disheveled, Yang Kai flipped over and pressed her down. Rain and clouds overturned. Su Yan was gasping for breath, and her whole body was as weak as mud. On the contrary, Yang Kai was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a knight charging forward with his spear. With endless stamina and full of spirit, they madly collided with each other without rest. Even though Su Yan was circulating her ice heart's secret art, she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. Her whole body was covered in a layer of red light, and her hair was disheveled and dripping with sweat. Is this okay? Su Yan gritted her teeth and endured the shyness in her heart. She complied with Yang Kai's wishes and was placed in a position that made her feel somewhat ashamed. Very good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, his appetite piqued. The night he returned to High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai and Su Yan fooled around all night. Recalling the carvings and murals he saw in Sea City's 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion, Yang Kai put them into action. He put them into practice and explored them. He enjoyed it so much that he forgot to return. His mood was getting higher and higher. Su Yan simply didn't know that the matters between men and women could have so many variations, so many variations. It was like a mysterious martial skill, with infinite variations, each variation giving people a different kind of feeling and pleasure. It was just that these variations were too embarrassing. Su Yan faintly couldn't bear it. After countless variations, Yang Kai found that his favorite position was one that he had accidentally explored in Heaven's Cave Inheritance. He turned Su Yan's back to him. Because in the middle of it, the lifelike ice phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back was constantly flowing, flying on her delicate white skin. Looking at this ice phoenix pattern, looking at her smooth back and slender waist that was as smooth as silk, Yang Kai always felt an inexplicable excitement and impulse. He knew that since Su Yan had this ice phoenix pattern, then he must also have a fire dragon pattern on his back. This was the source of the inheritance from Heaven's Cave Inheritance. After that, the two began dual cultivation. Their bodies were tightly connected, and they operated the art of joyous unification. After a full day, both Yang Kai and Su Yan felt that their strength had improved. The improvement wasn't much, but the biggest benefit was that the yuan qi in their bodies had become pure. The art of joyous unification allowed their yuan qi to melt and temper. As the number of dual cultivation increased, the yuan qi in their bodies would only become more and more condensed. After dual cultivation, Yang Kai couldn't resist the temptation and ravaged Su Yan again, gently putting on Kai Yang's clothes. Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of lust and satisfaction. She was really afraid. Kai Yang was now like a tireless fighting machine. His ferocious thrusts, again and again, made her feel weak and powerless. She was afraid that if she didn't put on Yang Kai's clothes, she wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. After putting on the clothes, the two hugged each other and lay down on the stone bed. There was no need to talk about their feelings, each could feel the other's thoughts. Right, your speculation came true. Su Yan laid in Yang Kai's arms and suddenly said. What speculation? Yang Kai played with a strand of her hair, enjoying the peace after the storm. A few months ago, didn't you say that the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance might involve a lot of people? Outsiders came. Yang Kai's expression became serious. And, the central capital's 8 great families didn't send anyone, but after the various families and sects heard that the Heaven's Cave Inheritance appeared here, many masters came. Now, they are trying to win over the disciples who have entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. Whether it is High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, or Storm Hall, many disciples have been recruited. What kind of people came from High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Kai asked, a trace of relief in his heart. No wonder when he returned to the sect that night, he felt a lot of divine senses sweep past him. It turned out that they were the masters of the various families and great forces. Xian Province's Dong family, Yun Province's Bai family, Chuanzhou's Purple Fern Valley, these 3 great forces, as well as many other great forces, are secretly lurking in Black Plum Town. Dong family. Yang Kai's heart moved. What kind of conditions did they offer you? Kai Yang asked. Su Yan was the number 1 disciple of the 3 sects, and she was also the most likely person to have obtained the inheritance of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. The 3 great forces would definitely want to recruit Su Yan, so the price they offered would naturally not be low. If they help me break through to the immortal ascension boundary within 2 years, they will give me all the pills and artifacts they have, and my status will be the same as that of an elder. What a big deal. Yang Kai smiled gently. What are your conditions? Marry them. Sure enough, I won't agree. Su Yan snuggled into Yang Kai's arms. Although they suspect that I have obtained the inheritance, they don't have any conclusive evidence. So they didn't go too far, but I've been living in High Heaven Pavilion for the past few days. The young lords of these three great forces are all here, right? Yang Kai sneered. If you want to chase a beauty, you naturally need the young lords to come forward and win her heart, but these people obviously miscalculated. Not to mention that Su Yan was already his woman, and had an inseparable relationship with him. Even without these connections, with Su Yan's personality, it was impossible for her to agree. The Ice Heart's secret art allowed her to not worry about anything, so how could these things be enough to move her? Su Yan nodded slightly, reaching out and stroking Yang Kai's cheek. You don't have to worry, I only belong to you. I'm not worried, Yang Kai grinned, if they can move you, they can use their means. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai frowned, but I'm still very unhappy, damn, they dare to have ideas about this father's woman. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, feeling somewhat sweet in her heart. Even if she had no desires, when she saw Yang Kai jealous, she couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness. After dawn, Su Yan left. Yang Kai began to organize the things he had obtained during this time, glancing around his cave mansion and couldn't help being secretly surprised. He found that his cave mansion had greatly changed. When he left, this was just a cold and dark cave. But now, this cave was like a new home. Not only were there tables and chairs, but there were also many pots of flowers. There were also many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. There were decorations everywhere. Even the stone bed had a warm and comfortable bedding, which he hadn't noticed when he was fooling around with Su Yan for so long. These should be the result of Xia Ning Chang and Su Yan's transformation. The transformation was quite good. Walking to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai saw the yin-yang monster ginseng hanging its head dispiritedly, its facial features scrunched together as if it was angry. When Yang Kai returned that night, this sentient world spirit ginseng had greeted him, but received no response, so it couldn't help feeling depressed. The yin-yang monster ginseng was also well taken care of. The yang qi here was very rich, so Su Yan only needed to give it a little yuan qi every few days. Yang Kai chuckled, squatted down, and fed it 2 drops of yang liquid, which immediately made the yin-yang monster ginseng happy. Sitting down cross-legged beside the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed, and the wordless black book appeared in his hand. These days, every time he broke through, whether it was a minor realm or a great realm, Yang Kai would examine the wordless black book, hoping to pry into its mysteries. But every time he came in high spirits, only to return in disappointment. After a few times, Yang Kai was no longer as enthusiastic as before. The black book had already helped him a lot, so even if he couldn't get anything from it in the future, Yang Kai was confident he could grow stronger. Thinking so, he couldn't help feeling much better. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. No matter how good the black book was, if he didn't work hard, it would be useless. This time, it was just a habitual examination. Yang Kai didn't expect to get anything from it, so he casually turned to the 5th page and poured yuan qi into the black book. Unlike before, when the stone sank into the sea, the black book actually reacted this time. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited, staring at the black book with wide eyes while continuing to pour yuan qi into it. Layers of ripples spread outwards, and soon after, rays of golden light appeared from the black book. However, unlike before, these rays of golden light did not emerge from the black book. Instead, they connected together, densely packed together, like a complex array. Not long after, a line of large words appeared. Medicine King's Valley, Myriad Drug Pond. A moment later, this line of large words disappeared, and the golden light on the black book also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai frowned. This time was very different from before. The black book didn't give him anything, but instead gave him the name of a place. Chapter 204. Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai naturally knew about it. This was a very special force. The valley was filled with alchemists who were proficient in alchemy. The people in Medicine King's Valley were not necessarily strong, nor were their methods. Their overall combat strength could even be said to be inferior to a first-rate force, only slightly stronger than a second-rate force. However, it was this faction that had a much longer history than any of the other factions. It was said that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had been around for thousands of years. Over the years, even many super forces had been wiped out in the long river of history, but Medicine King's Valley was still immortal. Its status was transcendent. Even the central capital's 8 great families did not dare underestimate the existence of Medicine King's Valley. Because every year, many cultivators would bring materials to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help in alchemy. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to any force. In other words, whoever dared to harm Medicine King's Valley would be making an enemy of the entire world. There was a rumor that in the past, a sect master of one of the great sects had gone to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help, but for some reason he was refused. The sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation and actually killed the alchemist who refused. This was a big mistake. With a single call from Medicine King's Valley, this great sect was annihilated in a single night. Rumors were not necessarily true, but there was no smoke without fire. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the influence of Medicine King's Valley was. And the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley. It was rumored that miracles often occurred there. Many proficient alchemists had obtained the insights of the alchemy ancestors of Medicine King's Valley. The wordless black book displayed such a line of words. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Could it be that he had to go to Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond to find something? Although he had such a guess, Yang Kai definitely would not go now. First of all, he knew nothing about alchemy. If he went there, he would only be driven out. Second of all, he needed to improve his strength first. Then he would think of a good way to safely infiltrate Medicine King's Valley and wait for an opportunity. Putting away the wordless black book, Yang Kai opened his hand and with a suction force, a package on the ground flew over. This bag of items was all lost by the overseas powers 300 years ago. Now that they had fallen into his hands, he should make use of them. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai wanted to refine an artifact for his own use. But at that time, because he was still overseas, he was afraid of triggering the restrictions in these artifacts and being detected by the sect they belonged to. But now it was different, he had returned to High Heaven Pavilion. It was 108,000 miles away from the ocean. Even if the restriction was activated, it wouldn't be able to transmit such a far distance. If he used it carefully in the future, there was no need to worry about any problems. There were 3 artifacts. Apart from the Tai seal, which required a special heart mantra to activate, the remaining one was a sword and a blood begonia. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its entire body was crimson red, as if there was blood flowing within it. After probing it slightly, Yang Kai was surprised to hear a miserable shriek coming from within the sword. The murderous aura was oppressive, disturbing one's mind. If a person with a weak mind heard this sound, he would most likely become the demon race on the spot and fall into the evil path forever. This ominous weapon was the Azura sect's most precious artifact, the Azura sword. Yang Kai was overjoyed because he felt quite close to this sword. The murderous aura it exuded was very similar to the aura it exuded when he displayed the unyielding will. It was precisely this kind of similarity. Because of this, there wasn't much of a barrier between him and the sword. This was good, at least a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Moreover, it was a sword of slaughter. With this sword in hand, one's attack power would sharply increase. Putting down the Azura sword, Yang Kai then picked up the crimson blood begonia. It had the appearance of a begonia flower, but it looked incomparably enchanting. The petals were as sharp as knives, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Even after being sealed for 300 years, it still couldn't erase the murderous aura of this begonia flower. Another killing artifact. In the past, the Falling Flowers cult must have relied on this artifact to kill countless enemies, dyeing it red like blood. Both artifacts were very good, as if they were tailor-made for him. Yang Kai looked at one and then at the other, somewhat hesitant to choose. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai steeled his heart and decided to refine both of them. In any case, it would just consume a bit more yuan qi and time. After making up his mind, just as he was about to start, some stones rustled down from above. Yang Kai looked up, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. Only two people knew the location of his cave mansion, one was Su Yan, the other was Xia Ning Chang. Su Yan had just left, so she definitely wouldn't have returned, so there was no need to guess who the other person was. Sure enough, a moment later, Xia Ning Chang flew in from above. Yang Kai was blocking the entrance, so the two almost collided. Yang Kai leaned to the side and pulled her back, allowing her to safely land beside him. Smiling at her, he said, "Little senior sister, I'm back." Xia Ning Chang's eyes were watery, unable to hide the joy and excitement of reuniting after such a long time. Her face was still covered with a veil, and her forehead was still dotted with the sapphire, so when she heard Yang Kai say so lightly, she blinked her eyes and almost cried. A few months ago, when he left, he didn't even say goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. Now that he was back, he didn't even tell her, he was really too cruel. Looking at her red eyes, Kai Yang didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, for fear that he would accidentally make her cry. "How did you know I was back?" Yang Kai tried to divert her attention. "Su Yan told me." Xia Ning Chang sniffled, resisting the bitterness in her heart. Wringing her clothes, she faintly said, "If she didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. I was just about to tell you." Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience. "Really?" Xia Ning Chang looked up, her eyes filled with joy. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. The little senior sister was very easy to coax, so her disappointment and grievance were quickly dispersed, leaving only joy and happiness. "At least you still have a little conscience." Xia Ning Chang pouted. "I also brought you a gift." Yang Kai lied through his teeth. "No need." Although she said this, Xia Ning Chang clearly smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, her heart filled with sweetness and satisfaction. "What gift?" She was curious again. Yang Kai faintly smiled, stood up, and walked in front of another large package. He reached out and opened it, pointing to a large package of rare treasures, some medicinal herbs. "So many." Xia Ning Chang was shocked. She walked forward, and with just a glance, she knew the names and grades of these herbs. "Don't you need to take pills when you cultivate? See if there's anything you need and just take it." Yang Kai was very generous, but he also felt quite guilty. He went out and didn't think to bring back a gift for Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. He really shouldn't have. "I don't need it." Xia Ning Chang checked the herbs one by one, then raised her head and said, "I'll help you refine them into pills." "That's too troublesome." Who knew how many days it would take to refine this large package of herbs into pills? "It's not troublesome." Xia Ning Chang chuckled, "When I refine pills, I'm also cultivating. Moreover, it's much faster than when I meditate. The higher the grade of the herbs I refine, the more benefits it will bring to me. Junior brother, bringing back so many materials for me to practice with is already the best gift." "You're not lying to me?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm not lying," Xia Ning Chang said angrily. "Ahem, I'm not lying either," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble little senior sister. And, you can go do your own thing. I'll refine my own pills." Xia Ning Chang was obviously very happy. Yang Kai looked at her for a while and found that she was very familiar with these herbs. She quickly sorted out the large package of herbs and organized them. Smiling, Yang Kai also walked to the entrance of the cave and began to busy himself. Inside the cave, Xia Ning Chang lightly hummed as she used her amazing alchemy skills. She refined many herbs into medicinal liquids, then condensed them into pills. Yang Kai focused on using Yuan Qi to refine the Azura sword. Time passed little by little, and as Xia Ning Chang refined more and more pills, the large package of materials gradually dwindled. When she grew tired of refining, she would stop to rest and look at the back of the figure sitting at the entrance of the cave. After a while, she would be satisfied and continue to refine pills. Every day, Xia Ning Chang had to go out. After all, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. If one day she went missing, Old Man Meng would definitely search for her, causing unnecessary trouble. After 4 or 5 days, the Azura sword in Yang Kai's hand gradually connected with his mind. Yang Kai could increasingly feel the tyrannical power and evil qi of this killing artifact. Worthy of a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, just this one artifact alone was enough to raise Yang Kai's fighting strength to a whole new level. Guiding the Azura sword into his body, Yang Kai couldn't help gasping for breath. Spending so many days to refine it was not a small burden for Yang Kai. The small amount of yang liquid left in the dantian was once again consumed. I have to find a way to replenish my yang liquid. Looking up, Yang Kai used his movement skill and flew out. After a while, he returned with 2 spirit grasses in his hands. This was a heart that was planted a few months ago. It was bought from Lan Chudai at that time. The 2 spirit grasses had long since matured, so Yang Kai brought them to Xia Ning Chang and had her refine them into pills. After swallowing them, he finally condensed some yang liquid. With enough yang liquid, Yang Kai continued to refine the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. After a few days, the falling flowers artifact was finally absorbed into Yang Kai's body. After obtaining 2 heaven-grade artifacts in a row, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased. Although he was unable to use the full power of these 2 artifacts right now, as long as he continued to nourish them with Yuan Qi, one day they would be able to shine. The herbs had long since been refined by Xia Ning Chang into a variety of pills, filling more than a dozen bottles. The lowest grade pills refined were earth grade while some were even heaven grade, their value immeasurable. If he ate all of these pills, Yang Kai estimated that he could at least raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. However, there were too many of them, so if he ate them all in one go, it would definitely take him a long time to refine them. Therefore, Yang Kai did not intend to consume them right now. It had been half a month since he returned to the sect, so it was time to go out and see the situation. The 3 great forces were currently in High Heaven Pavilion, and all 3 of their young lords had designs on Su Yen. How could Yang Kai just sit back and watch? That was his woman. Chapter 205. Currently, there were 3 forces in High Heaven Pavilion. One was the Dong family, the second was the Bai family, and the third was the Purple Fern Valley. None of them were easy to provoke. These forces were second only to the central capital's 8 great families. These forces may be able to intimidate others, but they definitely couldn't intimidate Yang Kai. These days, Yang Kai had also inquired a lot of information from Xia Ning Chang, so he naturally had a plan in mind. Walking through High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai first went to the contribution hall to greet Meng Wuya. When he saw Yang Kai, Meng Wuya's old face suddenly became sullen, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million silvers. Old Man Meng finally understood why his precious disciple had swept away his previous gloomy and unhappy mood, appearing and disappearing like a ghost every day. It turned out, this little brat had already returned. Needless to say, his precious disciple must have met with him long ago, otherwise how could he have changed so much? If it was a blessing, then it was a disaster. If it was a disaster, then it couldn't be avoided. He just didn't know if his precious disciple would be able to safely survive this disaster. Treasurer Meng, I'm back. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Meng Wuya laughed dryly, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. His face was perfunctory and casual, without the slightest trace of joy. While speaking, Meng Wuya's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense swept over Yang Kai and he was shocked. You've already broken through to the reunion separation stage. N. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya almost bit his tongue. How long had it been? Calculating the time, it had only been half a year since he left High Heaven Pavilion. Half a year ago. He had only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, but now he had already broken through to the reunion separation stage. This speed of improvement was too fast, simply unimaginable. How did you do it? Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai as if he had discovered a treasure. It's just a matter of practice, Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya was silent for a long time, thinking that if this little brat continued to break through at this speed, perhaps he really would be able to leave this small world and be worthy of his precious disciple. Meng Wuya's brow wrinkled. Meng Wuya continued, you came back at a bad time. Many people are looking for you now. Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. I'm looking for that skill, Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice, it's the skill you used to severely injure the rank 6 monster beast in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many people are interested in this. Yang Kai chuckled. If they want it, I'll sell it to them at a price that will tempt me. Star mark. The power was enormous, but it was a one-time deal. Gathering Yuan Qi was very taxing, and after using it, if one's physical body was not strong enough, they would only be at a disadvantage. If those people really offered a price that could move Yang Kai's heart, everyone could sit down and discuss. In any case, you have to be careful. Kid, don't say that this old man didn't warn you. That Bai Clan and Purple Fern Valley's people don't really care about you. Su Yan attracted most of their attention, but I think that Dong Clan's kid cares a lot about you. He came to this old man several times to inquire about you. I also care a lot about him. Yang Kai smiled. Where is he now? He's living where you used to live. This little brat is also strange. The Bai family and the Purple Fern Valley's people have all been arranged to live in comfortable places, but he has set his sights on your shabby little house. He is determined to obtain you, you should avoid the limelight for now. Old man Meng rolled his eyes and urged, why don't you go out and hide for a year and a half? When you come back after a year and a half, my precious disciple might have forgotten about you. Meng Wuya thought. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If they didn't come to find him, he would go find them. What was the point of hiding? After bidding farewell to Meng Wuya, Yang Kai walked towards his old house. Yang Kai. It's Yang Kai. He actually came back at this time. When someone saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help but exclaim. The people from the 3 great forces are looking for him. Isn't he just walking right into their trap? Do you guys think that he will also be recruited by those 3 families? He'll definitely be recruited. How many people have been recruited these days? Yang Kai has suffered a lot in the sect these past few years, and he's only a trial disciple. Now that he has found a good place to go, why would he stay in the sect? The conditions offered by those 3 forces are very attractive. Another ungrateful wretch. A voice of disdain rang out. It was mixed with endless disdain, and there was even some jealousy. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, but he didn't respond. Although he had the status of a trial disciple in High Heaven Pavilion, all of his skills and strength were obtained through his own hard work. He had never received the slightest support from the sect. Even if he left the sect, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden, so why would he care about what they said? Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the small wooden hut. Outside the wooden house, there were 2 old men, one standing with his hands down, the other with his back hunched over, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai strolled in, but the 2 old men didn't even spare him a glance, just standing outside with their eyes closed, lazily basking in the sun. When Yang Kai was 300 meters away from the wooden hut, the two divine senses suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, not with killing intent, but with a warning. Yang Kai's body shook slightly as the two divine senses rushed into his body, but like stones sinking into the sea, they didn't cause the slightest ripple. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, a trivial warning couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Continuing to walk forward, his pace was steady and firm. The two sleepy old men suddenly opened their eyes flashing like lightning as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously, they hadn't expected this young man to be so strange. Just as they were about to attack again, a light shout suddenly came from inside the wooden hut, "Stop!" As soon as these words came out, the two old men withdrew their auras and once again became harmless, but their two pairs of vigilant eyes never left Yang Kai's side. A man in a cyan robe walked out of the wooden house. He was about 20 years old, with sword-like eyebrows, and a handsome face. He had a dignified appearance, and his temperament was quite extraordinary. At first glance, one could tell that he was the son of a big family. However, his body was a little chubby, giving him a charmingly naive appearance. His face was fair and clean. Much fairer than the average woman. At this moment, the man was looking at Yang Kai, the two men's eyes meeting in mid-air, the former with a trace of contempt in his eyes and the latter with a trace of caution. A moment later, the man stepped forward and walked towards Yang Kai, his pace becoming faster and faster. "Young master." One of the two old men saw this scene and couldn't help calling out softly. "Don't interfere." The man coldly snorted. "Yes." Yang Kai also walked towards him. A moment later. The two men collided, almost at the same time, their fists and palms intersecting, both of their figures swayed. Both of them staggered backwards. "Ha!" The blue-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he sneered and attacked again. Pang, pang, pang. The man and Yang Kai both seemed to be holding back their anger, desperately attacking each other, not defending at all. Yang Kai kicked towards the man's crotch, but was blocked by the man's legs. The man stretched out two fingers and poked towards Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tilted his head and hurriedly dodged. The two people's moves were strange and unfathomable. They were varied, vicious, and despicable. They were unscrupulous, and it caused the eyelids of the two old men to twitch. However, what made the two men feel strange was that neither this high heaven pavilion disciple nor their young master used Yuan Qi in their moves. The two of them were just fighting with their fists and feet. It looked like there was a grudge between them. The fight was in full swing, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. The scene was a hot and humid mess. What was the young master doing? How was this a fight? This was clearly a fight between hooligans. The faces of the two old men who had lived for a long time were flushed red. If news of this scene were to spread, they would definitely be punished. How would their young master live in the future? With a muffled sound, Yang Kai was hit by his opponent's ice-sealing punch. For a moment, he saw stars and his body swayed. With another bang, the Dong family's young master was punched in the face by Yang Kai. He felt like his front teeth were almost knocked out, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. "Little brat, you court death." The Dong family's young master angrily shouted. Yang Kai sneered, "Let's see who dies first." The two men once again fought desperately. In the midst of the chaos, the Dong family's young master threw Yang Kai to the ground, his knees pressed against his abdomen, and his hands holding his arms, coldly asking, "Smelly brat, do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth, disregarding the broken bones in his arms, and suddenly flipped over, grabbing his opponent and ruthlessly twisting his arms, grinning, "Do you admit defeat?" The Dong family's young master hissed in pain, one hand slapping the ground. He looked up at the two old men and said, "What are you still looking at? This young master has been beaten." With a mouth full of dirt, the Dong family's young master no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. The two old men who had been watching the show woke up from their daze and quickly stepped forward. Yang Kai curled his lips, his figure flashing and retreating more than a dozen meters. The two old men didn't chase after him. Although their young lord had been beaten, after watching for so long, they could see that this high heaven pavilion disciple in front of them was an old acquaintance of their young lord. Naturally, he wouldn't kill him. However, how could their young master know someone from such a small place? The Dong family's young master hurriedly got up, looking at Yang Kai with dread, one hand hanging by his side. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, you've grown up." Yang Kai was also in the same situation. His left hand was dislocated, so he couldn't exert any strength. Hearing the Dong family's young master, he chuckled and said, 30 years of river flows east, 30 years of river flows west. If you don't call for help, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. The Dong family's young master took a deep breath and bitterly said, "I'll deal with you later." He called one of the old men and said, "Go help him connect his arm." "No need." Yang Kai stretched out his right hand, holding his left hand, and with a click, his arm was as good as new. The Dong family's young master was dumbfounded, but he steeled his heart and did as he was told. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, but in the end, his arm was connected. Wind and cloud dual guards. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two old men and asked casually. The two old men's expressions changed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They hadn't expected their identity to be exposed by this young man. Who the hell was he? The Dong family's young master smiled bitterly. "Don't be shocked, this little brat's surname is Yang." Surnamed Yang. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions changed again as they guessed Yang Kai's identity, quickly cupping their fists. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Chapter 206. Surname Yang. A very common surname. From high officials to cultivator families, to common people and street beggars, there were countless people surnamed Yang. However, in this world, there was only one family surnamed Yang that Dong Qing Han would specifically mention. That was the Yang family of the central capital's 8 great families. The Yang family, which could not be understood by common sense, was also the number 1 family of the 8 great families. The Dong family was also a first-class force in this world, but there was still a gap between them and the central capital's 8 great families, let alone the strongest one. If it was said that a young lord from a great family would come to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs to live as an ordinary disciple, the wind and cloud dual guards would not believe it. Which of these young lords were not delicate-skinned and delicate, enjoying great wealth and glory? From birth, they had always lived a smooth life, getting whatever they wanted. But if it was said that this boy was a member of the Yang family, the wind and cloud dual guards would believe it without a doubt. Because the Yang family's way of training its disciples was very strange, every generation of direct descendants would grow up in this way. At some suitable time, all direct descendants would be dismissed and sent off to find their own opportunities to cultivate, only to be summoned back when the time was right. This kind of training was very dangerous, because when these direct descendants cultivated outside, they could not borrow the power and resources of the family, and once they had any kind of conflict with others, they could be killed. In fact, this kind of thing had happened many times. Many of the Yang family's direct descendants who had been dismissed would die young. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. This kind of training method allowed every Yang family direct descendant to become stronger and stronger. It washed away their dependence on the family. After so many years of hard work outside, they learned that the only person they could trust in this world was themselves. Therefore, the direct descendants of the Yang family rarely had the boastful attitude of those young lords. All of them were cold and ruthless like knives, their methods tyrannical. Moreover, the Yang family took advantage of this training method to collect countless secret arts and martial skills from other sects, filling their family's storage. If one were to ask which family in this world had the most secret arts and martial skills, it would undoubtedly be the Yang family. In this world, there was a kind of bird. It was called the cuckoo. The cuckoo would lay its eggs in the nests of other birds, allowing them to hatch and raise them. These little birds were also very cruel. Not only were they gluttonous, but they would also push the chicks born of their adoptive parents out of their nests and fall to their deaths, enjoying the favor of their adoptive parents alone. The cuckoo's reputation was not good, just like the young family's reputation outside, because the methods of the two were not very different. Every time the young family's direct descendants were about to be dismissed, the world's great sects and great forces would avoid the young family as if they were a tiger. He was afraid that if he accidentally took in a young family disciple, after raising him, he would just flap his wings and fly away. The young family's method of raising their own children by borrowing the nest of a nest had provoked many forces. However, as the head of the 8 great families, the young family had thick legs and long arms, so even if those forces complained, they didn't dare to cause trouble for the young family. It was said that 100 years ago, a young family disciple entered a first-class sect called Converging Heaven sect. This young family disciple's talent was outstanding, a rare genius that only appears once every 100 years. The sect master and elders of the Converging Heaven sect were also very fond of him, so naturally, they spent a lot of effort in nurturing him. They even discussed and listed him as their successor, and all kinds of secrets that were not passed on to him were opened up to him without reservation. This kid was indeed a genius. In just a few years, he had learned all kinds of martial skills and secret arts of the Converging Heaven sect, familiarizing himself with them, greatly gratifying his masters. However, 10 years later, this had consumed countless resources of the Converging Heaven sect. The disciple that the sect master and elders had placed such high hopes on actually left the sect one night. Until that time. Only then did the Converging Heaven sect realize that this disciple was actually a young family disciple. The Converging Heaven sect master and elders all vomited blood. They almost fell seriously ill. Wasting 10 years of their time to teach this ingrate was one thing, but many of the Converging Heaven sect secrets had actually been learned by him, becoming the young family's property. How could they not be depressed? The Converging Heaven sect disciples had come to the young family to cause trouble, but they had only received some compensation. It was because of this tragedy that the world's great sects were extremely wary of the young family disciples. Learning from the past was the teacher for the future. If they spent more than 10 years to cultivate a young family disciple and he ran away, wouldn't they repeat the same mistake as the Converging Heaven sect and become the laughingstock of the world? But no matter how much they guarded against him, Yang Kai's direct disciples still had to go out and experience the world. Before they were dismissed, these direct disciples were hidden away, very few people knew their names, and very few people had ever seen them. So, it was impossible to guard against the young family disciples. The wind and cloud dual guard's thoughts raced, becoming more and more certain of Yang Kai's identity, because almost 4 years ago, the young family really did dismiss the current generation of direct disciples. So, this boy in front of them was the youngest young lord of the young family. Didn't they say that he was not suitable for cultivation? How could he have reached the separation and reunion boundary? Although his strength was not high, it was not too bad either. However, for their young lord to recognize him, the wind and cloud dual guards were not surprised, because the Dong family and the Yang family had a marriage alliance in the previous generation. Their young lord's aunt had married the Yang family's fourth master Yang, and their young lord had visited the Yang family several times when he was young, so the two must have met before. Come in and we'll talk. Dong Qing Han's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, but also a trace of surprise and joy, turning to Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them walked into the wooden house. It was still as simple as before, but there was an additional table. On the table, there was wine and food. Sit. Dong Qing Han said concisely. Were you waiting for me? Kai Yang sat down and looked at the table full of food and wine with some surprise. Dong Qing Han's eyes flashed a thick light as he nodded slightly. After a few years outside, it seems that you've grown a lot. The Yang family's way of training their disciples is really something. People always grow. Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured Dong Qing Han a cup before refilling his own. Before, when you saw me you were like a mouse seeing a cat, how come you're not afraid now? You even dared to hit me. Dong Qing Han still tasted blood in his mouth. Yang Kai's punch had been really heavy. So what if I hit you? How many times did you bully me when I was a child? Now it's time to get some payback. Yang Kai sneered. This cousin in front of him was quite dissatisfied with his Yang family. Every time he came to the Yang family as a guest, he would teach him a lesson. Yang Kai had never practiced martial arts at that time, and this cousin was a few years older than him. How could he possibly be his opponent? Every time, he would be beaten black and blue. Thinking about all this, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth, feeling that he had been too lenient just now. When I was little. Dong Qing Han's face was calm, without any emotion, drinking the wine in one gulp and pushing the glass in front of Yang Kai, motioning for him to refill it. Cousin pouring wine for cousin, naturally there was nothing to say. The two drank several cups in quick succession. Glancing at each other, both of them let out a long sigh. Although their relationship wasn't very good when they were children, Yang Kai knew that this cousin of his was just resentful because at that time he didn't want to practice martial arts. He wanted to use his fists to force him. Generally speaking, Dong Qing Han had left a lot of childhood shadows for Yang Kai, but it was also out of good intentions, but his methods were a bit extreme. I didn't expect you to come to this kind of place. Dong Qing Han chuckled. When I came here and heard your name, I really couldn't believe it. After a few inquiries, I was able to determine that it was you. My father told me to come here. Oh. Did uncle also come here for life experience? Dong Qing Han was a little surprised. I don't know, he didn't say. He only told me to come to this place. Yang Kai had also been puzzled these days, unable to understand the deeper meaning of this. How are my father and mother? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai looked up and asked. Dong Qing Han glanced at him. Auntie misses you very much, she's lost a lot of weight. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. When he left the Yang family he was just an ordinary person. After not returning for a few years, his father and mother must be very worried. Auntie was also locked up by your Yang family for half a year, and uncle was beaten 30 times. Pa. The wine glass in Yang Kai's hand shattered. Yang Kai's expression became extremely gloomy, his brow furrowed. What happened? Dong Qing Han sneered. Because Auntie missed you so much, she secretly ran out to see how you were doing. Then she was discovered by those old bastards of your Yang family. You also know the Yang family's rules. Direct descendants are allowed to go out for life experience. No one is allowed to visit them in any way. Violators will be severely punished. If uncle hadn't taken her place, the one who would have been beaten 30 times would have been my auntie. 30 beatings, this was not an ordinary 30 beatings. The Yang family's punishment hall had a special artifact that was powered by Yuan Qi, specifically used to beat people with the beatings. Even if a master at the Yuan Qi realm received a few beatings, they would be bedridden for several days. These 30 beatings, 4th Master Yang would probably be bedridden for several months. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his tumbling blood, grabbed the wine glass in front of Dong Qing Han, and drank it in one gulp. Those old bastards, sooner or later they will pay the price. Yang Kai said coldly. In the past, he was not suitable for cultivation, nor did he want to cultivate. As an ordinary person, he was still driven out of the Yang family by those old bastards, forcing him to go out for life experience with his brothers. A 12-year-old boy, still an ordinary person, had traveled thousands of miles to come to High Heaven Pavilion. The hardships he had suffered, how could he tell outsiders? I don't like your Yang family, I also don't like your Yang family is too cold and ruthless. Dong Qing Han spat disdainfully. The Yang family's way of training their disciples was very special, although it could temper a person, because it was done this way, the Yang family's affection for each other was very thin. In order to maintain the Yang family's prestige, they would sacrifice anyone who could be sacrificed. Yang family disciples who go out for life experience need at least 10 years before they can return. Now it's been less than 4 years, Auntie still has to wait 6 years before she can see you again. I don't know if she can afford to wait. Dong Qin Han's tone was full of sadness. When you go back this time, tell father and mother that I'm fine, so they can rest assured. I will. Dong Qin Han nodded slightly. That's my auntie. The heavy topic gradually passed, the two of them no longer wanted to talk about it. You came to High Heaven Pavilion this time because of the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai asked. Of course, why else would I come to this place where even birds don't lay eggs? Dong Qin Han curled his lips, suddenly changing the topic, but your sect really does have a few geniuses, especially that girl named Su Yan. It is said that not only is her strength profound, she is also a stunning beauty, as beautiful as ice. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to see her face. Chapter 207. As Dong Qin Han spoke, he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, as if he was observing his reaction. Obviously he had heard some kind of rumor. That's your sister-in-law. Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and directly stated. Dong Qin Han couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly. Obviously, he hadn't thought that the rumors were actually true, that his little cousin had managed to win over a sect's proud daughter. The Yang family was really a pack of wolves, tigers and leopards. None of them could be underestimated. Fortunately, I didn't join forces with those two idiots from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley, otherwise wouldn't I have been trying to steal her away? Dong Qin Han smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, as the young lord of the Dong family, his status was high, and he was also quite handsome. At such a young age, it was natural for him to be unrestrained and unrestrained. Wherever he went, he would leave his mark, attracting bees and butterflies. Who knew how many beautiful women he had shared a life of fish with? However, because he had heard a few words between Yang Kai and Su Yan when he was inquiring about him, Dong Qin Han had decided to be cautious and not collude with the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley. Just now, he had only spoken out to confirm his suspicions, but he hadn't expected the rumors to be true. Dong Qin Han also felt a burst of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to provoke Yang Kai, otherwise, wouldn't his cousin have tried to kill him? Yang Kai naturally knew the temperament and personality of this kind of young lord, so he bluntly admitted it. This wasn't to show off, but to show off. Obviously, he was telling him, she's my woman. Whoever has ideas about her, I'll fight them. Smelly brat, your luck with women isn't shallow. Dong Qin Han chuckled. Although High Heaven Pavilion was a small sect, he had heard that the girl named Su Yan had reached the 4th or 5th stage of Yuan Qi. Even if one looked at the entire world, such a talent was second to none. What's more, she had most likely obtained a powerful inheritance. Such a talent, even if she went to the central capital's 8 great families, would be fought over and treated as a treasure. Since she's my sister-in-law, it seems my Dong family won't be able to recruit her. Dong Qin Han smiled bitterly. You should have had a good harvest, right? Yang Kai looked up at him and asked casually. Dong Qin Han nodded slightly, a bit. But it was far from what he had expected. You've also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Tell me, what's it like inside? Yang Kai muttered to himself for a while and then briefly explained what had happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, he did not reveal who had obtained the inheritance. Although it was all very innocuous information, Dong Qin Han still listened with great interest. Sigh, it's surprising that the Heaven's Cave inheritance would appear in a place like this. The disciples of the 3 sects have benefited for nothing. Why didn't it appear in my Dong family's territory? Dong Qin Han sighed, secretly cursing the unfairness of the heavens. 2 or 3 months before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared. The 3 sects kept this a secret, and it wasn't until later that the news gradually spread. Only then did the great powers and sects send people to search for the inheritor. Unfortunately, until now, no one had found the inheritor. However, the artifacts and martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had all been purchased by each of the sections. These artifacts were all seriously damaged and could no longer be used, but they were still artifacts refined by a powerful cultivator countless years ago, so they had considerable research value. Moreover, the grade of these martial skills was not too low, at least Earth grade, and even Heaven grade. It could be said that the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared this time. It had allowed High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall to become rich in a short time. The great forces that had come here all bought from the 3 sects, and each of them made a lot of money. The only regrettable thing was that some disciples couldn't resist the temptation and left their sects, pledging allegiance to these great forces. There were many in High Heaven Pavilion. The 5 great elders couldn't do anything about it. After all, these great forces were strong, so what if they poached a few disciples? Wei Shitong and Su Xianwu could only turn a blind eye and pray that these great forces' young lords and masters leave as soon as possible, returning peace to High Heaven Pavilion. As the 2 cousins were talking, the Wind and Cloud dual guards suddenly called out, "Young Lord! Young Master Yang, people from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley have come." Yang Kai and Dong Qing Han glanced at each other. The latter chuckled, "They've come quickly, I'm afraid they've come for the martial skill in your hand." Yang Kai nodded secretly. Meng Wuya had told him before that the star mark he displayed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had attracted a lot of attention. A martial skill that could severely injure a 6th-order monster beast in one blow, how bad could it be? The people from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley had obviously come here for the star mark. "What do you want to do?" Dong Qing Han looked at Yang Kai calmly. These 2 idiots had been harassing his younger sister-in-law these past few days, so Yang Kai was definitely holding back his anger. Soon there would be a good show to watch. If Yang Kai exposed his true identity, the people from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley would definitely not dare to provoke him, most likely they would apologize and then run away. But the problem was that Yang Kai couldn't be exposed. Dong Qing Han was looking forward to seeing how his cousin would solve the current problem, his slightly chubby face filled with a cheerful smile. "That depends on their attitude." Yang Kai said indifferently, "If their attitude is good, everyone sit down and talk." The star mark could shine in his hands, but that didn't mean it could in others' hands, so even if he sold it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What if their attitude isn't good? Dong Qing Han narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. Dong Qing Han also smiled and couldn't help shaking his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Expecting the 2 idiots from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley to have a good attitude was obviously impossible. Not long after, 2 loud laughs came from outside and 2 men about the same age as Dong Qing Han walked in, one in white robes and the other in purple robes. Both of them were young elites, the one in white was the Bai family's young lord, Bai Yunfeng, and the one in purple was Purple Fern Valley's disciple, Fan Hong. Behind these 2 were 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one of whom Yang Kai was familiar with, but he couldn't remember his name, the other was Chao Zhengwen, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Kai and Chao Zhengwen had met twice before. Before leaving High Heaven Pavilion, this person had delivered a promotion order to Yang Kai from the Elder Council, but had been rejected by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of face. After that, he was punished by the Great Elder, so it could be said that he hated Yang Kai to the bone. These 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples had both entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now they were following behind by Yunfeng and Fan Hong. Obviously they had been tempted by the benefits and had pledged their allegiance to them. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, but disciples of the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley. "Brother Dong is so elegant. You're drinking by yourself here, yet you didn't call me or Brother Fan. You're treating us like outsiders. Bai Yunfeng laughed, glancing over at Yang Kai lightly before putting away the folding fan in his hand, his expression proud. Fan Hong also laughed. Brother Dong is not tempted by beauty, Brother Bai and I admire him greatly. It's funny that Brother Bai and I have been searching that small loft for more than half a month yet have never seen this beautiful woman. It's better for Brother Dong to drink and enjoy himself here. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint sneer. The small loft these two were talking about was definitely Su Yan's residence. Dong Qing Han smiled and gestured for the two to sit down, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "The day before yesterday, father and master arranged a marriage for me, so I don't dare to provoke other women. This Dong is not as free as these two brothers." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both sat down while Chao Zhengwen and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple stood behind them. Bai Yunfeng said, "Brother Dong must be joking. I heard that Brother Dong recently recruited a female disciple from High Heaven Pavilion. I don't know what Brother Dong plans to do with this female disciple. Do you want to keep her in a golden house or take her as a concubine?" Dong Qing Han smiled wryly and shook his head. "Brother Bai must be joking. I did indeed recruit a female disciple, but it was for the sake of the family. That girl also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance and obtained a good opportunity. Her aptitude is not bad. As long as she is given the right resources, she will definitely develop in the future." Bai Yunfeng laughed and didn't ask any more questions, instead turning to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contempt and arrogance flashing across his eyes as he said lightly, "This must be the High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Yang Kai, right? How is Brother Dong's discussion with him going?" These words were spoken very casually, although in front of Yang Kai, it was clear he didn't put him in his eyes and was instead asking for Dong Qing Han's opinion. "We're currently discussing." Dong Qing Han nodded slightly. "The result hasn't come out yet, but you two have already arrived." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong's eyes lit up. It seems that Brother Fan and I still have a chance. Fan Hong looked directly at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that you obtained a powerful martial skill from the Heaven's Cave inheritance, is that true?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "N." Fan Hong's spirit shook as he opened his mouth. "Honest people don't beat around the bush, this young lord will be frank. I am interested in the martial skill you obtained. I wonder what kind of conditions you want before you are willing to part with it. What benefits can you offer?" Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Fan Hong chuckled, reaching into his sleeve and taking out a stack of banknotes, pushing them in front of Yang Kai and saying lightly, "Here are 100,000 silvers. If you are willing to write down the cultivation method of that martial skill for me, these banknotes are yours." When Fan Hong said this, his expression was confident, as if he was holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand. Obviously, he believed that 100,000 silvers was extremely attractive to a disciple of such a small sect. In fact, when the 100,000 silvers were placed on the table, whether it was Chao Zhengwen or the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple, their breathing became heavy as they stared at the banknotes on the table. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fan Hong's expression remained unchanged as he took out another stack of banknotes and pushed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unmoved. Bai Yunfeng laughed, "Brother Fan, you are too stingy. Yang Kai, this young lord is willing to exchange 200,000 silvers for your martial skill, how about it? You may not be able to earn so much wealth, but it is enough for you to live several lifetimes without having to worry about food and clothing. You can also have 3 wives and 4 concubines, enjoying the glory and splendor of life." Bai Yunfeng was much more generous than Fan Hong, causing the latter to glare at him fiercely, but Bai Yunfeng didn't care and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Dong Qing Han was also smiling, but there was a deep meaning behind his smile. Wanting to use 200,000 silvers to smash a young family disciple, these two idiots were really creative. Dong Qing Han wanted to laugh a few times, but he had no choice but to endure, his shoulders slightly shaking. Holding back his laughter was extremely difficult. This show is really interesting. Chapter 208. 200,000 silvers is already a lot, are you still not satisfied? Bai Yunfeng frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. They had purchased a lot of martial skills these days, but had never offered such a high price to anyone. If he hadn't heard that this martial skill was extraordinary, how could he be so generous? This little brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted, he was the Bai family's young lord, even if that martial skill was really worth 200,000 silvers, he still had to sell it to him for 100,000 silvers. Dong Qin Han saw that this person was a little angry, so he couldn't sit still, pretending to be unfamiliar with Yang Kai, fanning the flames. Little brat, this Dong will also raise the price, 200,000 silvers plus a bottle of the Dong family's special profound spirit pills, how about it? Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both looked at Dong Qin Han with some surprise, they hadn't expected him to be willing to take out profound spirit pills. This was an earth-grade mid-rank spirit pill, although its grade wasn't too high, its effects were definitely pleasing. Taking one of these pills could help one achieve twice the result with half the effort. Was this martial skill really so valuable? Yes, Dong Qin Han and this Yang Kai had talked a lot before, so he must have some understanding of this martial skill, so he was willing to part with a bottle of profound spirit pills. 200,000 silvers plus a common grade high-rank artifact. Fan Hong immediately raised his bid. Dong Qin Han frowned, brother Fan, this is a malicious competition. Fan Hong didn't speak, but Bai Yunfeng took over, brother Dong, that martial skill's power is extraordinary, since everyone wants it, naturally it's fair to the highest bidder. This young lord offers 300,000 silvers and a common grade high-rank artifact, a defensive artifact at that. Fan Hong heard this and was stunned. Smiling wryly, he said, brother Bai, you're really willing. This price, even he didn't dare to offer, he hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to be so decisive. Dong Qin Han also smiled, since brother Bai is so determined, this Dong won't compete with you. If we continue to fight, it will only hurt our friendship. Bai Yunfeng laughed, cupping his hands to the two of them, modest, modest. When this matter is over, I will definitely arrange a banquet to apologize to the two of you. The three of them were still bidding and talking happily. It seemed that they had already determined the ownership of the star mark and didn't care about Yang Kai's opinion at all. Yang Kai frowned and said indifferently, I didn't say I was going to sell this martial skill, right? Bai Yunfeng's smile immediately froze on his face. Fan Hong was also stunned. 300,000 taels plus a common grade high-rank defensive artifact, isn't that enough to offset the value of that martial skill? Don't ask for too much, or you may lose both the person and the money. Bai Yunfeng's expression was cold and stern as he threatened in a cold voice. Chao Jingwen, who was standing behind Bai Yunfeng, also sneered, Yang Kai, don't be so shameless. Mr. Bai's price is already fair enough. What else do you want? Bai Yunfeng unfolded his folding fan, crossed his legs, and looked at Yang Kai calmly, gently fanning himself. His face was full of disdain and contempt. Dong Qin Han continued to stir up trouble, deliberately saying, oh. Do you want to join one of our forces? Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both frowned. They couldn't help but think of this possibility. Before the two of them could speak, Chao Jingwen coldly said, Mr. Bai. This person has been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, but has only cultivated to the tempered body 3rd stage and is only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Such a mediocre person is doomed to have no future. Recruiting him into the Bai family will only cause us to lose face. Mr. Bai should think twice. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly flicked his hand, and the glass of wine in front of him flew out and splashed directly onto Chao Jingwen's face. The faces of the people at the table suddenly changed, especially Bai Yunfeng, whose face was extremely ugly. Yang Kai, you court death. Chao Jingwen was furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by Bai Yunfeng. Little brat, before you hit a dog you need to look at its owner. Bai Yunfeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive. You want an explanation? Yang Kai's face was indifferent, his voice flat. My martial skill is mysterious grade, is this explanation enough? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed again, even Dong Qing Han was stunned. Mysterious grade. Everyone had guessed that Yang Kai's martial skill might be heaven grade, but they never thought it would actually be mysterious grade. Even first-class forces like the Dong family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley only had a few sets of profound grade martial skills. Any set of profound grade martial skills was a secret of these great forces. Unless one was a future pillar of the family, they absolutely could not practice it. Is this for real? Dong Qing Han's voice was trembling. In his heart he cursed, fuck, if I knew it was a mysterious grade martial skill, I wouldn't have stayed here and watched the show. If I had exchanged this martial skill with my cousin, then everything would have been fine. Now, even that idiot Bai Yunfeng has joined in. I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, my strength was only at the initial element boundary 7th stage, but I was able to severely injure a 6th order monster beast. I don't need to say more about the grade of this martial skill, right? Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's breathing became hot, looking at Yang Kai again. All of their previous contempt and disdain had disappeared, all of their eyes shining brightly. The conditions just now remain unchanged. You can join my Bai family as a disciple. Bai Yunfeng took a deep breath and made a decision, exchanging a disciple's identity for a mysterious grade martial skill. The Bai family would definitely make a big profit. As for how Yang Kai would be treated after joining the Bai family, it would depend on his own aptitude. I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of Purple Fern Valley, and provide you with a good cultivation environment. Fan Hong also hurriedly said. I have no interest in joining any of your families. Yang Kai was too lazy to waste any more words with them. If you want my martial skill, fine, but you have to give me a mysterious grade martial skill in exchange. Fan Hong's brow wrinkled, his expression strange. You want our secret martial skill? We are all mysterious grade martial skills, so if we exchange, we won't suffer a loss. What's wrong? Is this exchange not fair? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Yunfeng sneered, that's impossible. A secret martial skill is a secret martial skill. Except for the Bai family's direct descendants, outsiders are not allowed to practice it. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yang Kai stood up, intending to leave. Want to leave? Bai Yunfeng's expression changed, suddenly sneering, reaching out his hand to block Yang Kai's path. If you don't hand over that martial skill today, don't even think about leaving here. Since the deal was not reached, Bai Yunfeng wanted to rob him, a trivial High Heaven Pavilion disciple. He really didn't put him in his eyes. Scram! Yang Kai didn't like him. At this moment, seeing him make a move, how could he hesitate, fiercely punching out? Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted, meeting the attack with his palm. With a loud bang, a fierce yuan qi burst out, and the cabin was suddenly torn apart. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk, several figures rushed out from inside. Dong Qing Han, Bai Yunfeng, Fan Hong, Yang Kai, Chao Zhengwen, and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple were all covered in dust. You dare attack me? Bai Yunfeng was furious, his expression ferocious. In that exchange, although he hadn't suffered a loss, he also hadn't been able to defeat Yang Kai. He was just a little surprised that the other party's yuan qi was so vigorous, obviously only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator, yet he had been able to block his blow. Young Master Bai, you have a noble status, you don't need to lower yourself to his level, let me help you vent your anger. Chao Zhengwen took the initiative to volunteer. Just now he had been splashed with wine by Yang Kai, losing a great deal of face. Naturally he wanted to get back at him. Moreover, he had already pledged his allegiance to the Bai family, so now he naturally wanted to find an opportunity to show off. As long as he could beat Yang Kai to a pulp, Bai Yunfeng's anger would be alleviated, and in the future he would receive many benefits. Bai Yunfeng coldly nodded, break his hands and feet, let him know the consequences of being disrespectful to me. A trivial disciple from a small sect dares to act so presumptuous. Young master can rest assured, I've long wanted to teach this junior brother a lesson. Chao Zhengwen sneered, staring at Yang Kai from a distance of several dozen meters. He shouted, Junior brother Yang, don't say this brother didn't give you a chance, as long as you kneel down now, crawl in front of young Master Bai and kowtow a few times, perhaps young Master Bai will spare you, otherwise you'll have to suffer some pain. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, you've become someone else's dog, your tone has become much more arrogant. Chao Zhengwen's face turned red, and his expression became cold, young Master Bai has treated me with courtesy, so what if I pledge my allegiance to him? Even the elders of the sect haven't said anything, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're humiliating yourself, and you still expect others to respect you. Since we're from the same sect, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but since you're looking for death, don't blame this brother for being ruthless. Chao Zhengwen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and circulated the yuan qi in his body. He didn't waste any more words, and used his body movement technique to get close to Yang Kai. But just as he took a step forward, before he could even rush out, Yang Kai, who was several dozen meters away, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chao Zhengwen's face showed a trace of astonishment, then his expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly made a move. Yang Kai casually blocked, and dissolved his move. The tip of his fist flashed, and a burning sun's three-layer blast was thrown out. Striking his chest, Chao Zhengwen's face instantly paled as his chest caved in. Taking a step back, Chao Zhengwen used this opportunity to disperse Kai Yang's fist. He managed to open up a distance between him and Yang Kai, but the fierce yuan qi in his body exploded. 3 muffled sounds rang out, and Chao Zhengwen spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been defeated in one move. This turn of events stunned everyone on the spot. Although Chao Zhengwen's strength wasn't very strong, he was still a separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator. But such a person had actually been beaten by Yang Kai to the point of spitting out blood. Although he had borrowed the power of his martial skill, Yang Kai's speed was really frightening. Chao Zhengwen obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so tyrannical. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, before he could recover, Yang Kai actually rushed up again. Panicking, how could he block? After exchanging a dozen moves, Chao Zhengwen was once again hit. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out from his chest, and Chao Zhengwen's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and his moves were ruthless. Every punch was aimed at Chao Zhengwen's vitals, and after a while, Chao Zhengwen could only block without any strength to fight back. After 10 breaths, Chao Zhengwen's vision blurred. Yang Kai flew up and kicked, and Chao Zhengwen was suddenly sent flying like a rag sack, falling to the ground and never getting up again. He didn't die, but who knew how many of his bones were broken? He would have to lie in bed for at least several months to recover. Chapter 209. Shocked, Dong Qinghan stared blankly at Yang Kai, never having imagined that after 4 years, his cousin would become so ferocious. A separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator had only lasted less than 30 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground, while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Amidst the dust, Yang Kai stood tall and straight, his expression indifferent as he swept his eyes over the audience. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong were both slightly shocked. After a moment, Bai Yunfeng glanced over at Chao Zhengwen, who had collapsed to the ground, and coldly snorted, sure enough, a disciple cultivated by a small sect is actually so weak. It seems this young lord will have to deal with him personally. Fan Hong glanced at him strangely, but immediately relaxed. Bai Yunfeng was a young lord of the Bai family, so he had a high opinion of himself. Although he didn't care about Chao Jingwen's life or death, he was still a disciple he had recruited, so he was considered half a member of the Bai family. Now that Chao Jingwen had been crippled in front of him, how could Bai Yunfeng easily let this go? If it were him, Fan Hong would not have let this go either. What's more, Yang Kai had a mysterious great martial skill. Using this as an excuse to teach him a lesson, he could then interrogate him about the cultivation method of that martial skill. Considering all this, Fan Hong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, coldly glancing over at the High Heaven Pavilion disciple standing behind him, wondering why Yang Kai hadn't attacked him just now. If he had been crippled, he would have had a reason to act. Brother Bai, isn't it bad to attack someone else's territory? Dong Qing Han was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope, so he quickly stood up and said. After all, Bai Yunfeng was a Yuan Qi boundary first stage master, and between Yuan Qi and separation and reunion boundary, there was a huge divide. Bai Yunfeng coldly replied, so what if this is someone else's territory? Daring to hurt my Bai family disciple, he must pay the price. He was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Dong Qing Han couldn't help but frown, he wanted to help but didn't know how to. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he and Yang Kai were only acquaintances. If he acted too obviously, he was afraid others would see through him. Once Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would do him no good. Although the Yang family was powerful, they had many enemies. God knows how many people in the world hated the Yang family. Just as Dong Qing Han was in a dilemma, he saw Yang Kai secretly give him a meaningful glance, causing Dong Qing Han's brow to twitch slightly, but he didn't say anything. Bai Yunfeng slowly walked towards Yang Kai. As he walked, he ordered, 2 cabinet elders, please stay on the side. Yes. Immediately, 2 old men responded in a deep voice. Dong Qing Han had an immortal ascension boundary master protecting him, so how could Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong not? After all, they were all outstanding talents of their respective forces. Before their wings were fully grown, they naturally needed someone to protect their safety. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to my Bai family and hand over that martial skill, and I'll spare your life. Bai Yunfeng raised his head slightly and looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. Yang Kai sneered. The Yuan Qi on his body surged, and his fighting spirit was aroused. Needless to say, this attitude already explained everything. Very good, I'll spare your life. After all, you still have some value. Bai Yunfeng's figure blurred as soon as he finished speaking, like a cloud of dust being blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's expression became cold, not daring to relax in the slightest. Although Bai Yunfeng looked domineering, he was still a young lord of the Bai family, and his strength was higher than his own by a great realm. Facing such a person, any slight carelessness could be fatal. It was very likely he would be knocked down in a single blow. In fact, Yang Kai didn't want to face such an enemy right now. But when he thought about how this man spent all day in front of Su Yan's loft, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bored. Every man would regard their woman as their exclusive property. Although Bai Yunfeng hadn't even seen Su Yan's appearance, it still made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable. A strange cloud of dust appeared behind Kai Yang and Bai Yunfeng appeared with a cold smile on his face. Lightly, he sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang's back, his palm containing an unparalleled amount of strength, but he didn't release it. Dong Qing Han's complexion suddenly changed, and he almost shouted out a warning. Yang Kai quickly turned around, his palm turning red as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst out, meeting Bai Yunfeng's attack head-on. The astral wind howled, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the palm strike wreaked havoc. Yang Kai's body shook as he was sent flying several dozen meters, but Bai Yunfeng remained motionless, his expression calm and indifferent. Although the two of them had fought before, at that time Yang Kai had used 80% of his strength while Bai Yunfeng had hurriedly parried, so they were evenly matched. But now, Bai Yunfeng had angrily attacked, so how could he compare to before? With just one blow, Yang Kai had suffered some losses, his body falling to the ground, but he quickly stood up and stared at Bai Yunfeng with a dignified expression. A separation and reunion first stage boy dares to fight with me? You overestimate yourself. Bai Yunfeng sneered, his figure once again changing positions. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange movement skill this was, but it made him unable to see through it. Yang Kai grit his teeth, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. You think you can defend? Bai Yunfeng's voice suddenly sounded from the void, and immediately his figure appeared 3 meters in front of Yang Kai, still casually sending out a palm strike. Burning Sun's 3-layer burst. Yang Kai no longer held back, directly using his own martial skill. Bai Yunfeng's face flashed a trace of caution, he had already noticed the ferocity of this blow. But as the Bai family's young lord, and a master at the Yuan Qi boundary, how could he retreat? Not only did he not retreat, he instead rushed forward. He wanted to defeat Yang Kai with a tyrannical posture and overwhelming strength, letting him know the huge gap between them. With a bang, Yang Kai was forced back again, his Yuan Qi showing signs of chaos. Bai Yunfeng remained calm and composed, but just as he was about to open his mouth to ridicule, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help snorting as he waved his hand, forcing out a burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi. This was what Yang Kai had injected into his body. 3 transformations. Bai Yunfeng's eyes flashed brilliantly, he had not expected this Yang Kai to have mastered such an extraordinary martial skill. This martial skill was extremely powerful and unpredictable, definitely a heaven-grade martial skill. Just now, Bai Yunfeng had been careless and almost suffered a big loss. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and forced it out of his body, he would have suffered some minor injuries. Good stuff, after this young lord defeats you, I'll take it all. Bai Yunfeng grinned, his body once again transforming into a cloud of dust. Yang Kai's body tensed up as he carefully perceived the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he stretched out his hand, his Yuan Qi raging like a raging flame. His palm pressed against the void and suddenly exploded. Bai Yunfeng hurriedly reappeared, his face filled with surprise and embarrassment as he hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Yang Kai's blow. The other Immortal Ascension boundary masters who were observing from the sidelines couldn't help calling out in surprise. Although they could spy on Bai Yunfeng's movements, it was only because they had cultivated their divine senses that they were able to easily investigate, but what was this high heaven pavilion disciple relying on? He was only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator, not possessing a divine sense, yet after only a few exchanges he was able to see through Bai Yunfeng's mysteries. Wasn't this battle intuition a bit too strong? I was wondering what it was. It turns out you're just relying on the power of an artifact. Yang Kai sneered at Bai Yunfeng contemptuously. The mysterious movement skill Bai Yunfeng had displayed over and over again was even faster and more unpredictable than the one he had created himself. Yang Kai didn't understand at first, but now that he suddenly saw the jade pendant on Bai Yunfeng's waist flash, he suddenly understood. That wasn't some kind of movement skill, but rather an artifact used to confuse his eyes. Bai Yunfeng's face reddened. Speaking of which, he was a Yuan Qi boundary cultivator. Using an artifact to deal with a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was really not appropriate. After being pointed out by Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng became angry and coldly snorted, "Even if you don't have an artifact, do you think you're my opponent?" Crossing his feet, Bai Yunfeng flew directly in front of Yang Kai, his speed extremely fast. Unyielding will. Dealing with an enemy a great realm higher than himself, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly used his own mysterious martial skill. His Yuan Qi suddenly became violent, filled with an unparalleled evil intent, his whole face ferocious, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. A surge of power suddenly erupted from his body and a black flame burst out from his body. At this moment, Yang Kai was like a demon descending from the heavens. His whole body burned and the air around him distorted. Yang Kai raised a palm, bringing with it endless flames, and fiercely swept it towards Bai Yunfeng. The enemy suddenly changed. Bai Yunfeng was shocked. Perceiving Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength and the burning yuan qi, he instantly realized the terror of this attack. Shocked, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly operated the yuan qi in his body, bringing out his own killing move. Heaven's Net. Between his 10 fingers, yuan qi condensed like silk threads, and as his fingers danced, they instantly intertwined into a large net in front of him. This net formed purely from yuan qi could cut gold and break jade. Its sharpness was not inferior to that of an ordinary earth-grade weapon. The flames collided with the Heaven's Net. Bai Yunfeng's yuan qi threads passed through the flames without being damaged, and directly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind moved, and even more energy surged out from his body, the temperature of the flames increasing by a lot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the threads were completely dissolved in a breath of time, and immediately Yang Kai's palm struck Bai Yunfeng's shoulder. Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both retreated at the same time, looking at each other with great fear. On Yang Kai's body, small bloody scars slowly appeared, all of which were caused by the Heaven's Net. Each of the yuan qi threads had cut half an inch into his skin, almost dismembering him. On the other hand, Bai Yunfeng was also somewhat embarrassed at this moment. His shoulder was burning hot, as if it had been branded with iron, and there was even a burnt smell. Desperately urging his yuan qi, he was finally able to resolve the remaining power of his opponent's attack. Hiss! The group of immortal ascension boundary masters all sucked in a cold breath, looking towards Yang Kai in horror. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator fighting against a yuan qi cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to put up a good fight. Just what was this little brat's background? Moreover, the way his strength had increased was quite strange. Originally, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary first stage, but now he had suddenly jumped to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. At the same time as his strength increased, his demeanor and temperament also changed dramatically. If he was just an ordinary boy before, now he was clearly showing signs of becoming the demon race. Most importantly, his yuan qi had actually dissolved Bai Yunfeng's yuan qi threads. Didn't this mean that the purity and richness of his yuan qi was not inferior to that of a first-stage yuan qi cultivator? Otherwise, how could he achieve this? Chapter 210. Separation and reunion boundary, yuan qi boundary. Although the difference between the two was only one level, there was an essential difference. The former had yuan qi, the latter had yuan qi. Even 10 separation and reunion boundary cultivators would not necessarily be able to defeat one yuan qi boundary first level. The transformation of yuan qi into yuan qi was a qualitative leap in a cultivator's strength. If someone had told this group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts before today that a separation and reunion boundary expert could be evenly matched with a yuan qi boundary first level, they would have laughed it off. But now this scene was happening right in front of their eyes, no one could question it. But, this should be the end of it. The group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts had sharp eyes. Naturally they could see that Yang Kai had already used all his strength, but Bai Yunfeng was still holding back. There was still a gap between the two. In the field, Bai Yunfeng's expression was ferocious, sneering. "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. This young master likes young talents like you. I will give you one last chance. Pledge allegiance to my Bai family, recognize me as master, and all the previous unpleasantness. This young master will let bygones be bygones." Yang Kai calmly said, "Not interested. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Little brat, you can't blame others for your own mistakes." Bai Yunfeng had also lost his patience. He was a yuan qi boundary expert. He wanted to easily take down Yang Kai and force him to reveal the cultivation method of that martial skill, but he did not want to fight with him so anxiously, becoming a joke to others. Now that things had come to this, he did not want to delay any longer. His yuan qi surged, a layer of milky white light gushing out of his body, once again flying towards Yang Kai. His speed was astonishing. no one could see any trace of him. While flying, Heaven's net attacked again, countless threads of yuan qi forming a large net, enveloping Yang Kai. The gap between the two was too big, and Bai Yunfeng's movement technique was also quite outstanding. Yang Kai's self-created movement technique would not be able to gain any advantage in this battle. He understood that under such circumstances, dodging was definitely not the best choice. He could only fight head-on. With one hand like a knife, he crazily squeezed out the energy in his body. The yuan qi was rolling and surging. His palm blade slashed towards the opponent's heavenly net. The yuan qi threads were broken one by one. They were broken before they could even get close to the Yang Kai. Tianluo seal. Bai Yunfeng did not mind at all. A faint and arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he pushed with both hands. A huge palm print covered Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't even have time to change his moves before he was hit in the chest. He was sent flying through the air. While in mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground, his face pale. But the onlookers couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. They looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They didn't expect him to be so determined. The Bai family's Heaven's Net seal was a heaven-grade martial technique. Its attack power was enormous. This young man's figure seemed thin, but after taking such a blow, he still had the strength to fight. How could this not be shocking? Bai Yunfeng didn't give Yang Kai any chance to breathe. His figure flashed like the wind and pounced forward. Yang Kai struggled to resist, but was hit by another Heaven's Net seal and was sent flying several dozen meters. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng also cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. A violent explosion sounded from his chest and a stream of red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The milky white yuan qi around his body became illusory and almost collapsed. Bai Yunfeng's face suddenly became ferocious. He gloomily said, "Little brat. Today, you will die." What mysterious grade martial technique? It didn't matter. Bai Yunfeng had suffered a loss in front of so many people. Murderous intent surged in his heart. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger. "Brother Bai, don't kill him." Dong Qing Han frowned and shouted, "After all, this is someone else's territory." "Heh heh." Bai Yunfeng sneered, completely ignoring Dong Qing Han. Opening his hand, an unstable mass of murderous aura suddenly appeared. Bai Yunfeng madly poured his yuan qi into his hand, causing it to become more and more turbulent. Heaven's Net seal. Dong Qing Han couldn't help paling. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to have even mastered the Bai family's Heaven's Net seal. Compared to the Heaven's Net seal just now, the power of this Heaven's Net seal was incomparable. It was definitely one of the Bai family's secret techniques. Just as he was about to warn Yang Kai to be careful, he saw a burst of starlight appear and a violent aura burst out from Yang Kai's body. His right hand trembled as if there was an uncontrollable power erupting from somewhere. A blurred and dazzling starry sky suddenly appeared under the clear blue sky. A star. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at Yang Kai, feeling the power of the martial skill in his hand, all of them paling. They had long heard that Yang Kai had used a mysterious martial skill to severely injure the sixth-order monster beast inside the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now that they saw this scene, how could they not understand that this little brat was about to use it again? "Young lord, be careful." The two immortal ascension boundary cultivators from the Bai family exclaimed, fearing that Bai Yunfeng would suffer a loss in this confrontation, so they quickly rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to finish him off first. However, just as they started to move, two large hands were placed on their shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The two immortal ascension boundary masters immediately froze in place, unable to circulate their yuan qi. It was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, making it impossible for them to even move a finger. The two immortal ascension boundary masters' faces were pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Although these two were only immortal ascension boundary 4th or 5th boundary masters, they were still masters of their generation. Now, they had been silently restrained by someone else. It was obvious how strong this person was. How could a small place like High Heaven Pavilion have such a terrifying character? Juniors are just playing around, us old men should just watch from the sidelines, there's no need for us to intervene. A faint voice came from the side. At this moment, the two immortal ascension boundary masters found that they could move again. Turning their heads in amazement, they saw an old man standing next to them, his face full of wrinkles, looking at them with a smile. This person, they knew. It was the shopkeeper from High Heaven Pavilion's contribution hall. Although when they first arrived at High Heaven Pavilion they had noticed that this shopkeeper was somewhat strange, neither of them had expected him to be so strong. "What do you two think?" Meng Wuya asked with a smile. "Your Excellency's words are reasonable." How could the two by-family masters dare to refute? The other party's strength was so great that he could take their lives with a snap of his fingers. If they refuted, they would die. This sensational scene fell into the eyes of the Dong family in Purple Fern Valley's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. These four masters also didn't notice when Meng Wuya had arrived or when he had appeared next to the by-family masters. Everything had happened so suddenly. The Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards were shocked, but they didn't change their expressions. They knew that their young lord and Yang Kai were cousins, so naturally they had nothing to fear. On the other hand, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley stared at Meng Wuya with vigilance, thinking of all the famous masters in the world, but they couldn't match up with Meng Wuya. And, this battle is somewhat interesting. Just as the two Purple Fern Valley masters were puzzled, a strange voice suddenly called out from behind them. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' expression changed greatly. Turning their heads to look, they saw that an old man had appeared next to them at some point. This old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His beard was very long, and he was wearing an extremely simple robe. He stood silently in the middle of them. Another master. Although he was just standing there, stroking his beard with a kind smile on his face, watching the two juniors madly gather their yuan qi, the two Purple Fern Valley masters could still feel that this old man's aura was locked onto them. Once they made the slightest move, they were afraid they would be ruthlessly attacked. High Heaven Pavilion, where did such terrifying masters pop up one after another? With these two masters, it could be said that High Heaven Pavilion's strength was not inferior to an ordinary first-class force. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Bai family stared at each other, all of them seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. There was a kind of sadness of holding hands and looking at each other with tearful eyes. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk another 5 figures descended. This time the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. These 5 people had been alarmed by the fight here and wanted to investigate, but when they saw the old man with the goatee, their faces lit up and they quickly bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master." This old man was actually the mysterious Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. When the 3 great forces had come to visit High Heaven Pavilion as guests, the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion had yet to show his face. For this reason, these masters and several of the young lords had silently criticized the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. Now that they had realized how terrifying the Sect Master was, how could they dare complain? With such strength, there was no need to put the 3 great forces' young lords in their eyes, unless the elders of these forces arrived. Fan Hong was even more so, quickly running over to pay his respects. Purple Fern Valley disciple Fan Hong greets Senior. The Sect Master smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything, just turning his eyes to the field. During this period of delay, whether it was Yang Kai's star mark or Bai Yunfeng's Heaven's Gathering Star, both of them had condensed their qi to its peak. The two martial skills were somewhat similar, both were extremely lethal, but they needed time to increase their momentum. In just a few breaths of time, their momentum had reached its peak. Yang Kai. Bai Yunfeng roared, his eyes angrily staring towards Yang Kai. Come. Yang Kai didn't show any fear, the back of his hand flashing with stars, his figure flickered, creating a star field around him. The two majestic energies quickly approached each other and then collided. This kind of peak martial skill collision, even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were shocked. Like a blazing sun exploding, the light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes, but under the divine senses of these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they could clearly feel that whether it was Yang Kai or Bai Yunfeng, the Yuan Qi in their bodies had suddenly become chaotic, their auras stagnating, and a violent sound rang out as the two were sent flying in different directions. When the light dissipated, the sound of the two men's heavy breathing could be heard. A deep pit more than a dozen meters wide had appeared in the ground. Separated by about 300 meters, Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both stood up shakily. Chapter 2:11. This time's collision had actually ended in a draw. However, looking around, it was obvious that Yang Kai's injuries were more serious than Bai Yunfeng's. Even so, it was still shocking to see. A peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator was able to fight so fiercely with a Yuan Qi first-order cultivator, and in a direct confrontation of martial skills. Didn't this mean that the martial skill he possessed was even stronger than the Bai family's secret skill, Heaven's Gathering Star? It really was a mysterious grade martial skill. The two young men, both covered in blood, stared at each other. Bai Yunfeng's eyes were filled with madness and disbelief. He had never expected that Yang Kai would still be able to stand up. Not only did he not show the slightest sign of weakness, he was actually fighting more valiantly. I said, today you will definitely die, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you. Bai Yunfeng roared ferociously. Although he and Yang Kai had no previous grievances, today's battle had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. As a young lord of the Bai family, Bai Yunfeng was simply unwilling to accept this fact. With so many people watching, if he couldn't defeat Yang Kai, wouldn't his previous words be the same as slapping his own face? With a roar, Bai Yunfeng waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll unfurled, and on it were countless pictures of rare demonic beasts. The Bai family's Earth-grade mid-rank artifact, 100 Beast Diagram. Dong Qing Han's expression changed as he exclaimed. Although it seemed like he had inadvertently shouted out, in fact, he was trying to wake Yang Kai up. Bai Yunfeng sneered again and again as he continued to pour Yuan Qi into his artifact. With the influx of Yuan Qi, the monster beast patterns in the 100 Beast diagram began to faintly move, and immediately, a burst of light rushed out from the diagram, transforming into a variety of monster beasts, all of them ferociously rushing towards Yang Kai. In order to kill Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had exhausted all of his means. This artifact was his biggest trump card, and also his final attack. He didn't believe that an unknown disciple of High Heaven Pavilion could survive the onslaught of hundreds of beasts. More and more dazzling lights appeared in the air, and all kinds of strange monster beasts materialized. They were like thousands of galloping horses, enough to crush all the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai roared, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. A crimson sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Shura sword. The Azura's Gate's most precious treasure. With the Shura sword in hand, Yang Kai's already ruthless Yuan Qi became even more violent at this moment, reaching a terrifying level. Everyone's eyes were trembling as they stared fixedly at the crimson sword. All of them were able to sense dense and material killing intent from this sword, and when they looked at this sword, it was as if they'd seen a blood-red world. At that place, blood flowed into rivers, corpses were piled up into mountains, and a bloody aura that caused one to be terrified suffused the air. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards quickly protected their young lords and retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying murderous intent. Meng Wuya's expression changed slightly, the same was true for High Heaven Pavilion's Sect Master. The two of them had never thought that Yang Kai would actually be able to bring out such a powerful weapon. This was completely beyond their expectations. As the hundreds of beasts rushed forward, Yang Kai raised his sword and swept it across. As the sword swept through, the monster beast let out a mournful cry before completely dissipating. Yang Kai rushed forward, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness, but Bai Yunfeng, who was still calm, finally showed a change in expression. He had never expected that even after using his most powerful artifact, he would still be unable to defeat his opponent. The monster beast that rushed out of the 100-beast diagram couldn't stop him at all. One monster beast after another was cut down, the distance between Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng quickly narrowed. Affected by the violent bloody aura and endless murderous intent, Bai Yunfeng was almost unable to move. He could only mechanically urge his Yuan Qi, pouring it into the 100-beast diagram in an attempt to block Yang Kai. This kind of action was meaningless, only accelerating the consumption of his Yuan Qi. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Bai Yunfeng, his cold eyes faintly sweeping over him, then he raised the Azura sword in his hand and fiercely chopped down. Everyone's heart jumped, because they could see that Yang Kai's sword was not aimed at Bai Yunfeng, but at the 100-beast diagram. He actually wanted to destroy this Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. The blood-red sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, ruthlessly cutting through the 100-beast diagram. The few demonic beasts that were still flying in the air disappeared in an instant. A ring of dense light appeared on the 100-beasts diagram, and a gap was created when the sword edge swept across it. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The 100-beast diagram was an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact, although it was not a defensive artifact. How could it be so fragile? A sword cut through the diagram, and a big gap appeared. How sharp was this sword? What kind of artifact was it? Shua, the Azura sword was swung backwards, and the gap was widened a lot. Another sword light flashed, accompanied by a tearing sound, and the Earth-grade mid-rank 100-beast diagram was cut in half, falling to the ground. 3 swords. Destroying an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. No one dared to believe such a result. Yang Kai's sword turned, shaking out a sword flower, and stabbed towards Bai Yunfeng, who was standing there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. Please show mercy. The two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters could not stand it anymore. Just now they were restrained by Meng Wuya, so they did not dare to make the slightest move, but now seeing Yang Kai actually want to take Bai Yunfeng's life, they did not hesitate and quickly shouted. While shouting, they quickly rushed over. Meng Wuya did not stop them. Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were really different. The two of them almost instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai, one of them flicking his finger towards the Azura sword while the other grabbed Bai Yunfeng and quickly retreated. With a ding sound, the Azura sword's trajectory deviated, and Bai Yunfeng's life was saved. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but did not pursue. With these two guarding him, he could not kill Bai Yunfeng. Young Master, please show mercy. My young lord's skill is inferior and has already been defeated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who blocked the Azura sword frowned and anxiously said. Although his tone was somewhat dissatisfied, there was absolutely no disrespect. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment, hesitating for a long time before finally putting away the Azura sword. A great battle had come to an end. This battle was not on the same level, but the final result was that the one with the lower strength had won, which made everyone somewhat confused. You have all come to High Heaven Pavilion as guests, this old master welcomes you, but High Heaven Pavilion is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The sect master's expression was like an ancient well, and although his tone was flat, anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Once these words reached the ears of the many masters, they all became flustered. The Bai family did not have the face to remain here, one of them holding Bai Yunfeng while the other picked up the 100-beast diagram fragment that had fallen to the ground, cupping his fists and saying, "These days we have disturbed you, we hope High Heaven Pavilion will forgive us, the Bai family will definitely come to apologize. Finished speaking, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters quickly left with Bai Yunfeng. The people from Purple Fern Valley did not dare to stay any longer. Originally, they had looked down on this small sect. After arriving here, they had put on a superior appearance to recruit talents, but today, two terrifying masters had appeared one after another, and a separation and reunion boundary first stage disciple from High Heaven Pavilion had almost killed the Bai family young lord, causing the people from Purple Fern Valley to tremble in fear. High Heaven Pavilion could not be underestimated. With such a powerful master in charge, any random disciple was a madman, a group of terrifying existences pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fan Hong and the two immortal Ascension Masters also repeatedly apologized and quickly left. Dong Qing Han and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards also did the same. Before leaving, Dong Qing Han glanced over at Yang Kai, the shock in his eyes had not yet faded. Outside the field, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples had gathered. This battle was too earth-shattering. Not only had it attracted the attention of the 5 great elders, many of the disciples who had heard the commotion had also come to watch. Su Xianwu coldly glanced over at the group of disciples and loudly said, "Disciples who have been in contact with the 3 great forces these days, leave on your own. My High Heaven Pavilion is just a small sect, not a place for you to stay, so as not to ruin your future." Hearing this sentence, many people's expressions darkened, feeling extremely annoyed. They were all disciples who had been recruited by the 3 great forces. They had thought that by joining one of the 3 great forces, they would have a better life, but they had not expected that their own sect would also be so prestigious. After the sect master and treasurer Meng appeared, these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were as obedient as rabbits. At this moment, these disciples' hearts were filled with regret. But since the second elder had already said so, how could they still shamelessly stay? In the field, Yang Kai restrained his aura and stared at the High Heaven Pavilion sect master faintly, his eyes filled with some doubt, but also some relief. Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully before his figure flickered and disappeared. Everyone disperse. The sect master waved his hand, then turned to Yang Kai, his face showing a kind expression as he said, "Come with me." The 5 great elders all looked surprised. They had not expected that this battle would allow Yang Kai to enter the sect master's eyes. Now that he had been summoned, naturally there would be benefits for him. Yang Kai nodded. There were many questions and doubts in his heart that needed to be answered. Covered in blood, following the sect master step by step, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all stared at Yang Kai, all of their previous contempt and discrimination replaced with shock and panic. After passing through many buildings, the group arrived at a secluded area. This was the sect master's retreat. Normally even the 5 great elders were not allowed to set foot here. There was a courtyard and several thatched cottages, simple and crude, but there were many flowers and plants in the courtyard, all of which were very common outside. The sect master's retreat did not have the slightest luxurious things, only ordinary and elegant. Leading Yang Kai into one of the cottages, the sect master only gave him a set of clothes and a bottle of pills. "Heal your wounds first, then change your clothes and come find me," the sect master said, then floated away. Although there were many questions, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to ask, instead entering the cottage, taking out a pill and swallowing it. Today's battle could be described as extremely difficult. Yuan Qi realm masters were not easy to deal with, and during the confrontation, Yang Kai suffered losses. If not for the star mark, he may have been defeated. The Bai family's Heaven's Gathering Dipper was extraordinary, not much worse than the star mark. Today's battle could be said to have been led by Yang Kai himself. Although there was a hint of jealousy, it was not the main reason. Yang Kai just wanted to confirm many of his speculations at this critical moment. Why did the 4th Master Yang want him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What kind of relationship did he have with this place? Was this the place where he used to train? There were many profound meanings, but Yang Kai could not guess them all. Since he couldn't guess them, then he would draw a big lottery. If he couldn't clean up after himself, there would always be someone to clean up after him. And this person who would clean up after him was the key figure. But Yang Kai didn't expect that the person he would draw out would actually be the High Heaven Pavilion sect master. Chapter 212. A day later, Yang Kai dressed neatly and walked out of the hut. Inside the courtyard, the sect master stood under a plum blossom tree, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard, motionless, his eyes staring into the distance. Yang Kai walked behind him and didn't say anything to disturb him, simply standing there and following his gaze. He saw several flower buds on a branch, slowly blooming in the cold wind. One old and one young man stood there for a full day and night, waiting for these flower buds to fully bloom before the sect master turned around and asked, "How is your injury?" "It's no big deal," Yang Kai grinned. "Should I call you sect master, or 11th elder?" The person in front of him was not only High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, but also the 11th elder he had met at the Coiling Dragon Stream. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about High Heaven Pavilion, so although he had some doubts, he didn't think too much about it. Later, when he heard Sassafras talk about High Heaven Pavilion, he was able to confirm the 11th elder's true identity. High Heaven Pavilion didn't have an 11th elder, but the current Ling Tai Su was the 11th sect master. He was a man of great talent and vision, but because of his two disciples, he had fallen into decline for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the two disciples he had accepted more than 10 years ago, Ling Tai Su would certainly have more strength than he had now. If the knot in his heart couldn't be untied, he wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of the immortal ascension boundary and reach the next level. Ling Tai Su smiled, "As you wish." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Ling Tai Su interrupted him, "I know you have a lot of questions. Please enlighten me, sect master." Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had already guessed what he wanted to ask. So there was no need to ask. Ling Tai Su's eyes were deep, a touch of reminiscence appearing on his face. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "This old master has only accepted 2 disciples in his life. The eldest was simple and kind, while the second was shrewd and intelligent. If nothing unexpected happened, both of them would have been pillars of High Heaven Pavilion, leading our sect to glory. But the world is unpredictable, and the second was too competitive. He was actually willing to fall into the evil path and even tried to kill boss. This is something that cannot be tolerated by common sense." Yang Kai listened quietly. He had heard this story from Sassafras before. However, the sect leader was the person involved in this matter. Now that he was talking about it, there was definitely an unusual meaning behind it. According to the rumors outside, eldest brother was killed and second brother was sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, is that right? Yang Kai nodded. Ling Tai Su chuckled, "This rumor is only half true. Second brother is indeed sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, but eldest brother is not dead." Ling Tai Su proudly declared, "This old master's eldest disciple is called Yang Feng." Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved, his face filled with shock. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. At this point, the doubts that had troubled him for many years had disappeared. Yang Feng. The name of the Yang family's 4th master Yang, which was also the name of Yang Kai's father. Unexpectedly, the 4th master Yang really was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. What's more, he was Ling Tai Su's eldest disciple, the unlucky eldest brother who was rumored to have been killed by the second junior brother. No wonder his father had been plagued with a chronic illness all these years, making it difficult for him to improve his strength. Presumably, it was because he had been injured by the second junior brother who had fallen into the evil path. No wonder he had asked him to come to High Heaven Pavilion. It turned out there was such a relationship between them. "According to seniority, you should call me Grand Master." Ling Tai Su smiled slightly. "Disciple greets Grand Master." Yang Kai somewhat unwillingly bowed. Ling Tai-su saw Yang Kai's expression but didn't become angry. He just chuckled and said, "You blame me for turning a blind eye to your identity and making you suffer, isn't that right?" "A little." Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice. During his first 3 years in High Heaven Pavilion, he had suffered a lot. The fickleness of the world. But he didn't care too much about his own suffering. It was because he didn't have the ability. How could he blame it on others? Others weren't born to be his nanny, why should they take care of him? Don't blame this old master. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yang family's 4th Master Yang. This old master hasn't completely vented his anger. Ling Tai-su snorted softly. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai couldn't help shrinking his neck. He wasn't a fool, how could he not understand the meaning of Ling Tai-su's words? The Yang family's disciples were like cuckoo eggs, they couldn't be raised properly. When the 4th Master Yang came here, he must have been loved by Ling Tai-su, but he never thought that after 10 years of painstaking effort and hard work, he would only end up benefiting someone else. If his second brother hadn't fallen into the demonic path, Ling Tai-su would still have some hope, but his honest and loyal eldest brother was the Yang family's ingrate and his second brother had also fallen into the demonic path. In the end, Ling Tai-su's efforts were all for naught and he was unable to break through his bottleneck. In other words, the 4th Master Yang had to bear a large part of the responsibility for Ling Tai-su's knot. As the saying goes, the son must repay the father's debts. The 4th Master Yang owed Ling Tai-su, so how could Yang Kai stay out of it? Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly smiled and said, "Grand Master, please calm down. The 4th Master Yang isn't a good person, you don't need to lower yourself to his level." Ling Tai-su originally had a straight face, but seeing Yang Kai's expression change so quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. "Eldest brother is such a dull person, how did he raise such a slippery little brat like you? A real man knows when to yield and when not to yield." Yang Kai saw his expression and knew that he was just joking and wasn't really angry. Ling Tai-su took a deep breath and slowly said, "Eldest brother is not a person who lies." In fact, 3 years after he entered the pavilion, he had already told this old master his identity, so this old master was already mentally prepared for his departure from High Heaven Pavilion. "You don't need to worry too much about it." Yang Kai nodded slightly and flattered, "Grand Master is magnanimous. When I return to the Yang family, I will teach him a lesson for you." Ling Tai-su's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he held back. "The day you arrived at High Heaven Pavilion, this old master received a letter from your father. The reason why I didn't bother with you was because of your father's own intentions. In the letter, he said that you weren't suitable for cultivation and only hoped that you could safely spend 10 years in High Heaven Pavilion until the Yang family called you back." Ling Tai-su explained. "Do you know why you aren't suitable for cultivation?" Ling Tai-su asked. "Father said that I was born with a deficiency." Yang Kai frowned. Because eldest brother was seriously injured and has not been able to recover for many years, leading to your birth with a congenital deficiency." Ling Tai-su nodded, immediately turning his eyes towards Yang Kai. "A congenital deficiency is almost impossible to cure, but now you can cultivate again, and with your outstanding talent, your strength is improving rapidly. This old master doesn't care what kind of mysteries lie behind this, but in the future, unless your parents ask, you must not reveal anything about this matter to anyone else." Yang Kai nodded again and again. Although this was the first time he had spoken so openly with this Grand Master, Yang Kai could feel his care and concern. In fact, if you were just an ordinary person, this old master really wouldn't care about you. You are the happiest person alive. Even if you suffer and are bullied, you are still alive. But since you have both talent and strength, this old master can't ignore you. The reason you made such a ruckus yesterday was to draw this old master out, right? Yang Kai smiled. "I didn't think it would be you, I just thought it would be one of the 5 great elders who had a relationship with my father." Ling Tai-su chuckled. "It's no wonder you didn't think of it. Your father sent you here, first to ensure your safety, and second to let you resolve the knot in my heart. Eldest brother is too simple, thinking that this old master's knot is because of him. In fact, this old master has never blamed him. When Yang Kai heard this, he could only sigh, not knowing how to comfort him. Good, your doubts have been answered, right? Ling Tai Su smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly. These days, he had been thinking about many things, but there were many things he couldn't understand. Today, after talking with his Grand Master, he had finally been enlightened. Now it's this old master's turn. Ling Tai Su said seriously. Grand Master, what do you want to ask? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Your aura. Ling Tai Su's face was very serious. In the battle 2 days ago, I noticed your aura was bloody and violent, not at all inferior to my second brother's. This old master only wants to ask you one thing, are you cultivating some kind of evil secret art? No. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. He also knew that the unyielding will was strange and quickly displayed this mysterious martial skill. His yuan qi surged, and Yang Kai's strength directly jumped from the separation and reunion boundary first stage to the peak separation and reunion boundary, his body filled with evil qi. Murderous intent soared, as if there was no one else around, as if he was the only one in this world. Ling Tai Su's pair of deep eyes stared into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he could see into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. Take out your sword. Ling Tai Su shouted. A crimson sword instantly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and with the Azura sword in hand, his murderous intent became even more substantial. This Azura sect artifact and Yang Kai's yuan qi seemed to have some kind of affinity, resonating with each other. With the sword in hand and without it, Yang Kai was like a completely different person. Ling Tai Su stared at Yang Kai for a moment, carefully observing the changes in his body and the fluctuations in his mood, his expression gradually becoming relaxed, then immediately becoming shocked, his expression changing in an unpredictable manner. After a long time, Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Yang Kai put away the Azura sword and dispersed the unyielding will, returning to his normal state. It seems to have become the demon race, but in fact, it's not. Ling Tai Su frowned slightly, is your soul awake? Strange, such a violent and bloody aura, even if this old master were to endure it for a long time, it would inevitably trigger a heart demon and disturb his mind. How can you not be affected? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up, yes, you cultivate a yang attribute secret art. Extreme yang, it is the nemesis of the evil yin aura. With the yang attribute yuan qi protecting you, you can avoid falling into depravity. After saying this, Ling Tai Su was stunned. How could these two contradictory things be perfectly combined in one person? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Although Ling Tai Su knew that Yang Kai must have some secret that allowed these two auras to combine, he didn't ask. Raising his eyes, Ling Tai Su said, you caused a ruckus 2 days ago, and even revealed the news of a profound grade martial skill. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Then, I'll go out and lie low for a while. Yang Kai already had a plan. Ling Tai Su smiled, where can you hide? For the time being, don't run around, just stay in the sect. Oh. Chapter 213. Only after Yang Kai left did Ling Tai Su's expression gradually become dignified. Although Yang Kai's violent aura was not a hindrance to him, Ling Tai Su had no choice but to consider a deeper level. After thinking for a long time, Ling Tai Su let out a long sigh. Could it be that this little brat wants to use slaughter to prove his martial Tao? The bloodthirsty and violent aura that made him feel uneasy had already penetrated deep into Yang Kai's bones. In the future, if he wanted to pry into the true essence of martial Tao, there were only 2 ways. One was to eliminate this aura and change to a more peaceful secret art. However, Yang Kai was congenitally deficient, and it was not easy for him to achieve today's achievements. If he changed his secret art and became ordinary again, how could he bear it? Forever standing at the bottom and unable to see the top was one thing. But once a person stood at the top and suddenly fell to the bottom, no one could bear such a blow. If he couldn't change his secret art, then he could only display his bloodthirsty and violent aura to the extreme, growing stronger as his strength grew. Only then could he pry into the mysteries of martial Tao. One was to destroy and then establish, one could not be established without destruction. The other was to enter the Tao through slaughter. The future was full of obstacles, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic end. Since ancient times, very few people who entered the martial Tao through slaughter had a good ending. Because those who entered the Tao through slaughter would always have more enemies than friends, and it was more likely that they would lose themselves in slaughter and become the demon race. He was just a child, could he persevere? After leaving the sect master's place, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion and took out the pills Xia Ning Chang had refined for him, swallowing them to improve his strength. The dust-covered incense burner was also taken out again, burning a strange incense that suppressed the circulation of his true Yang's secret art. For the next 10 days or so, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in his secluded cave mansion, firstly to consume pills and secondly to nourish the 2 artifacts he had just refined. The Azura sword had played a great role in his battle with Bai Yunfeng, and although he hadn't used the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, since it was also a sect-guarding artifact of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, the power of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia would certainly not be lacking. Every day, when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai would practice the unyielding golden skeleton. Now that his strength had increased and his physical fitness had increased, his progress in practicing the unyielding golden skeleton had also increased by a large margin. He had almost completed 1/3 of the way, but the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Every time he performed a move, the bones in his body would explode like beans. The Immortal's Cave was quiet and serene. It was indeed a good place for closed-door meditation. Xia Ning Chang, the little senior sister, would occasionally come over and bring some delicious food to share with Yang Kai. When they were bored, the 2 of them would also chat. Occasionally, Xia Ning Chang would take a nap on the stone bed. Whenever this happened, no matter how Yang Kai tried to wake her up, he would not be able to do so. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard the sect master's voice, "Do you know how to kill?" When the voice suddenly appeared, Yang Kai was startled and reflexively jumped up from his seat. After recalling that it was Ling Tai Su's voice, he understood that it was just a false alarm. Grand Master. Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find Ling Tai Su's figure. However, he was keenly aware of a divine sense wandering around him. Ling Tai Su asked again. Only then did Kai Yang reply, "Yes." What kind of people deserve to be killed? Yang Kai furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Those who plot against me, kill them. Those who harm my friends and family, kill them. Those who hinder my cultivation, kill them. Those who steal my treasures, kill them. If people don't provoke me, I won't kill them. Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Tai Su heard him or not, but after Yang Kai finished answering, he remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until half a day later that Ling Tai Su said, "Prepare yourself, in half a month I'll take you to a place." Yes. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, but he could faintly guess that Ling Tai Su seemed to have some kind of plan, and one that was quite difficult to choose. Otherwise, after answering that question, he wouldn't have remained silent for so long. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Ling Tai Su was his Grand Master, and his strength was profound. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have already taken action. Half a month was neither too long nor too short, so Yang Kai was more and more diligent in cultivating and swallowing pills. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, Su Yan came to visit him one night, and the 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle for a long time. after which they diligently dual cultivated. The benefits of dual cultivation were now obvious to Yang Kai. The Yuan Qi in his body was becoming purer and purer, not yet reaching the Yuan Qi boundary, but not inferior to the Yuan Qi of an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator. Otherwise, when he fought with Bai Yun Feng that day, his palm blade wouldn't have been able to break through his heaven's net. Whether it was Yang Kai or Su Yan, both of them were diligent in dual cultivating, and although they didn't do it many times, the quality was frighteningly high. Half a month later, Yang Kai had also swallowed all the pills refined by Xia Ning Chang. Not only that, while meditating in the coiling dragon stream, he had also accumulated some yang liquid in his dantian, allowing him to break through to the separation and reunion boundary third stage. At night, Yang Kai was meditating at the cave entrance when he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind, and soon after, two figures entered his cave mansion one after the other. Grand Master. Yang Kai stood up and saluted, looking at the other person and asking, Treasurer Meng. Heh heh heh. Meng Wuya laughed rhythmically, his old face scrunched up into a ball. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what Meng Wuya was so happy about. Suddenly, Meng Wuya's smile disappeared, and he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, his eyes flashing as he slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder with one hand and the other on his dantian, angrily shouting, "Get out of here for this old master." Ling Tai Su looked at Meng Wuya in surprise, obviously not understanding why he had suddenly attacked Yang Kai, but because he didn't notice Meng Wuya's murderous intent, he didn't try to stop him. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, unable to move. A separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator in front of an old monster like Meng Wuya was no different from a baby. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, and Yang Kai heard the old demon's cries of alarm and struggle. During the day, Yang Kai had summoned the old demon back, but even if he hid inside his body, he still couldn't escape Meng Wuya's eyes. Even Sect Master Ling Tai Su couldn't see through this secret, but in front of Meng Wuya, the difference in strength between the two could be seen at a glance. Meng Wuya's hand formed a claw, and like a dragon sucking in water, he fiercely pulled out a black chi, which was the old demon wrapped in a soul breaker all. Perceiving Meng Wuya's murderous intent, the old demon screamed in horror, the black chi tumbling over and over again, transforming into a ferocious face, but he still couldn't break free from Meng Wuya's grasp. Ling Tai Su paled. "Treasurer Meng, please show mercy." Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Meng Wuya would kill the old demon on the spot. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and quickly asked, "Do you know what this is?" "The devil's soul." Yang Kai nodded. "If you know, then you still dare to let him into your body. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by him?" Meng Wuya was stunned. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a young boy who didn't understand the situation and accidentally fell into the trap of the old demon's soul, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. "He can't swallow me," Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "the old demon has already recognized me as his master, his life and death is in my hands." "Recognized you as his master?" This time Meng Wuya was shocked. Although he had pulled out the old demon's soul, he could still feel how powerful this person was when he was alive. Now he was just too weak to display his full strength, but if he could recover, then the entire High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. "How did he recognize you as his master?" This was a matter of great importance, so Meng Wuya had no choice but to be cautious. Yang Kai quickly explained what had happened and the old demon recognized him as his master. After listening, Meng Wuya's expression changed and he nodded slightly. "Good, so he is indeed under your control, you don't need to worry about him harming you. Release me quickly, this old master is loyal to the young master, this loyalty can be seen by the heavens, the sun, and the moon. Why are you holding this old master in your hands, you little thing? If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" The old demon was a 10,000-year-old demon. He had been scared half to death just a moment ago, but now that there was no danger, he immediately became stubborn. Meng Wuya looked at him evilly and sneered, "If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously? Meng Wuya's words were exactly the same as what the old demon had just said, but if one thought about it carefully, the deeper meaning was quite different. The old demon was stunned and immediately lost his voice. You, Meng Wuya coldly snorted and loosened his restraints. The old demon was like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly wrapping himself in a mass of black qi and rushing into Yang Kai's body, not daring to show himself again. Damn, this old master has been hiding so deeply, yet he still couldn't hide from this old bastard's investigation. This old bastard isn't as simple as he looks on the surface. During the whole process, Ling Tai Su had not made a sound, but now he opened his mouth and said, "Old demons can't be trusted easily, you must be careful. Disciple knows his limits." Yang Kai nodded. "Are you ready?" N. A few days ago, he had already greeted Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, so there was nothing to prepare now. "Then let's go." Ling Tai Su stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, then flew out of the cave mansion and plunged downwards, Meng Wuya following closely behind. The wind whistled as they entered the bottomless coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked down, but couldn't see anything. Grandmaster said that he was going to take him to the depths of the coiling dragon stream. No, he said that there were many dangers at the bottom, and even he wouldn't dare to rashly enter, so there was no way he would take him into danger. After falling a few hundred meters, Ling Tai Su suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. In the dark night, Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya stood in the air, staring at the stone wall in front of them. "Is this the place?" Meng Wuya asked. N. Ling Tai Su nodded. "You and I will work together and pour in Yuan Qi." "Okay. I'll have to trouble you this time. Why are you being so polite? You're treating me like an outsider." Meng Wuya's mouth was wide open, revealing his molars. As long as he could send this little brat Yang Kai away, not to mention spending a trifling amount of Yuan Qi, this old master would even call him father. So when Meng Wuya heard that Ling Tai Su wanted him to help send Yang Kai to a certain place, old man Meng immediately agreed without hesitation. Chapter 214. "Let's begin," Ling Tai Su said in a low voice, then activated his Yuan Qi and pressed his palm against the stone wall in front of him. Meng Wuya pressed his palm against the other side and also activated his Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi of the two-peak immortal ascension boundary masters was like a flood that broke through a dam, fiercely pouring into the stone wall in front of them. The seemingly ordinary stone wall seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit at this moment. The Yuan Qi poured into it and disappeared without even making a ripple. Kai Yang watched from the side, silent, but in fact, his heart was also filled with monstrous waves. There must be some kind of profound mystery in this stone wall, otherwise, it wouldn't be so strange. Moreover, this stone wall was under the coiling dragon stream, so it might be related to the stream. After a cup of tea's worth of time, both Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya's foreheads began to sweat. They had been pouring out their Yuan Qi for such a long time, so it wasn't a small burden on them. "Brother Ling, did you remember the wrong place?" Meng Wuya frowned and asked. "It's here," Ling Tai Su said with certainty. After a while, the stone wall finally reacted. A layer of black ripples suddenly surged out from the ordinary stone wall, with one point as the center, quickly spreading in all directions. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya saw this and increased the output of their Yuan Qi. The ripples grew larger and larger, more and more violent, as if pebbles were continuously being thrown into a calm lake. In the end, the layers of ripples actually surged out one after another, causing the stone wall in front of him to look extremely strange. It shook so much that it made them dizzy. Meng Wuya's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, "It really is the void corridor that connects the two places. Brother Ling, the strength of your High Heaven Pavilion's founder is extraordinary." Ling Tai Su smiled slightly and suddenly withdrew his hand. Meng Wuya also hurriedly retreated. Although the two of them had stopped, the changes on the stone wall in front of them didn't stop. Instead, they became more and more violent. After a while, the layers of ripples actually became solid, spinning and spreading outwards. Suddenly, a black hole appeared on the stone wall. Looking at this hole that appeared out of nowhere, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was about to be sucked in, and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Meng Wuya looked at him with a smile, gently patting Yang Kai's shoulder, his face full of sincerity and reluctance. He said in a deep voice, "Little Yang Kai, you must take care of yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Treasurer Meng was too affectionate today. When I'm not here, I hope that Brother Wuya can take care of High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su exhorted before leading Kai Yang into the black hole in front of him. Before entering, Yang Kai glanced back and saw Meng Wuya standing in the air, his smile more beautiful than a flower, waving his hand at him in a very friendly manner. After Ling Tai Su and Kai Yang's figures disappeared, the black hole on the stone wall suddenly disappeared and returned to its original appearance. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Meng Wuya stood in place for a long time before laughing loudly to the sky. Ha 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 ha, his laughter shook the heavens and earth, waking up countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were sleeping and meditating. They couldn't help but shiver. The heavens had mercy on that smelly brat and sent him far away. Now there was no one to disturb his precious disciple's heart. And he just didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. Wouldn't it take at least 1 to 2 hours? After such a long time, perhaps his precious disciple would forget about him. Without this burden, his disciple would be able to cultivate quickly and grow up without any worries. Thinking of this, Meng Wuya laughed again. After Ling Tai Su entered the black hole, everything around them was chaotic, but it only took 3 breaths of time. Yang Kai felt his vision blur, and then he and his Grand Master appeared in a strange land. Ling Tai Su looked around, and then quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, he found a place to hide and put Yang Kai down, saying, "Protect me, I need to recover for a while." Yang Kai nodded, guessing in his heart that his Grand Master had not been able to endure the torment just now. Ling Tai Su took out a pill and swallowed it before sitting down and meditating for about 2 hours before standing up, picking up Yang Kai and flying forward without hesitation. Flying with someone carrying him was completely different from flying on your own. Ling Tai Su used his Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kai, so he didn't feel the wind at all. "Grand Master, what is that black hole under the coiling dragon stream?" Yang Kai was full of questions. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. It is a void corridor that connects the 2 ends of the world. With that place, one can easily cross from High Heaven Pavilion to another place. As for the specifics, I don't know. After all, compared to the ancestral founder, my strength is too insignificant. How far did we cross just now? Yang Kai was shocked, never having thought that there would be such a wonderful thing as a void corridor in this world. About 10,000 kilometers. Ling Tai Su's voice was flat. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. From the time Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya poured their Yuan Qi into the stone wall until the time they left, only half an hour had passed, yet in just half an hour they had traveled 10,000 kilometers. This kind of thing was simply too incredible, like a dream. Yang Kai's psychological quality was also quite good. After all, he had experienced great changes, so after a moment of shock, he quickly calmed himself down. "Aren't you going to ask me where I'm taking you?" Ling Tai Su glanced at him. "If Grand Master wants to tell me, he will naturally tell me. In any case, it won't be bad for me." "You're quite optimistic." Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly, his eyes becoming deep as he slowly said, "The place I want to send you to is a land of slaughter. There, you don't need any reason or excuse to kill. The strong are respected and the weak are prey to the strong. This is a place where the law of the jungle is played out vividly. You must be mentally prepared. Yang Kai was surprised. What are we going to do there? Cultivate, become stronger, and pry into the true meaning of martial arts. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. If you don't want to go, I can take you back now. Of course I'm going. Yang Kai was excited when he heard about cultivating and becoming stronger. The desire for strength was something every cultivator had. Only by becoming stronger could one not be humiliated and bullied, and only by becoming stronger could one go further on the path of martial arts and live a good life. Even if your life is in danger at all times, you still want to go. Ling Tai Su's mouth showed a gratified smile. Of course I'm going. Ha ha ha. You're really different from Big Brother. In the past, I also asked Big Brother this question. Can you guess what he said? Yang Kai thought for a moment, then imitated the expression and tone of the fourth master Yang, and said with a sincere face, I don't want to kill people, I'm not going. Ling Tai Su was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed, not a single word wrong. It is said that no one knows a son better than his father. It seems the reverse is also true. If you don't want to kill, you will only be harmed in the end. You young family members are all like wolves, tigers, leopards. If you don't become strong, even if you return to the Yang family, you will only be bullied. Yang Kai's current aura was bloody and violent. If he did not have enough strength to protect himself and his family, if he was bullied in the future, he would not be able to resist and would be affected by that aura. Instead of falling into the path of evil and becoming a public enemy in the future, it was better to go all out now. Big Brother, oh Big Brother, don't blame this old master for being ruthless and taking him away without telling you, because with your temperament, I'm afraid you won't agree. Grand Master, where are we going? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Not us, just you, I'm only responsible for sending you there. You should have heard of that place, Netherworld Mountain. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened and his face couldn't help twitching, hesitating for a long time before asking, Grand Master, the Netherworld Mountain you speak of, is it that Netherworld Mountain? Exactly. Yang Kai's face twitched even more. Netherworld Mountain was almost famous in the world. It was notorious because it was a forbidden area for any cultivator. Those who stepped in died, and no one had ever been able to escape from the forbidden area alive. Of course, this was just a rumor that exaggerated the danger of Netherworld Mountain, but it was undeniable that Netherworld Mountain was indeed dangerous. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion's Black Wind Mountain Range, it was more than 10 times more dangerous. In Black Wind Mountain Range, an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could travel unimpeded, unless they were unlucky and ran into a particularly ferocious monster beast. But in Netherworld Mountain, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master would find it difficult to survive. The difference between the two could be seen. It was precisely because of this danger that it was called a forbidden area, and there was only one such forbidden area in the entire Great Han Dynasty. However, the world was vast, and there were many other forbidden zones like Netherworld Mountain. Yang Kai had once heard that in the Tian Lang Dynasty, which was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty, there was a forbidden zone called the Abandoned Earth. All kinds of dangers were on par with Netherworld Mountain, perhaps even greater. In the forbidden area, strange fierce beasts could be found everywhere, and in the jungle there were many unknown dangers. Going there was simply courting death. But Yang Kai guessed that Ling Tai Su had his own plans, so although his expression changed slightly, he didn't lose his composure. Sure enough, Ling Tai Su seemed to be observing his reaction, and after a long time, he said with satisfaction, we won't go deep into Netherworld Mountain, only 500 li. There is a very strange place that is suitable for a cultivator like you to experience. What kind of place? Yang Kai asked. I can't explain it clearly. It's a very strange place. Back then, this old man was also brought there by my master to gain experience. That's why I know of the existence of that place. Back then, I wanted to send your father there, but he refused. Many people know of the existence of that place, and now that the time has come, I'm afraid many people have already gone there in advance. Whether we can get a place is still uncertain. If we can go in smoothly, you must remember one thing, everyone who appears there is an enemy. Never trust anyone. I know. You don't know. Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head, and his tone became more serious. That place is special, creating a situation where there are enemies everywhere. Let me tell you this, in that place, the yuan qi and blood essence of the people who are killed will condense into a blood bead, and this blood bead can be absorbed by anyone, increasing their strength without any worries. What? Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. Chapter 2:15. Now you should understand why I said that you don't need any reason or excuse to kill someone there, right? The blood beads obtained after killing someone are the best excuse and reason. In that place, a life is only a cornerstone to becoming stronger, especially since you're only a separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator, it's easier for others to target you. Ling Tai Su said in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, but more than that, he was excited and pleasantly surprised. Ling Tai Su saw the expression on Yang Kai's face and couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself that this little brat really wanted to prove his martial Tao through killing. If it were any other separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator who heard this, they would likely flee in fear, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eager to try, wishing he could immediately run to that place and immerse himself in endless slaughter. In that place, there was no need to worry about harming the innocent. Even if Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to kill someone, there would still be someone who wanted to kill him. Moreover, there were many evil cultivators there, all of whom deserved to be killed. Along the way, Ling Tai Su told Yang Kai a lot of information about that place. After all, he had experienced it many years ago and had personal experience, all of which were invaluable treasures. Yang Kai listened very carefully, not daring to miss the slightest bit. According to Ling Tai Su, that place was located in Nether Mountain, but it didn't really belong to Nether Mountain. It was a very strange independent space, and the entrance was in a lake in Nether Mountain. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange energy in heaven and earth principles existed inside, but as long as a living thing died inside, its energy and flesh essence would condense into blood beads, including people and monster beast. These blood beads could be consumed by oneself or taken out for others to consume. They were very valuable. Moreover, the stronger the person or monster beast that died, the higher the value of the blood bead, and the greater the improvement it could bring to the person who died. In addition, in that place, all offensive and defensive artifacts had no effect at all and should have been sealed by some kind of invisible energy. Hearing this news, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. Yang Kai's current strength was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage, who knew how many masters of the Yuan Qi boundary would be there. Once he encountered these masters, if he didn't have the Azura sword or the thousand blossoming blood begonia to assist him, he would definitely fall into a disadvantageous position, or even be killed. But when he thought of others, it was the same. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel better. That isolated world opened once every 10 years, and Yang Kai's luck this time was quite good. Just as he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he managed to catch up with it. If he had come back a few months later, he would definitely have missed it. In the end, Ling Tai Su solemnly gave Yang Kai a small pouch. This pouch was about the size of a palm. There were many intricate patterns engraved on it. The material was strange, but it looked very delicate. What is this? Yang Kai asked, puzzled. I call it the Qiankuan pouch. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, there are many things inside it, it can hold a full square meter of things. Yang Kai's expression changed again as he looked at Ling Tai Su in surprise. He didn't expect that this kind of legendary artifact was specially used to store things. Ling Tai Su actually had one. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, I'm afraid this is the only one. Even your central capital 8 great families don't have one. Ling Tai Su said lightly. Oh. No, Meng Wuya might also have one. But that old thing hid all his treasures and didn't give it to anyone except his disciple. He was really stingy. There are some pills inside for you, use them sparingly. Ling Tai Su said. And, thank you Grand Master. When I come back, I'll return this pouch to you. Yang Kai solemnly stuffed the small pouch into his bosom and tucked it close to his chest. This thing was really a supreme artifact. An artifact that could store things. The world had only heard rumors about it, but no one had ever seen it. However, Yang Kai had a wordless black book made from soul-suppressing stone inside his body. That thing could also be used to refine an artifact for storing things, and its grade was definitely much higher than a Qiankuan pouch. However, Yang Kai was sitting on a mountain of treasures right now, but he didn't know how to use it. After flying forward for about a day, a deep mountain range filled with a strange aura appeared in front of Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai. Nether Mountain. The Great Han Dynasty's only forbidden area. A desolate and ancient aura washed over them. This forbidden area was like a giant dragon that had been here since ancient times, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Arriving at the mountain, before they could even enter, 2 teams rushed out from both sides. 6 people came from the left. Yang Kai stared at them and found that all of them were women. These 6 people were led by an old woman, a beautiful woman, and the remaining 4 were young girls. The 4 young girls wore small bells on their hands and feet, and as they dashed forward, a clear and melodious tinkling sound rang out, like a mountain stream, refreshing one's senses. Moreover, this group of women were all extraordinarily beautiful. That beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious. Her figure was plump and full. Her jet-black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair and slender neck. Every part of her exuded a mature and gorgeous beauty. Especially her pair of eyes, they were like autumn waves that moved one's heartstrings and captivated one's soul. Those watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, causing the sky to turn blue and the flowers to become fragrant. The 4 young girls were even more beautiful. They were in the prime of their lives, and they were graceful as they walked over. Half of their tender arms were exposed, and all of them had snow-white skin. Their jade feet were small and delicate, and their delicate toes outlined a different kind of beauty. They were thin and round, and they smiled sweetly. They were either shy, beautiful, cold like ice, or passionate like fire. When the 4 of them hugged together, it was enough to make any man go crazy. Although the temperaments of these young girls were not as mature and seductive as the beautiful woman, they still had their own unique charm. As for the old woman, although she looked very old, it could be vaguely seen that she must have been quite beautiful when she was young, but the ruthless flowing time great emperor had left many indelible marks on her face. This group of people rushed up to Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su before stopping 300 meters in front of them. The old woman swept her eyes over the 2 of them and snorted lightly. Those who could come to Nether Mountain at this time obviously had the same purpose. There was a limited number of places to enter this strange space, so naturally, they were competitors. Ling Tai Su smiled at the old woman and whispered to Yang Kai, "They're from a first-class sect, 10,000 Flower Palace. Young people are full of youthful vigor, be careful not to fall into the trap of these little girl, otherwise, they won't even spit out your bones." Yang Kai's eyes were shining as he sized up the 4 young girls with a critical gaze. Hearing Ling Tai Su's words, he immediately put on a serious expression, "Grand Master, rest assured, I will be careful." A moment later, the people on the right also arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the leader was an old man about the same age as Ling Tai Su, and behind him were 3 young people, both men and women. All of them had extraordinary strength, but regardless of whether they were men or women, their temperaments were somewhat strange. The 2 young men were even more presumptuous than Yang Kai, their eyes almost glued to the female disciples of 10,000 Flower Palace. This caused the young girl beside them to be very unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. These are people from Ghost King Valley. Ling Tai Su's expression sank. You're in trouble. Why? Yang Kai was puzzled. Because Grand Master, I fought with that old man a few times in the past. This is an evil sect, so if you encounter them, you must be careful of their martial arts. Ling Tai Su replied. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw that the hands of the three people opposite him were a bit strange. Unlike ordinary people, their hands were gloomy and pale, like ghost claws. The old man on the opposite side suddenly sneered, Ling Tai Su. You're not dead yet. Ling Tai Su snorted, Guili, you're not dead either. Good good good. Guili grinned. This old master was worried that if you died, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to take revenge on. I didn't expect to meet you here today, it's really the heavens taking pity on me. What? Wasn't the lesson I taught you 50 years ago not enough? Today you want to take the initiative to die? Ling Tai Su sneered. Without the slightest fear. Gue Li's expression was fierce. What's the point of bringing up the past? 50 years ago, I lost to you. That doesn't mean that 50 years later it will still be the same. Do you want to try? Ling Tai Su smiled proudly. Gue Li's eyes were as gloomy as a ghost fire, glaring at Ling Tai Su with resentment and dread. As the two confronted each other, the three Ghost King Valley disciples behind Gue Li also glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai just grinned at them, his expression unchanged. Peng. A sound rang out as the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground. If the two of you don't want to fight, why don't we discuss joining forces to enter Netherworld Mountain? The old woman looked at Ling Tai Su and Gue Li faintly. Although Ling Tai Su and Gue Li had grievances between them, they really didn't want to fight now. After all, they were both here for life experience. If they missed the right time, it would ruin their plans. The old woman was also a shrewd person, seeing that both of them needed a way out, so she made this suggestion. Gue Li grinned meaningfully. This old master will give Palace Master Yen face and won't bother with you today, but when this matter is over, Ling Tai Su, you and I will fight. Anytime. Gue Li gloomily looked at Yang Kai, not showing any intention of avoiding him, turning to the three disciples beside him and saying, remember this little brat's appearance, when we enter, kill him. Yes. The three disciples coldly responded. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly memorized the appearances of these three. With the mediation of the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace, Ling Tai Su and Gue Li temporarily put aside their grievances. The three of them briefly discussed for a while, with the old woman leading the way, the four girls following closely behind, and Gue Li in the middle, leading his three disciples. Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su would bring up the rear. As for the beautiful woman, she was also in a central position, but with Gue Li, one was on the left and one was on the right. With the protection of these four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the younger generation of disciples could be said to be extremely safe. Of course, the premise was that Ling Tai Su and Gue Li didn't play any tricks on each other. Ling Tai Su naturally wouldn't be so vicious, but Gue Li was a different story. Because of this concern, the old woman had Ling Tai Su bring up the rear to prevent Gue Li from launching a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, Gue Li was also a sensible person, so along the way, he didn't make any moves, only honestly guarding his position. Nether Mountain was notorious for its dangers, so when the group entered, they were all cautious, holding their breaths, because even in the outermost perimeter, there was a chance they would encounter a powerful 5th order or 6th order monster beast. The women from the 10,000 Flower Palace used some unknown method, but the bells on their wrists and ankles didn't make the slightest sound, so the group moved silently. Chapter 216. After walking for a short time, a rustling sound suddenly came from the front, as if something was rapidly approaching. The group of young disciples were all on high alert, but the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters remained calm. Schwa, a ferocious head suddenly rushed out of the jungle in front of them, opening its mouth wide to bite at the old woman leading the way. The head was about the size of a bamboo hat, and its two golden triangular eyes flashed with a cruel and gloomy light. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the old woman. The old woman lightly snorted, slightly lifting the crutch in her hand, and gently pointing it forward, hitting it in the middle of the head, and then lifting its chin. The huge head seemed to have been hit by a great force, and was directly swept to the side. Before it landed, the whole head suddenly burst open, and a cloud of blood filled the air. The middle-aged woman's figure flickered, and with a shake of her delicate hand, a colorful ribbon flew out from her wrist, like a snake coming out of its hole, and rolled up a monster core in the blood mist, then quickly returned. Golden-eyed silverback python. A peak 5th order monster beast. Ling Tai Su whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the ground, and sure enough, saw a headless python corpse on the ground. On its back, there was a silver pattern, looking very strange. Everything just happened too fast, and before he could see clearly, the python was already dead, and even its monster core was taken away by the middle-aged woman. Peak 5th order was the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary. It was killed by this old woman in a single confrontation, and the strength of this old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace was tyrannical, probably on the same level as Ling Tai Su. Maybe even higher. After all, 10,000 Flower Palace was a first-class sect. Its influence was much larger than High Heaven Pavilion. Be careful, this thing is a social monster beast. Ling Tai Su warned again. Before his voice fell, a rustling sound came from all directions, and vaguely, many pairs of golden triangular eyes were staring at them from the jungle. They were quickly approaching. The old woman didn't stop, and just shouted, "Hurry up, once the smell of blood spreads, it will attract more monster beast." The group of people moved faster and faster. Swoosh! 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 Countless golden-eyed silverback pythons leaped up high from all directions, and they opened their bloody mouths as they attacked the group of people. The old woman's walking stick contained incomparable killing power. Often, with just a light tap, a large python would die on the spot. Ghostly and the beautiful woman were in the middle, each using their own methods to protect their disciples. Ghostly was indeed an evil cultivator. He activated his cultivation technique and his black aura exuded a violent and bloody aura. He held a spear-shaped secret treasure in his hand and stabbed left and right, killing all the enemies that came to attack. The beautiful woman's strength was slightly inferior, but it was still easy for her to deal with the level 5 monster beast. As Feng Yun's body moved, it brought with it an intoxicating fragrance. The golden-eyed silverback pythons that rushed towards her were often killed by some inexplicable method before they could even get close. Ling Tai Su didn't use any kind of artifact. The moves were simple and unadorned, but they contained boundless power. The speed at which he killed the monster beast was comparable to that of the old woman. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as one golden-eyed silverback python after another died. Wherever the group passed, it was as if the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, not meeting the slightest resistance. Ribbons flew out from the hands of the 4 girls from the myriad Flower Palace. They weren't going to fight the Yao beasts. Instead, they were going to use the ribbons to retrieve the Yao cores of the Yao beasts that had been killed. The 4 girls were senior sisters from the same sect, so they cooperated closely with each other. 3 of them worked together to blow up the monster beast's head, while the other girl swung her ribbon to collect the monster cores. The value of a level 5 monster beast's monster core was not low. The girls' actions made the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples envious, but they didn't have the same means as the girls, so they could only watch with envy. After the girls obtained the spoils of war, their delicate faces lit up with happy smiles, each of them more beautiful than a flower, and they all felt a little proud. Another golden-eyed silverback python attacked. Ghostly shook the long spear in his hand and pierced it 7 inches, pouring his fierce yuan qi into it and killing it directly. With a flick of his spear, this golden-eyed silverback python actually flew towards the crowd. Obviously, Ghostly wanted to let his disciples take advantage of this situation. However, whether it was intentional or not, this flick of his spear was a little too fierce, and the place where the golden-eyed silverback python fell was actually where Yang Kai was standing. Ling Tai Su's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't try to stop him. With a swish, a male Ghost King Valley disciple rushed out from behind, a grin on his face, yuan qi surging from his big white hands like a sharp blade, cutting into the golden-eyed silverback python's huge head. This blow seemed to be aimed at obtaining the monster core, but in fact, it contained a lot of strength, enough to hit Yang Kai, who was standing at the back of the group. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and in that split second he noticed the other party's sinister attack, so naturally he wouldn't just sit still and wait for his death. Not wanting to confront him head-on, he simply stretched out his hands, grabbed the dead golden-eyed silverback python, and then threw it to the side with all his strength. The Ghost King Valley disciple who had been grinning ferociously a moment ago suddenly paled. Yang Kai's counterattack was beyond his expectations, and with a strange cry, both he and the golden-eyed silverback python were thrown more than a dozen meters away. However, his reaction was also quite fast, and while in mid-air, he quickly pulled back his big hands from the python's head and stamped his feet on the python's body, finally coming to a stop. Before he even landed, 2 giant pythons, which had been waiting for a long time, opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards him, their stench making him feel a little dizzy. His face was filled with horror, and his hair stood on end. Don't underestimate the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who could kill these giant pythons as if they were chickens or dogs. After all, the strength of the other party was obvious. If a yuan qi cultivator were to encounter one of these giant pythons, they would only end up dead. With the arrival of a crisis, the Ghost King Valley disciple could almost feel the aura of death. He hadn't expected that not only would his plot against Yang Kai fail, but he would also be thrown into such a dangerous situation. This was really a case of not only not harming others, but also harming himself. At this critical moment, Ghostly finally arrived, his long spear sweeping through the air, sending the 2 giant pythons flying. He then grabbed the disciple's shoulder and threw him to the side before quickly returning. In this moment of delay, the 4 female 10,000 Flower Palace disciples had almost been attacked by the giant pythons. If it weren't for the middle-aged beauty's quick reaction, these 4 girls might have really been injured. After Ghostly returned, the middle-aged beauty glared at him fiercely, hating that he had left the group and allowed her 10,000 Flower Palace disciples to be injured. Ghostly also knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to complain, just coldly glancing towards Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su. In this secret battle, the older generation consciously didn't intervene, but Yang Kai's quick response had caused the Ghost King Valley disciple to suffer a big loss, causing him to secretly bear a grudge and wait for an opportunity to wipe away this shame. Yang Kai didn't care. The other party's elders had clearly stated that they wanted to kill him, so why should he be polite to them? If he continued to be polite, it wouldn't be magnanimity, but weakness. After rushing forward for a long time, killing more than 20 golden-eyed silverback pythons, they finally left this dangerous place. This was only the outermost area of Netherworld Mountain, yet there was already such a crisis. It was obvious that the Forbidden Zone's name wasn't groundless. After a fierce battle, the older generation was somewhat exhausted. The old woman was still leading the way in front without saying a word. After running for about 100 miles, they found a relatively safe place to stop and rest. The older generation needed to maintain their vitality while the younger generation also needed to restore their physical strength. After stopping, the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace snorted and coldly glared at Ghostly. What happened just now will only happen once. This old woman doesn't want to see it happen a second time. Otherwise, the 2 of you should enter on your own. My 10,000 Flower Palace doesn't want to be associated with people with ill intentions and risk their lives. Ghostly grinned meaningfully, Palace Master Yen can rest assured, it was just this old master's fault. Disciples' actions were a bit too fierce, it was just a misunderstanding. That's for the best. The old woman nodded faintly, walking to the side to meditate. Between the three sects, there was a certain distance between each other, all of them silent. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Ghost King Valley disciple who had tried to plot against him earlier walking towards him step by step. When he was about 10 meters away, this person stared coldly at Yang Kai and grinned, "My name is Jin Hao, you'd better scram as far away as you can now, otherwise I'll kill you without mercy." He spouted such arrogant words, completely ignoring Ling Tai Su who was sitting nearby. Ling Tai Su also didn't respond, simply closing his eyes and meditating. Yang Kai looked at him and suddenly chuckled, "Brother Jin, a dog that bites generally doesn't bark." Poochie. A few chuckles came from the other side, it was the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace who couldn't help but laugh. The middle-aged woman glared at them, causing the 4 girls to quickly purse their lips and pretend to meditate. Jin Hao coldly snorted, "Sharp tongue, you better pray you don't meet me inside." Saying so, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's murderous intent filled his heart. These 3 from Ghost King Valley were destined to be enemies, but their strength was higher than his and they had the advantage in numbers. Once they encountered each other inside, it would likely be a fierce battle. After resting for a while, the old woman stood up and Ling Tai Su and Ghostly opened their eyes at the same time. With the same lineup as before, the group continued to move deeper into Netherworld Mountain. Along the way, they would often be attacked by monster beasts. Netherworld Mountain had a large number of monster beasts, and their ranks were irregular. Some were 3rd order, some were 4th order, and some were 5th order. They even encountered 2 6th order monster beasts. However, the 2 6th order monster beasts obviously knew that this group was not to be trifled with, so after following them for a while, they gave up. Compared to those who came to die, they were much more shrewd. After killing these monster beasts, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace reaped the most bountiful harvest, throwing out ribbons and obtaining monster cores. The 3 from Ghost King Valley also worked together with Ghostly to obtain monster cores, obtaining a lot of good things. Only Yang Kai was relatively poor. Along the way, he only obtained 2 5th order monster beast cores, and this was after Ling Tai Su deliberately threw the monster beast's corpse to him. But Kai Yang didn't care. His strength was the lowest, so the more ordinary he appeared, the less likely it would be for him to be targeted. Only by patiently hiding his strength and biding his time would he be able to avoid all kinds of dangers and slowly grow. Chapter 217. Normally, with the speed of this group of people, they would only need 4 hours to cover the short distance of 500 miles. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master would not even need half an hour to fly. However, to travel 500 kilometers in Nether Mountain, it took them 2 full days to reach their destination. The dangers and attacks they encountered along the way were far beyond anyone's expectations. Palace Master Yen, your 10,000 Flower Palace sends people here every 10 years, is it always this dangerous? During one of their breaks, Ling Tai Su asked. The last time he came here was 50 years ago, and although there were monster beasts blocking the way at that time, it was not as frequent as this time. The old woman pondered for a moment before replying, "No, I don't know why this time is like this. I'm afraid something has happened in Nether Mountain, causing some of the weaker monster beasts to be driven to the outskirts." Hearing her say this, Ling Tai Su and Ghostly both paled slightly. "It's not good to stay here for long, let's continue on our way." The old woman also noticed something was wrong and immediately suggested. The group once again set foot on the road, and after half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a huge lake, its water clear and sparkling, but the calm surface of the lake gave off a strange aura, causing Yang Kai to faintly feel a sense of unease. Gazing into the distance, he saw groups of people gathered at the edge of the lake. These people were the masters of the great Han dynasty's various forces who had brought their disciples here to gain experience. There were many people, some were small, some were large, some were small, only 7 or 8 people, and some were small, only 3 or 4 people. These people were about 300 meters apart from each other, surrounding the edge of the lake. After seeing Ling Tai Su's group, all of them showed faint displeasure and vigilance. The old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace nodded slightly to Ling Tai Su, then led the beautiful woman and the 4 young girls towards the lake. The appearance of this group of women immediately attracted the gazes of countless young men. The young girls were used to this kind of scene, so they did not show much emotion, just obediently following behind the old woman, finding a place where no one was around to stop. Ghostly gave Ling Tai Su a sinister smile, then looked at Yang Kai meaningfully. Jin Hao coldly snorted and made a throat-slitting gesture at Yang Kai. Then, under Ghost Li's lead, he walked in the opposite direction of the 10,000 Flower Palace people. Let's also find a place. Ling Tai Su said, leading Yang Kai towards the lake. Most of the spots around the lake had already been occupied by the forces that had arrived first. Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai walked for a long time but still couldn't find a place to stay. However, every time he passed by a group of people, Ling Tai Su would secretly transmit a message to him, telling him which force they belonged to, whether it was good or evil, the strength of the participating disciples, and what kind of sects he should be wary of. Yang Kai secretly remembered it in his heart, but his expression did not change. After circling around most of the lake, they finally found a place where no one had occupied it, causing Ling Tai Su to visibly breathe a sigh of relief. After stopping, the two sat down cross-legged and Ling Tai Su began to tell Yang Kai the details of the various forces around the lake. Yang Kai carefully memorized it all while secretly observing. The more he learned, the more Yang Kai became aware of the dangers of this life experience. These forces all belonged to the great Han dynasty. Most of them were first or second grade sects, but there were also some third grade sects. Each of them had at least 2 or 3 disciples, but Yang Kai was the only one who wanted to go in alone to experience the world. Ling Tai Su also wanted to bring 2 more people to accompany Yang Kai, but High Heaven Pavilion really did not have any good candidates. Su Yen was fine, but she cultivated Ice Heart's secret art, so killing too many people would not be beneficial to her. Xia Ning Chang was also fine, but she was Meng Wuya's disciple. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure, so how could he be willing to let her take such a risk? As for Xie Hongchen, Ling Tai Su did not consider him at all. Bringing him here would only cause trouble for Yang Kai. The strength of these young people who had come to the lake was all higher than Yang Kai, at least separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, and Yuan Qi masters were everywhere. The central capital's 8 great families had not sent anyone, which was good news. Only Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi cultivators below can go in for life experience, so you don't have to worry about encountering an immortal ascension boundary master. With your strength, if you encounter an enemy at the Yuan Qi 2nd or 3rd stage, you should be able to deal with them, but if you encounter someone stronger, Grand Master will only give you one advice: run. A man should be able to pick up and let go, don't blindly try to win. Picking up is strength, letting go is wisdom. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Remember, there is only one task in this place, and that is to survive. If you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to fight others. Hunting monster beast is also a way to become stronger. I estimate that there are many people with this idea. If there is someone you can really trust, you may as well join forces with them. This is also a way to survive. N. Grand Master, look over there, which sect are they from? Their dressing is quite strange. Yang Kai suddenly gestured towards the distance. Ling Tai Su looked over and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow as he saw a group of people. Whether it was their dressing or appearance, they were all slightly different from the others. As if they were aware of Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai's gazes, the group of people also turned around, their expressions cold and fierce, a strong sense of warning. "They're not from the great Han dynasty." Ling Tai Su whispered, "They're from the Tian Lang dynasty." The Tian Lang dynasty's people also came here. Yang Kai was stunned. The Tian Lang dynasty was adjacent to the great Han dynasty. Why would a sect from that place come all the way to this forbidden area? The Tian Lang dynasty's martial arts are fierce. It is said that most of the cultivators' methods are cruel, and they are not from our race. You must be careful if you encounter them. The strength of this group is not something you can resist. Their clothes are quite revealing. Yang Kai watched with great interest. There were 2 women in the Tian Lang dynasty group. Their figures were enchanting, their clothes were very thin, their arms were exposed, and their tight clothes could not hide their proud twin peaks, as if they were about to burst out. The clothes were very small, and when the 2 women moved, their flat bellies and delicate navels were exposed. Their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible, and their clothes only reached their knees, revealing their snow-white calves. Ha! Ling Tai Su helplessly shook his head. He still could not understand, how could such a simple and honest person like Boss give birth to a brat like Yang Kai? As time passed, more and more people came to the lakeside, and according to some kind of rule, all the people were separated from each other by a certain distance, quietly waiting. In less than a day, the lakeside was actually surrounded by a circle of people. The latecomers did not have a place to sit, so naturally they turned their eyes to the weaker people, and after a few words of disagreement, they began to fight. In just a short hour, 4 or 5 battles broke out, and the people of a small faction, whether it was the older generation or the younger generation who came to gain experience, were all slaughtered. The bloody and cruel scene did not attract anyone's attention. Since they dared to come here, they had to be prepared for conflict. Their skills were not as good as others and they were killed. They could not blame anyone. Fortunately, although Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were only 2 people, they were not targeted by anyone, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. But good times did not last long. As more and more forces arrived, Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were still noticed by some people. An old man about the same age as Ling Tai Su walked over with 2 young disciples, 1 male and 1 female, and stopped 10 feet in front of Ling Tai Su. Ling Tai Su sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant, but surprisingly, he did not feel any hostility or murderous intent from this person. The old man in front of him hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists towards Ling Tai Su. "This old man is reflecting Moon Sexual 1, may I ask for your excellency's name?" "High Heaven Pavilion, Ling Tai Su." "So it is Brother Ling." Zhuo Wen had obviously heard of High Heaven Pavilion, and after exchanging some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. "Brother Ling, please forgive this old man for bringing his disciple all the way here. I didn't expect that so many forces would come to gain experience in this isolated land, causing us to have no place to sit." Ling Tai Su had brought Yang Kai directly across 10,000 kilometers to come here, so although he had set out late, he had still arrived early. This reflecting moon Sex Shuowen had set out a month ago, but the journey was long, and coupled with the difficulties of entering Netherworld Mountain, he had arrived 2 days later than Ling Tai Su. "What advice does Brother Zhuo have for me?" Since the other party had no malicious intent, Ling Tai Su naturally did not need to give him any face. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, he still asked. Zhuo Wen laughed dryly and said, "This Zhuo would like to discuss something with Brother Ling. The lake crossing duckweed can carry 4 people at a time. This Zhuo sees that Brother Ling only has 1 disciple with him, so is it possible for this old man's 2 disciples to take a ride? Otherwise, this Zhuo would have come here for nothing, and would likely become a laughingstock when he returns, disappointing his 2 disciples." Ling Tai Su cast his eyes to the 2 young disciples behind Zhuo Wen. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward and the young man said, "Disciple Chen Shueshu greets Senior Ling." The young woman said, "Disciple Su Xiaoyu greets Senior Ling." Both of them bowed respectfully. not showing the slightest dissatisfaction or arrogance. Ling Tai-su took note of their performance and nodded to himself. Reflecting Moon sect was the same as High Heaven Pavilion, both second-class sects, and none of their disciples were evil. Moreover, this young man and woman both had gentle looks and didn't seem to be people who liked to fight. When he saw Ling Tai-su pondering, Zhuo Wen hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Ling, these two disciples of mine have kind natures. They're going out to gain experience this time, and they're only going to hunt demon beasts and look for fortuitous encounters. They'll absolutely not do anything that's detrimental to the disciples of your sect." After saying so, he added, "If this little brother does not mind, you can also accompany my two disciples after entering so they can look after each other." Ling Tai-su already had a plan in mind, but he still turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently, "You can go in together, but there's no need for companionship." None of them were familiar with each other, and although this Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu looked good, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What's more, even if Yang Kai trusted these two, whether they believed him or not was another matter. Zhuo Wen's words were just polite words, how could he take them seriously? Chapter 218. Since this boy has no objections, Brother Zhuo, please go ahead. Ling Tai-su said to Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen couldn't help but sigh in relief and cupped his fists with a smile, "Many thanks, Brother Ling, Brother Zhuo is too polite." Ling Tai-su nodded lightly, "In fact, the two of us should also thank Brother Zhuo for helping us out." In fact, the addition of the three from the Reflecting Moon sect was only beneficial to Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai. After all, only the two of them occupied this place. Now that more and more forces were coming, they might encounter some existences that they couldn't afford to provoke and snatch this place away. With the addition of Zhuo Wen, the situation was different. The two immediately became 5 people, with 2 experts guarding them. Even if someone had ideas about this place, they would have to weigh their own limits. Zhuo Wen heard the implication and felt comfortable, laughing loudly as he called his 2 disciples to sit down cross-legged. Although this was the first time Ling Tai-su and Zhuo Wen had met, they were both old and experienced, so after a few words, they were already quite familiar with each other. Because Ling Tai-su had made things convenient, Zhuo Wen intended to return the favor, revealing a lot of information about this place. Ling Tai-su happened to lack these things. He had come here 50 years ago, and after 50 years, he didn't know if the place had changed, so he naturally wanted to inquire about it. Zhuo Wen also told him everything he knew. Yang Kai listened carefully. Through the conversation between the two, Yang Kai learned that this place was first discovered by a few cultivators who came to Netherworld Mountain, and as time passed, more and more people knew about it. But generally speaking, those who knew about this place would guard it as a secret, not wantonly spreading it. So, after hundreds of years, even if more people knew about this place. But it wasn't to the point where the whole world knew about it. This was still the case even now. There were many sects in the Great Han Dynasty, and how many were there? However, the number of forces surrounding the lakeside was less than 1/10 of the total. If the situation escalated to the point where the entire world knew about it. If the whole world knew about this place, there would be a bloody battle every 10 years. Originally, this situation would continue and everyone wouldn't have to fight for a place, but since the opening of this place 30 years ago, more and more forces knew about its existence. Zhuo Wen sighed. What happened? Ling Tai-su asked thoughtfully. That's because some of the disciples who went into the isolated lands to train had obtained a great treasure. Zhuo Wen said in a low voice. With a solemn expression, he paused for a moment before continuing, someone obtained a few drops of brilliant flame liquid from there. Ling Tai-su was slightly moved. Is it the supreme treasure used to refine Yuan Qi? Zhuo Wen nodded. That's right. As soon as the 3 words brilliant flame liquid came out, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu couldn't help breathing slightly faster. Obviously, they knew how precious this treasure was. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, without the slightest change. Zhuo Wen saw Yang Kai's expression. He thought to himself that this kid was probably a little ignorant and inexperienced. Otherwise, how could he not have any reaction? How could he have known that although Yang Kai had never heard of the brilliant flame liquid before, Ling Tai Su's words were enough to make him realize the preciousness of this thing? But Yang Kai already had the 9th yin yuan condensing dew sealed inside his unyielding golden skeleton. Once he broke through to the yuan qi boundary, he would be able to absorb it and help him transform his yuan qi into yuan qi, so he didn't care too much about this brilliant flame liquid. Good things were generally fought over by countless people. Since he already had the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, there was no need for him to pay attention to this brilliant flame liquid. Zhuo Wen lightly coughed and continued, if it was just the brilliant flame liquid, then it would have been crazy. It wasn't enough to drive people crazy. However, when that isolated world opened, not only did someone obtain the precious brilliant flame liquid, but someone also obtained the soul cleansing dew. Ling Tai Su was once again moved. Yang Kai was finally curious, what does the soul cleansing dew do? Zhuo Wen smiled lightly. He carefully explained, the brilliant flame liquid can help a cultivator refine their yuan qi, making their yuan qi more pure, while the soul cleansing dew can help a cultivator open their knowledge see and cultivate their divine sense. When a cultivator breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary from the yuan qi boundary, with the help of a single drop of the soul cleansing dew, opening their knowledge see is easy. There is no obstruction. If a cultivator above the immortal ascension boundary uses the soul cleansing dew, a single drop can expand their knowledge see. Their divine sense becomes tough, comparable to many years of bitter cultivation. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ling Tai Su said, so that's how it is, no wonder there are so many people. Even many separation and reunion boundary youngsters are willing to take the risk. 50 years ago, no separation and reunion boundary cultivator dared to enter. At first, Ling Tai Su thought that the world had changed, and that the young people of today were more daring, but he didn't expect there to be such a reason. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator only had 2 tasks, one was to increase their realm, and the second was to prepare for the transformation of yuan qi into yuan qi. The brilliant flame liquid naturally had a great attraction to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Similarly, a yuan qi cultivator also had 2 tasks, one was to increase their realm, and the second was to open their knowledge see and cultivate their divine sense. Whether it was the brilliant flame liquid or the soul cleansing dew, they both wanted it. This was why so many people had come. Yang Kai was also quite excited. He didn't care about the brilliant flame liquid, but the soul cleansing dew really made him excited. The old demon had once said that his 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed to absorb a lot of soul-nourishing precious treasures in order to grow to 7 colors. This soul-cleansing dew was obviously one of them, and it was one of the most effective. If he could obtain some and consume it, it would be of great help to both his soul-warming lotus and himself. After talking about this, the 2 old men went back to chatting, leaving the 3 young people bored to death. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were much better off than Yang Kai. After all, the 2 of them came from the same place and seemed to be a couple, so their eyes were filled with deep affection as they secretly cast flirtatious glances at each other. As if he was aware of Yang Kai's embarrassment, Chen Shueshu smiled at him and cupped his fists. May I ask junior brother's name? Yang Kai smiled, this humble one's surname is Yang. Yang. Chen Shueshu's eyelids twitched, apparently thinking of the central capital's Yang family, but immediately feeling that it was unlikely, he didn't care much. Junior brother Yang, it seems you don't know much about this place. Chen Shueshu intended to draw the relationship between them closer, so naturally he had to find something to talk about. I was brought here in a daze. Yang Kai nodded. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing, your sect master is right next to you, be careful he doesn't punish you. Chen Shueshu also smiled, if junior brother Yang doesn't mind, if there's anything you don't understand, this brother can help you. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai really did have a question he wanted to ask. Why are these forces all separated by a few dozen meters? Is there some kind of special pattern that allows them to choose their own positions? Chen Shueshu nodded. This brother just happens to know a thing or two. Saying so, he stood up and walked over to the lakeside, beckoning to Yang Kai and pointing down, Junior brother Yang, please take a look. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai suddenly saw a patch of green duckweed near the lakeside, but this patch of duckweed was not the same as ordinary duckweed. It was about the size of a palm, verdant, and had bright green veins. Where there is duckweed, that's the position they chose. Yang Kai looked up and found that in front of each of these forces there was indeed a patch of duckweed. Junior brother Yang, don't underestimate this patch of duckweed, it is the ship that will carry us to that isolated world. Chen Shueshu said, anyone who wants to enter must first set foot on this patch of duckweed. Without this patch of duckweed, no matter how strong one is, they will not be able to enter. Moreover, there is something strange about this lake, it is impossible to fly above it, and this patch of duckweed cannot carry masters above the immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, the highest cultivator who enters this place is only Yuan Qi boundary. Yang Kai felt relieved and nodded seriously, becoming more and more humble as he consulted Chen Shueshu. Su Xiaoyu also interjected from time to time, making the atmosphere very harmonious. When night fell, Zhou Wen's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly said, it's about to begin. As soon as his voice fell, all the cultivators around the lake began to move. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from the bottom of the lake, illuminating the entire lake in a brilliant glow, creating a magnificent scene. Immediately, a strange and heavy aura descended. Even immortal ascension boundary masters seemed to be unable to bear the pressure of this aura, all of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, their faces heavy as they circulated their secret arts to resist. The duckweed on the lakeside began to spin and instantly grew larger, growing to more than 10 meters in length before slowly stopping. After the duckweed stabilized, Ling Tai-su and Zhou Wen both shouted at the same time, go up. Yang Kai and the two reflecting moon sect disciples did not hesitate and jumped onto the duckweed one after another. No wonder Zhou Wen had said before that the duckweed could only carry 4 people, and this was indeed the case. Now that 3 people were standing on it, there was only a small space left, if one more person came up, it would be full. Zhou Wen solemnly exhorted Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, telling them to be careful inside and not easily get into disputes with others. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Ling Tai-su also reminded Yang Kai, if anyone provokes you, kill them, don't be soft-hearted, but don't take the initiative to provoke others. Yang Kai nodded. Right, you don't have to worry about the things in your secluded home, this old master will take care of them for you. As for that little girl Su Yan, this old master will also help you look after her. Yang Kai's face turned bright red, he had not expected that the matter between him and Su Yan would not be hidden from Ling Tai-su. On top of the duckweed, Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully and giggled. About the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the duckweed under their feet suddenly began to move, like a big ship sailing through the waves, carrying the 3 of them steadily towards the center of the lake, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Looking around, in all directions, there were duckweed and many people standing on top of it. Many of these cultivators were sneering, looking around with malicious intent. Yang Kai also saw the Tian Lang dynasty disciples, whether they were men or women, all of them had fierce looks in their eyes, like beasts ready to devour their prey. Yang Kai also saw the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples, Jin Hao once again making a throat-slitting gesture towards Yang Kai. As the duckweed continued to move forward, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, and all the people who were riding on the duckweed fell into it without any mental preparation. A series of screams rang out, but they quickly disappeared. The surrounding scenery changed, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Chapter 219. Day and night were indistinguishable, yin and yang were chaotic, and the heavens and earth were chaotic. This was the most obvious feature of this place. "We're in," Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Chen Xueshu and Yang Kai both hurriedly looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no danger around, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This isolated world occupied a very large area, and if one didn't come in on the same duckweed, they wouldn't appear together. Yang Kai had also learned about this before, and now that he had seen it, he found it to be true. Yang Kai quietly moved away from Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, and although it wasn't too obvious, Chen Xueshu was still able to see through his intentions. Chen Xueshu didn't mind, simply smiling as he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother Yang, would you like to act together with us? We can take care of each other." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try alone." Chen Xueshu nodded lightly and didn't insist. "Then junior brother Yang, be careful. Until we meet again." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and used his movement skill to quickly depart. Why did he run so fast? It's not like we're going to eat him. Su Xiaoyu pursed her thin red lips, somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Kai's vigilance. Chen Xueshu chuckled and patted Su Xiaoyu's head. "That's what he's afraid of. But we didn't intend to harm him." Su Xiaoyu said somewhat angrily, "That person's strength is so low, I think he'll die quickly." Chen Xueshu shook his head seriously. "Not necessarily, that person is very cautious and careful, this kind of person generally lives a long time. Also, I always feel like there's something strange about him." "What's strange about him?" Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Only a separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator daring to come here. If he's not tired of living, then he must have some kind of backing." "You mean, I'm afraid this person has some kind of extraordinary means, otherwise, his master wouldn't have let him come here for life experience. Hey, who can enter this place without some kind of means? We should also be careful and try not to get into conflict with others." After Yang Kai separated from the two people from the Reflecting Moon sect, he used his footwork to the fullest, and ran for more than 10 miles in a row. Along the way, he changed directions several times before suddenly turning around and flying to a large tree. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. It wasn't that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure, but there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful. Moreover, this was also a test to see if Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu were the same on the surface, or if they were just hypocrites. After waiting in the tree for a long time, Yang Kai didn't find any traces of people following him. At that moment, he was sure that the two of them had no ill intentions towards him. All of them had the strength of Yuan Qi state. He was definitely a genius in the Reflecting Moon sect, so if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Tai Su had said this before. If you meet someone you can really trust, you might as well join forces with them. Now, Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu were on Yang Kai's trusted list. If we are fated to meet again next time. Yang Kai didn't mind acting with them. Hiding in the treetops, Yang Kai first tried to summon his two killing artifacts, but after some effort, he found that he really couldn't summon them here, as if they were really sealed inside his body. "Old demon!" Yang Kai called out. "Old servant is here." The old demon quickly replied. "Can you use the soul breaker all?" "Sorry to disappoint young master, I can't use it." Yang Kai secretly cursed this damned place. Even the soul breaker all, an artifact that didn't belong to him, was sealed. Without the soul breaker all, the old demon couldn't display any combat effectiveness, so this time it seemed he could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, Ling Tai Su had given Yang Kai a universe bag before. There were a lot of good things inside. Before, Yang Kai hadn't had time to investigate, but now he finally had some free time. Taking out the small cloth bag from his chest, Yang Kai unsealed it and reached inside, immediately grabbing a lot of things. There were more than a dozen bottles of pills inside, most of which were used for healing, but there were also a few bottles of Yang attribute pills. This made Yang Kai very happy. Yang Kai secretly praised his grandmaster for treating him well. With these bottles of pills, he didn't need to worry about running out of Yang liquid. In addition to the pills, Yang Kai also found a dozen sets of clean clothes and a long sword. This long sword wasn't an artifact. It was just a weapon forged from fine steel, so it could be used in this place. However, Yang Kai hadn't learned any sword skills or martial skills. It was better to use it to fight with his bare hands. With his current strength, a long sword wouldn't be able to increase Yang Kai's combat effectiveness in the slightest. After carefully putting away all the things, Yang Kai jumped down from the tree, rubbed his palms together, and excitedly embarked on his training journey. After an hour, Yang Kai encountered a fourth-grade monster beast. After using some methods to kill it, he quietly stood in place and waited. Sure enough, as he heard, when the monster beast died, Yang Kai clearly felt that its energy and flesh essence were gathering in a certain place in the air. Almost visible to the naked eye, the monster beast's body slowly dried up and sunk in, but the red energy that came out of its body grew more and more. The red light flashed, and after waiting for a while, a bright red bead about the size of a pea condensed. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The moment it formed, he grabbed it in his hand and felt it with his heart. He found that this blood bead contained a very strange energy. The energy wasn't too much, after all, it was only a fourth-grade monster beast, but it wasn't disappointing. He didn't know what kind of laws of heaven and earth were hidden in this world, but this kind of thing would happen after a living thing died. After putting away the blood bead, he lowered his head to look at the monster beast. He saw that the monster beast's body had completely turned into a pile of fine powder. Its essence was gone, and only dross was left. Yang Kai didn't know how much of an improvement this blood bead could bring to him. He was faintly looking forward to it, but it was obviously not a good time to refine and absorb it. With the harvest, Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. This world was indeed a good place for a separation and reunion Yuan Qi cultivator to train. Yang Kai had only been here for a day, but he had already killed 5 or 6 monster beasts that were alone. They were all 3rd or 4th grade. He didn't spend much Yuan Qi, but the harvest was quite rich. The blood bead given by a 3rd grade monster beast was much smaller than that of a 4th grade one. It was obvious that the energy was insufficient. He also encountered a 5th grade monster beast. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before he stopped himself from killing it. A 5th grade monster beast was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if Yang Kai was lucky enough to kill it, he would have to use all his strength and be prepared to be injured. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to fight with a 5th grade monster beast. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai killed the monster beast without any worries. When he was tired, he would find a relatively safe place to rest, recover his strength, and then continue hunting. In these 3 days, he didn't encounter a single person. It was no wonder that so many separation and reunion cultivators dared to come here. If it continued like this, even a cultivator at the Qi transformation stage wouldn't have to worry about anything, except that he had to be careful of the monster beast. 3 days later, Yang Kai was hiding in a jungle like a cat, secretly observing the situation in front of him. There were 2 4th grade monster beast phantom lightning wolves in front of him. A 4th grade monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the separation and reunion stage, which was equivalent to Yang Kai's current stage. If the 2 of them attacked together, Yang Kai might have some trouble dealing with them. But after thinking carefully for a long time, Yang Kai decided to take action. The monster beast he could deal with now was at most 4th grade. If he encountered 2 at once, there was no reason to give up. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed out of his hiding place and quickly approached the two phantom lightning wolves. Originally, Yang Kai's whole mind was focused on the two monster beasts, but who would have thought that halfway through, he would suddenly see traces of a person's shadow flashing not far from him from the corner of his eyes. His heart sinking, Yang Kai quickly glanced around and sure enough, about 1,000 meters away, there was a man in dark red robes hurriedly hiding himself. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai understood everything that had happened. The other person was obviously observing the two phantom lightning wolves in secret, just like him, but didn't find any traces of the other person. But coincidentally, he and the person on the other side had chosen to attack at the same time. Maybe it was because his speed was faster, so when he ran out, the other person had just appeared. And at this time, the other person had also discovered him, so he quickly hid back, hiding his body. But that person's clothes were too conspicuous, revealing some flaws. Now that it was too late to retreat, the two phantom lightning wolves fixed their eyes on Yang Kai. They bared their fangs and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai complained in his heart. While thinking about how to deal with the situation of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, he also thought about the identity of the person on the other side. After a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and quickened his pace. He pretended not to know anything and charged toward the two phantom lightning wolves. The two fourth-grade monster beasts were as fast as the wind, and electric arcs flickered on their bodies. As they ran, they separated into two groups, one on the left and one on the right. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai. The two monster beasts were obviously very experienced in hunting. They attacked from the left and right, and the gap between their attacks was perfect. Yang Kai hurriedly moved to the side, avoiding the bite of one of the phantom lightning wolves. However, the other one bit his shoulder. A current flowed through his body, and Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble a few times. He quickly circulated his yuan qi to dissolve the current. His muscles tightened, and he swept a punch at the phantom lightning wolf's cheek. Before it tore off his flesh, he sent it flying. The phantom lightning wolf let out a miserable cry and rolled a few times on the ground. Yang Kai didn't use his full strength in this attack, so he didn't hurt it much. After landing on the ground, the two phantom lightning wolves joined forces again, one on the top and one on the bottom. They roared and pounced toward him. Yang Kai rolled up his leg and kicked the stomach of the phantom lightning wolf below him, sending it flying. He pushed the other phantom lightning wolf with both of his palms, blocking its attack. While the two monster beasts were still in a daze, Yang Kai bravely pounced on them, and the two phantom lightning wolves were locked in a fierce battle. In fact, if Yang Kai had used all of his abilities, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. However, since he knew that someone was spying on him, he had to put on a show and take precautions. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.